together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire. I light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart. I'll defend the world.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is this? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here!
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
G? -1?
Ayun na.
We can.
4 seconds, 4 seconds.
We can -1. G? Just fried chicken, Zia. No pure. No pure Zia.
Zia, pre.
Nice. Help me basic.
Yo, pre.
Nice.
Basic, tapos to, in the ball to. Sige, sama-sama na kayo mga tanga. Oh, mga bobo.
Ingat. Ayan. First goal, careful to...
Yeah, may imo ko, pre. In the ball. Pre, tawag lang ako.
Power lang.
Nice! Ay, nakita nyo. Ay, gitna. Patay.
Take. Alice.
Patay na.
Alice.
Alice, pre.
Dead.
Bobo!
Get you wanna get?
Yeah, 4v, sir. Basta, gago! Bobo!
Alright. Go top.
Chris, angat at sa lapit.
Buhay natin, tara.
Abulin niya. Lapit ka.
Gago, go top.
Igong, tara, pre.
Apat dito, pre. Go top.
GG.
Ay, lapit.
Master. Legends rise and legends fall. Time sure moves swiftly on the path to power as we're already here in the final stretch of the regular season for NACT Fall 2024. With C9 in a definitive lead and BTK tied neck to neck on points with Godspeed, the moment has come to separate the contenders from the pretenders. 4 teams this week will secure their spot for playoffs and 4 teams will bid farewell for the NACT stage. Will the threat of fast elimination set the stage for top-tier gameplay? Let's find out together. I'm your host Liz, joined alongside my partners in crime, Private Dancer and Trex. Let me hear your excitement, guys.
No, I mean, as you put it, this is the last weekend of the season. You said it best. 4 teams moving forward, 4 teams going to be left behind. At my side, it seems like it's been forever, but Private and Trex here at the casting table.
It has definitely been a while. It's been, I mean, it feels like it's been extremely long, multiple months on end. We missed the first week of it, but I'm super excited to close out this final week with you, man. We got some great games ahead of us, and we are leading up to playoffs.
And we are sure super happy to have you guys both back. And now let's take a look at the tournament format. This season, we had the Swiss rounds, 3 rounds of Swiss rounds for the regular season. And looking at the points that the teams have secured, it looks like Cloud9 has secured themselves a pretty safe spot right now.
Yeah, a very comfortable lead by Cloud9. As Trex put out there, BTK not completely out of the woods yet, actually tied with who they're going to be facing here tonight as we take a look at some of the standings.
Yeah, I mean, so much on the line right now. I think it's a lot closer than a lot of people can see, honestly, because BTK up against Godspeed tied up 5 points, and that's going to be where we're really looking at that number 3, that number 4 spot. And honestly, even Maple Leaf isn't completely safe. We have some of these lower contenders like Gosu Nighthorde looking for a 4-point win tomorrow to possibly catapult them into the number 2, 3, or 4 slot as well. So all of these teams need to get as many points as they can on the board this weekend.
Absolutely. And the teams with the top 4 points, the top 4 teams with the most points will secure their spots in the playoffs. And the playoffs will feature double elimination with the upper bracket in best out of 5 series and the losers rounds in best out of 3s. And the finals will, as always, be in best out of 7. And the finals is actually pretty soon.
Yeah, as we said, 50% of these teams will not be joining us next week. It's going to be pretty much a farewell, a swan call for some of these teams here tonight.
Yep, it's going to be bittersweet, but that is the way the cookie crumbles. And yeah, we're going to be jumping into playoffs next weekend, which is crazy. It feels like it's moving so fast, guys.
Yeah, and today's games are sure exciting for all the viewers. For the first match, we have at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Cloud9 versus MLC Maple Leaf, the top 2 teams based on points right now. And the second match of the day will be between Godspeed versus BTK, who are tied in points on 3rd and 4th. So this will really be the series that determines whether or not we actually see a future BTK versus Cloud9 down the line this season.
Yeah, as you said, it's actually a very important match for BTK and Godspeed that will round out our night. But beginning the night is going to be Cloud9 taking on one of my favorite Dark Horse teams, the Moonlight Club Maple Leafs, who have shown some promise going up against what many are considering the powerhouse in North America right now.
Most definitely. I think Maple Leaf needs this game as much. I know a lot of people are probably favoring Cloud9 here, but I don't think people understand how important this game actually is for Maple Leaf because, like I said, there's other teams that might have easier games future on in the weeks that have a lot more possibilities to collect 4 points and jump ahead, you know? So there's a lot on the line here for a few teams in today's brackets.
And there are a lot of online for all the players as they are looking at a $25,600 total cash prizes and 1.5 million diamonds. Total of $50,000 value prize for all the players.
Yeah, a lot going out around there. Like I said, this is what everybody is fighting for. That 1.5 million diamonds means that every single team that participated, even in the qualifiers, left home with a little something extra. However, all these teams now looking for a little bit of that $25,000, a little bit of diamonds, but of course also that chance to represent North America in the upcoming M Series.
Yeah, right now, one road leads to glory, right? One road through NACT can take you over to Malaysia, have a chance to redeem NA on the world stage because God knows we need it right now. So excited to see how things play out.
Yeah, and this is the path to power, everyone. For all the viewers watching at home, you have something special as well. We have on the screen a giveaway code as well as a QR code to scan for 31 tournament chests to one of these skins. That's a lot of tournament chests, and it's open for everyone in the world.
Yeah, moving up with the times. We got ourselves a nice little QR code to make it easier on you guys. But just like she said, only 31 tournament chests to go, so you need to be very quick.
When I look at these codes, I try to pronounce them as one word, like Meku Nevik Lechos. Yeah, that's the code, guys. Go for it.
Yeah, and we hope you got that down, guys. But yeah, very exciting series today. And we know the first match is going to be between C9 and MLC Maple Leaf. So let's take a look at the lineup for Cloud9. For Cloud9, we have Naz on the XP lane, Best Player in the jungle, Mark Cutie in the mid lane, Cold World on Roam, and Captain Basic on Gold lane.
Yeah, when I talk about powerhouses, I'm talking about the entire shebang when it comes to a team here. You're talking about an organization backing them. The manager, GD Echo, has them all in a boot camp at his residence, so they're all able to hear each other. They're able to play together, and these guys have been doing so well. And as we've said, they have nowhere to go but up.
Yeah, definitely just on an upward spiral right now, climbing, getting better. A lot of players of this team have been proving themselves time after time, and I think they're going to be able to keep doing that. All right, let's take a look at Maple Leaf now. It does look like we have Yureshi, Nasty Wayne, J-Law, Pavel, Toru. This is a team that, I mean, it's not something that anyone predicted to be the best of the best, but they are definitely showing they are hungry for this. And as we've seen in past NACTs, you never know when the upset can come. And if there's a team that can maybe steal a grand final slot, this could be one of them.
Yeah, it's been a very big road for a lot of these players here. Some big names here, Yureshi, Toru, formerly known as Gina Godmode, who's been kind of on the bench for the last few seasons. I've been excited to see him in the gold lane. And then the comfort coming from Area 77, who have kind of been a very consistent player when it comes to teams in North America. So it's going to be very exciting to see how well that this team can stack up to what many are saying might be the possible best in North America.
Most definitely. Liz, how you feeling about those teams?
I'm feeling great. My mic was muted just
was it?
For a little bit, but we saw how the powerhouses of NA have shown their face, and I love the player poses. So yeah, very exciting, very exciting series indeed. And for you guys, you already talked about how MLC Maple Leaf needs to kind of secure some points in order to secure their spots on the top 4 spots. So what are your thoughts on how they're able to do that this week?
Well, and this is something I talked about, I want to say, in MLC Maple Leaf's first series. When they went on their last match of that series, they went with an off-the-wall pick of a Sun. And I'm wondering, now that we're here at the last weekend of the season, will that pick, will that eventual loss come to bite them in the butt here when it comes to trying to make it into the top 4?
It's definitely, I think... I want to argue for Maple Leaf and play the devil's advocate and say that maybe they just felt confident. You know, maybe there was some like, oh, we got this. And I have a feeling that maybe against Cloud9, they may not slack off. I still think it's going to be a very hard game, and there's definitely zero room for slacking off at all. There is zero room for even making honest mistakes, let alone, let alone doing it on purpose or cheesing or anything. MLC Maple Leaf has to come into this the best they can.
And let's see who our casters voted for their predictions. It looks like even Private Dancer voted for Cloud9. I mean, you talked a lot about how MLC Maple Leaf is your favorite team, or was one of your favorite teams. So what happened here, Private?
Well, I want to say last week really made me a believer in what Cloud9 is doing and how well they have come together. We talked about Nats, we talked about Cold World coming up right now. Cold World has been a huge piece of the success of Cloud9, and dare I say, maybe starting to climb that mountain of the number 1 or 2 position of Roam here in North America.
Yeah, I mean, and if Private Dancer's a believer, I'm a believer as well. I got a good feeling about Cloud9. I mean, honestly, I do think both of these series, there are possibilities for some games getting lost or games going other way. At least I hope so. But again, it's going to be a hard route for a Maple Leaf here.
Yeah, looks like we're all believers this week. And some changes, like you guys mentioned, we do have the new hero out for grabs this starting today. So do you guys expect that to happen for the first series?
I'm unsure. As I've seen in some of the games, as I've seen from a lot of streams and stuff, not a lot of people have been placing him super high on the pedestal, either in jungle or in the XP lane just yet. And then that kind of puts into play, do you monkey with your well-established plans and compositions to kind of fit him in yet? Or are you going to kind of just leave him out, see where he kind of lands as we kind of move on through the season?
I think maybe we don't see him game one. I don't know. I guess it could go either way, right? Maybe it could go one way where we don't see him game one, and if a team gets comfy, they try out something new, or he is the new secret weapon. I mean, a lot of times, I remember when Jushin first came in, a lot of people were doubting it, didn't think it was going to be very viable, and then we saw it all throughout MWI, into Snapdragon. It was a powerhouse for a while there. So, I mean, you never really know with some of these new heroes. Sometimes they're doubted, sometimes they're hyped up, and they flip-flop the other way.
I mean, you guys mentioned it might not be picked, but will it be banned all series today?
I don't see, like Trek said, I don't see it being banned early. If a team gets comfortable and they want to kind of get a little flashy, maybe they'll kind of throw it out there. But I think early we're going to kind of stick to the established assassins that have been really kind of wreaking havoc on the meta right now. Those Lings, those Hayabusas, even Jawhead, who has been kind of, I want to say, the counter pick to a lot of those assassins, might be up there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the meta's in such a place right now where it is moving so quickly, and every team feels like they have different bans, different picks, and that's not just in NACT, right? That is globally right now. It is a very wide and deep pool. Anything could really happen, right? Maybe game one he gets picked and he's a monster and he's banned from here on out. Maybe he gets banned to me. Like, honestly, I cannot tell you the way things are going right now.
Well, I hope it will be as you guys said, and I hope this series will be as exciting as everyone is waiting it to be. And for Cloud9, we do all hope that their synergy has continued to grow, as we've seen last week when they just move in together. I mean, this week it might have been a little bit too long living with their teammates. You know, we never know that, because I don't think any of our NA players really boot camped in North America before. This is the first for North America to have a boot camp with everyone living together in, you know, the deserted Missouri, the Northwest of. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's actually, you bring up a great point too. Is like there's boot camping, and then there's living together for a while. There's fighting over toothbrush, wondering who ate some of your food a little bit. Maybe there might be some kind of clashes going on. We'll see how that develops here in this first series.
Those are, you know, it's like when you move in with your girlfriend for the first time and you start to realize all the things you dislike about the person. You know, how, you know, they leave their shoes on when they come home, or how Cold World never brushes his teeth in the morning, or, you know, Basic takes up mirror time for 3 hours a day. Like, these are things you cannot predict, and anything could happen. For all we know, they're at each other's throats. But I got a feeling it's a boys' house. I got a feeling these guys are duding it up right now. They're having fun, probably. They're eating steak every night. They're working out. They're living, man. And I mean, it sounds like a good time. I wish I was Cloud9 right now, you know?
Do you wish you were Cloud9, or do you wish you were GD Aiko right now? I mean, it is G's house. It looks like he's having a slumber party with all the players, and that's why they're a little bit late, but draft is ready. So let's jump into the draft, guys.
Man, I can't tell you how excited I am. And right off the bat, I was gonna sit here. I was gonna give some time to talk about
chat?
the Jawhead coming from Maple Leaves, and immediately Cloud9, they already knew it, taking it off the board.
Yeah, Jawhead gone, Ruby gone, couple assassins off the board, but this good top pick, man. We saw it kind of fall short last week when Shark picked it up, but it is a pick that has been gaining a lot of momentum around the world, and I'm wondering, you know, who's going to really master it over here first, and Cold World picks it up. I'm excited to see how he plays it and how they're able to make it work right.
Yeah, and if anybody, Cold World's become one of those just, if anybody can figure out, it's going to be Cold World. With how he was on the Cho last weekend, just a phenomenal player. Stuff that I've just never seen from him. Well, not never seen from him in the roam position, I want to say. He's played multiple different roles here in North America, and just the IQ of that player is huge, and that's exactly what you want when it comes to a roam player. A big thing on my mind here is the Yureshi taking on NACT's XP lane here. How is that going to match up? You've got both people with MPL experience. I want to say NACT's probably with the more recent, more thorough experience coming over from PH there. And I'm wondering how Yureshi is going to be able to deal with that in his lane.
Yeah, I mean, if we had to like headline this match right now, it's definitely like the battle of the Filipinos right here. Like you have C9 and MPL both, as a lot of us know, heavy PH players, I mean, a lot of them have lived in America or were born in America, whatever, etc. Either way, there's a lot of Tagalog going on in both of these VCs right now, and they're going to be going at it. So it's definitely going to be exciting to see the matchup, Nats versus Yureshi, Nasty Wayne up against Basic, all around. I want to look at these drafts a little bit more. We got Roger and Jungle, possibly, maybe flex over to Gold. But either way, I'm really surprised the R-Lot has not gotten picked up early. This was a heavy favor for C9. Nats is a monster on it. MPL, on the other hand, also do not pick it up. They go for the Roger instead. So this is something I think big chance does get banned out. And if it gets opened, does MPL force this Edith into EXP, or do they bring it over to the Roam so that they can steal away this R-Lot from Nats?
Well, and that's kind of interesting pickup there too for Roger, which really hasn't been featured as a ban for most of them. So it might not have been my choice for something prioritized before the second banning phase, because it's not something that's usually taken off the table unless maybe they're looking to flex it into the gold lane, which it really hasn't shined in this season at all. We do see Alice getting taken off there, which is, that's another thing too. The gold lane right now has been, I want to say,
crazy,
just up in arms. You can play basically anything in the gold lane depending on what you're going up against. It's not just marksmans. We've got fighters in there. We've got tanks in there right now. Alice, we've seen Harith, we've seen Lunux in there as well, Ruby. So there's a lot that can really go into that gold lane that can really kind of set fire for your composition into that mid and late game. But there goes the R-Lot ban.
Yeah, there are phone calls happening right now, people arguing who the best gold laner is. I think that is definitely a truth. The R-Lot is going to get banned out. MBL gets first pick here. If they want to keep the Edith in the EXP, they already have a decent one. It definitely works. C9 maybe falls back onto something like the Terizla. Hylos also still open. Definitely a very viable possibility. Still plenty of options. And that's the thing about the hero. It's like some of these bans, you look at it and you're like, there's still so much they can pick if they want. When it comes down to gold lane, though, I feel like just overall, MPL has a lot more flexibility coming into the second phase. They can still pick up a gold laner, they can still pick up a jungler, they can still pick up a roam, they can still pick up an EXP laner, to where C9, those three picks are there. They need a gold laner and they need an EXP laner.
Yeah, and that's a very big point when it comes to like the flexibility and fluidity of what we've seen in early drafts now. It's not just kind of picking up those really hard to counter picks. It's trying to put a pick down that your enemy doesn't know exactly where it's going to go, doesn't know what the matchup is going to be there, and a Hylos coming out for the side of Maple Leafs. And I like this pick because it helps where Maple Leafs like to shine, which is where in that early game and in a lot of those early aggressive objectives to kind of try to push off a lot of their opponents. But I mean, C9 is no slouch in all quarters of the game, and we're going to see what they can kind of match up against this heavy tankiness of the Hylos.
They bring in the Khalid for Nats, who's another hero who has been kind of skyrocketing into stardom here a bit, been getting picked up more, been getting banned out more. I think it's decent. I think we get a good answer to the Roger. One problem he's going to have to deal with, some of the crowd control coming from this Hylos, some of the crowd control coming from this Edith. Then they lock in the Claude, going to be a nice comfort pick for basic. Overall, C9 feels kind of well-rounded, and it really matches well with the playstyle they've been bringing, which is a more spread out attack style, a more angular attack style. We're not jumping at you all as a group, and it's going to work great against going against something like a Hylos. You don't have to worry about everyone getting caught in this glorious pathway. You don't have to worry about everyone getting caught by something that MPL wants to bring. So MPL now has to think about how are we going to attack that. They bring in the carry as their last pick, something that's going to give them a secure end game, and that is going to be a Roger in the jungle private.
Yeah, and so this is, like you said, the Roger in the jungle. Basic's going to go ahead and pick up the Claude. Toru is going to be picking up the carry. Two different kind of play styles when it comes to marksman, and even when it comes to the players themselves. I want to say Basic usually tries to favor that split pushing ability when it comes to his picks. Here, he's going to need to be a part of those fights once he gets the Trinity build. And dare I say Claude maybe actually comes online a little earlier than that Trinity build, but we're about to get set here for the first match. Trex.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into the first match. Like I said, a lot is on the lines here, and I mean, if you're just jumping in, if you're just starting to view, this is the last week here. At least a game. Winning 2, winning 3, winning 4 is a huge bonus, but if they get a game, it pretty much secures them a number 2 spot here, maybe number 3, kind of depends on how the next series goes, but still, they can, I mean, losing all 4 here could be bad for Maple Leaf. So it's very important about how they jump into this. Taking a look at some of the emblems. Warcry on best player, looking for some scaling. Nat's going to pick up the concussive blast, going to help him clear lanes. And what I see from Cloud9 is a lot of movement, a lot of speed, really going to kind of play into their macro play style.
Yeah, they're really kind of hoping to kind of keep it a lot of pressure here, especially in the early game, which is where I've seen Maple Leaves shine here. Now starting a rotation at the bottom, you can already see this jungle started cleared out there. Nasty Wayne looking to contest. Best player finds himself in the wrong side of a pop-up. Nasty Wayne put in some damage on, and now being chased by Mark Cutie and Cold World. And oh, they actually might be able to make him pay. Big pop-up there comes in. Best player, Cold World finds himself a kill onto Nasty Wayne. Pavel looks like he's next on the list, surrounded by 3 players, and that is going to be 2 for the pockets of Cloud9.
And just for good measure, Nats rotates all the way down to mid just to make sure, yeah, we're definitely going to get this kill. And this is something we're going to have to watch out for. Nats coming from the top to the mid, having the passive of that Khalid just adds even more speed to the team. Now, Maple Leaf, they have a good pick pressure composition with the combo of the Roger and the Edith, but I think they bit off a little bit too much to chew, a little too early there. Their possibilities are definitely there to get some, you know, one-man pickoffs, find early game snowballs, but don't get too crazy. They need to kind of slow it down here, maybe give up this turtle and reevaluate.
Well, they're definitely gonna have to give up the turtle, but that's kind of where the problems start for this team. Is you start giving up turtles, you're not ready as soon as the next turtle comes up there. You can already see a little bit of poking. They're kind of checking their nose around the jungle. They're looking for an invade, possibly here for the blue as it comes up here. Pavel takes a bit of damage, down to 50% health. Cold World gets a pop-up for his efforts. Yureshi on the side, he rotates down to mid now, taking a heap of damage from Nats. Here comes the Avatar, the Guardian. Is that gonna be enough? Cold World in trouble, procs his own healing. Is that going to be enough to keep him up? Yureshi down to 10%, finds himself an escape covered by Pavel.
I thought for sure Cold World was going to go down there. I thought for sure Nasty Wayne was going to jump in, be able to maybe get an ult off, fully commit. But Gata is a tanky boy, man, and this is why he's getting picked more and more and more. A little bit of damage though on a best player.
Yeah, and Pavel finds themselves a kill onto best player. Now bringing it to a 2-1 game right now. But Toru actually is getting pushed down into his lane, and he is going to have to find himself a quick route home.
Should be able to make it back to lane in time to at least kind of not fall too far behind. Taking a look at those gold lanes, Basic, Toru. Basic does have the kill up, Toru just an assist, but neither of them have died, which is going to be huge. Toru is going to kind of be a possible mid to late game saving grace for MLC here, especially with the way that they've already taken a death on the Roger, already kind of lost some of that snowball potential. We're already kind of looking at some possibilities of what are their chances of surviving into the late and getting Toru online.
I do like that when we saw that Nats was able to rotate down very quickly on the Khalid, now Yureshi, when it came to the second fight, he was the first one to start rotating down, saying, all right, this is the game we're going to play. All right, I need to be down there to join my team to make sure that it's not going to be a 5v4, and helping them. And it did eventually kind of help them to be able to kind of push back Cloud9 a little bit, and even I want to say maybe a little bit help them to kind of get that one kill that's on their belt right now. But yeah, the pressure is just going to continue for both of these teams right now, and I want to say Cloud9 just looking as fierce as ever.
Yeah, Cloud9 playing a tight game, playing very comfortable, and I think the that EXP lane is going to be a really. You mentioned the matchup early on, and right now with the hero matchups, it's going to be tough for Yureshi to catch up to Nats. Having the passive on that Khalid's going to clear waves faster, and until they get to that, first Lord where there's really 4v5s, it's going to be hard for Maple Leaf to take a lot of these big skirmishes. I think they just need to keep it focused to the turtles, kind of look for those little pickoffs, like from what we just saw from Pavel and Nasty Lane. Look for those little moments, but other than that, they need to have vision on where Nats is coming from, where Cold World is coming from, because those are big CC heroes that could definitely turn a fight around in any moment.
Yeah, and you can already see them starting to refuse. That's going to be 2 small minions taken off the side for Maple Leafs. And it doesn't seem like much now, but as the game continues, when you keep taking those minions, when you keep refusing that farm to Nasty Wayne, to a Roger who likes to be ahead in the game, it's going to start being costly.
Yeah, so now things kind of slow down a bit. Mark Cutie still kind of playing the distance. Turtle gonna be up. It does look like MLC, MPL, wants to contest this one. They got 4 members up. Yureshi's already in position. Cloud9 also wanting to toggle for it.
Yeah, but the thing is they're not actually like going for it. They are standing around. Now you have the jungler up at the top. He's going to go ahead and try to clear. Now we do get a little bit of damage onto the turtle. We're pulling it towards our direction. Mark Cutie here keeping a good job of keeping the vision on it. Nats coming in from the side. Pavel down to 50%. Nasty Wayne now chunking onto this turtle. Yureshi with a little bit of healing. And it looks like this is going to be a free uncontested turtle for the side of Maple Leafs. But on the bottom, Toru in trouble. Finds himself on the wrong side of a shadow kill, but wisely moves to his minion, spread that damage up amongst them, and may be able to protect his tower.
Yeah, I'm watching best player on the mini map. He kind of gives up that turtle. He starts making his way down to gold. They make the big play in the gold lane. They get a lot of gold plating into Basics' hands, giving him even more of an advantage. And not only that, but take down a nice chunk of tower. So honestly, feels like a fair trade for Cloud9. And looking at the gold, it's maybe even more of a fair trade. They're now jumping up to almost 2K gold lead, 1.8, something around those measures. So Cloud9 feeling comfortable, holding good map control, and coming into every moment with a plan.
Yeah, we do have, look at the side here. We've got 4 members of Cloud9 looking for some type of angle. Not able to find it just yet on the gold lane, but may be looking to refuse this purple buff to the side of Nasty Wayne.
I'm waiting for the big pincer, right? Because the Avatar of the Guardian, the AOG, the Gatot ult is very, you know when it's coming right away. But where I've been seeing a lot of teams succeed with it is kind of forcing them to move one way with a couple members. The AOG comes behind them, so you're kind of sandwiching them between these two picks. And Cloud9 does have the opportunity to do that using the Raging Sandstorm, using Mark Cutie. And look, Toru.
Yeah, Toru in trouble here. Gets taken down by 4 members of the side of Cloud9. But on the opposite side of the map, too, you still have Best Player, who is pushing and able to find himself a tower in the opposing lane. And the split push strategy has been something that Cloud9 has been so successful in, and one of the key parts of the strategy that was able to beat BT.
And Nasty Wayne, though, does find a tower in the mid side, so Maple Leaf doesn't completely come up short-handed. They're definitely slowly bleeding out here, but finding that mid tower is going to give them a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room when it comes to some of these neutral objectives in the river. Going to give them a little bit more movement around the map, but now Nasty Wayne might be in trouble.
Oh, yeah, he is already going to use that Lycan pounce. Out comes the glorious pathway from the Hylos. It's not going to be enough to save them, and that's going to be your retribution down right before this last turtle.
And there's that AOG I was talking about, right? Whenever you're trying to run away, that's when Cold World is going to bring it in. So you just have nowhere to run. You're either walking into a huge knock-up or you're walking back to the two guys that are trying to kill you. And Cloud9 using it very well. MPL now in a space where, you know, we're on the back end. We're behind what's getting close to the 4K gold mark here. Where are we at? What do we have to do to kind of survive this? And again, it's back to when can Toru get online? Because at this point, Nasty Wayne, 0-2-1, doesn't have a lot of options. When does their power spike exactly hit that they can actually take a fight?
Yeah, and that's the problem here, the longer, and you right now what you have is Toru, who's kind of joining up in a lot of these fights. They have to start grouping up because they can't be isolated out there alone, because Cloud9's going to find them, he's going to be able to gank them, and that's a problem for Toru, who still needs to get farmed, still needs to find some of these minions on the outside there. A little bit of an aggression coming in here as Yoreshi finds Nats. Nats is going to go ahead and use that Sandstorm to get himself out of harm's way. Nasty Wayne, oh, I thought best player does not have the shadow kill there, so still able to push back Nasty Wayne.
And Nasty Wayne not feeling very nasty today, man. He's having a rough time. It's 0-2-1. J-Law, though, taking 0 deaths. Toru in trouble.
Yeah, there goes the blazing duet. Toru goes down. Nasty Wayne coming in from the side. Big pop-up lands. That's going to be enough to take Nats down. Cold World looking for an escape. Finds himself a stun. Gets taken down by J-Law. Nasty Wayne here, but look at the damage coming off from Basic. Able to find a kill onto Nasty Wayne. Popped up by Pavel. Mark Cutie putting on the damage while Basic puts on the finishing touches. From the side comes best player with a shadow kill. J-Law alone to tell the story of what happened to his team members.
For just a split second, it feels like Maple Leaf has a chance there, and then it is crushed. They find 2 members, putting them at 3, but right now, Cloud9 are just on a roll and taking a look at Basic's items. He's got the Trinity locked in. 8K gold, 9 minutes in. He's feeling himself, and now he can really get groovy in these fights, right? He can really get involved in all of these fights. He's leading out of all of his teammates in gold, and normally it takes a bit. Normally Basic's more of the slower play to marksman, hanging out in the off lanes, but this time he feels very involved in these team fights.
Yeah, best player going to go ahead, clean up a very fresh Lord there. Pavel finds a kill onto Cold World. The rest of Maple Leafs looking to make Cloud9 pay. Diving deep in was Nats, and he's going to be able to flicker himself out to safety. That's going to be more than enough to kind of push back Maple Leafs, maybe make them rethink their strategy as they were running through the enemy jungle.
I mean, Maple Leaf does find a kill there, and in a situation like this, everything is a win. Every little kill that you can get that you don't lose something for is definitely a win. Cold World does come back up right in time with the Lord, so Cloud9's still going to get a solid push out of this, but Maple Leaf at least gains enough ground there that they can find some positioning on this defense. The question is do they just stick to this very huddled up, grouped up type of strategy? Which, yes, I kind of want to say they do because of how far behind they are, but at the same time, you're giving yourselves over to the macro that Cloud9 wants to bring, so it just feels like a lose situation.
Well, and that's the brilliance of some of this strategy. Yoreshi does find a kill on a best player who missteps, kind of diving into that tower, and a good, I want to say maybe a little bit of an opportunity here for Maple Leafs, but I want to say the biggest part of this strategy is the split pushing coming from best player. There's not a lot of people that can contest with that. You're gonna have to deal with the shadow kill. We do have the blazing duet coming in from Basic. Glorious pathway is out. Yoreshi miraculously finds himself an escape from all of that damage as Nats fending off the 3 members of Maple Leafs as they try to, they are successful with getting that high ground tower. Nasty Wayne looking for an opportunity. He's gonna find a kill onto Cold World as Mark Cutie and Nats running for the hills.
MPL's finding some rhythm, man. They're hitting that spike. That spike that maybe was supposed to come at 8 or 9 minutes is now hitting at around 11 and a half, 12 minutes. But the damage is getting there. Even with Nasty Wayne being at 1, 3, and 5, the damage is getting there. Toru as well, taking the 2 deaths. He finally gets the Trinity build locked in. He's a little bit late to the party, but it is there. And not only that, taking a look at the tank, the one who's holding the front line, taking a look at Pavel, taking a look at Yoreshi, you have a nice, strong front line that can give Toru space to move. So MPL finds a moment to maybe do something.
Oh, do have a shadow kill out there. Is going to be able to take down Nasty Wayne, and he has been having a big trouble on this game right now. We're starting to put our pressure up onto the top lane. You can see minions there coming in with the quad. Shadows is best player. Out comes the glorious pathway to push back Cloud9. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough now. We still have minions coming in through the mid. Maple Leafs preparing for it. In comes Coldworld, putting some damage out there. A little bit of the CC coming out from the side of Maple Leafs. They clear up the minions, and they are just not giving up the pressure here is Cloud9.
Yeah, I think it is time that they kind of need to, though, right? They need to kind of slow it down, but wait, conceal play.
Yeah, conceal play. They're looking for something onto Marcuti. They don't find the pop-up. They do with the flicker. Is that going to be enough to take down Marcuti, who's going to be able to dash away? Now they find themselves in a bad way with the flank coming on from Cloud9. In the middle of it, Nats gets picked off by Toru. The Trinity build doing its job, but off screen there. Basic finds a kill onto 3 members of the Maple Leafs. This could be looking like a final push. It's just J-Law on the Aurora left to try to defend this core from 4 members of Cloud9.
What the heck happened? We flicked away for 1 second, and now C9's taking the game.
Yeah, and a very, I want to say a very stalwart first game by Cloud9. Maple Leafs, I mean, you said it, they showed those signs of life, but maybe a few minutes too late. I want to say Toru was more than well ahead of his counterpart, or Toru was more than far behind Basic when it came to the gold. There you can see there, when it comes to the matchup there, 8K to 12K. That's a 4K gold difference on the gold lane alone.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely there was a big deficit happening there from the start to the finish. MPL, I think right in the beginning they come into that game thinking we're gonna get aggressive, and it kind of bites them in the butt, and then from there on it's kind of over. Taking a look at some of these items though, best player decked out completely. Taking a look at Basic as well, completely decked out. That's 2 members with full items, both your major damage dealer, and that was all they needed. You know, for 1 minute, all of MPL was up, standing. We moved the camera down for a second, come back, and Basic has a triple kill all of a sudden. I wish we got to see what happened there, but literally, MPL is just wiped off the map in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the value too, and especially for a hero like Claude. While the Trinity build is pretty, I want to say, is useful on Claude. I want to say at this point he only really needs the Demon Hunter sword, the Skith or the Scythe. Bleh, I can't speak. To really start doing damage, and the fact that he was 3K ahead by the time he had his Trinity build just kind of puts into perspective how well that this team was doing. Mix in the split pushing ability that we're starting to see from best player. They're really kind of leaning in to having the 4 members of Cloud9 dealing with the whole of their opponent teams, while best player is able to kind of split push, get his gold up, start creating that pressure on the towers as well.
Yeah, I mean, and MPL just wasn't able to really keep up there. I think maybe come into the next game with the same type of idea, execute a little better, or take that laning phase a little bit slower. But once they let Cloud9 really get online, it was just too little too late. And in those small moments where they did kind of have some opportunity, I think, again, pushing a little bit too hard. And here's that first big kill that we saw, that first moment where everything just started, the big whiff happens, right? They go in for this invade, and it completely turns around on them. We're here at 8-9 minutes now. Cloud9 holding a big lead of about 3,000 gold, multiple towers, and MPL, they have some moments they're willing to flip the coin, they're willing to take the fights, but every time Cloud9 gets the turnaround, and Basic never really gets taken down. He's always able to keep his distance, and though he's not the most flashy attacker, he's still able to whittle them down consistently.
Yeah, and I want to say the biggest thing for me has been the ability to kind of hold down Maple Leafs early game. Taking away that Jawhead, they usually like to kind of build up with the Jawhead in the early game, find some kills, maybe even invade a little early. Here, they're not even able to build that early game, and from the mid to the late game, they find themselves struggling through it and crawling through the game against an opponent who gives very little to no ground.
You know, we got to see at that time. We actually, because we flicked away in live, but they still had the replay of what happened there. And I think he didn't have his Blazing Duet for a second. He was like standing there, and then he's like, okay, I'm going for it. They were all about 10% health, and he's just able to clean up. So well played by C9, man. Very well played. I don't think we count MPL out just yet, but you said something earlier when we first started the live, and that was, you know, once you lose one game, moral starts to drop a bit. 2, 3, that's when it just really starts to decrease. So MPL needs to make a statement soon, or else by game 3, game 4, it's definitely going to be trouble.
Yeah, and we were talking about it too. Just because right now they're kind of sitting at third place, taking 4 losses here tonight, even if it is against a team like Cloud9, could be detrimental to their hopes of making it into the top 4. They're sitting at, I want to say 5 or 6 points right now. If you leave home with no points, especially with other teams still yet to play, we were talking about Nighthorde, who still has a very good chance of kind of coming away with some points there. It could be detrimental. We'll see if the side of MLC Maple Leafs have what it takes, especially here now that they're going to have the first pick. They're going to be able to kind of delegate against Cloud9 and see if they have something else in store.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this. Maple Leaf was able to kind of keep up in laning phase a bit there. Even though they made that mistake, it wasn't like they were just completely lagging behind. Mid lane was able to kind of keep pace with Coldworld and Marcuti. They weren't just standing still. They were making movement around the map, and even when they lost out on something, they took that mid tower early on. They found a turtle. They found some success in what they were doing. So I think it's just, you know, pushing it a little bit farther. I think they came in with a game plan, and it just didn't exactly work out. They weren't able to get to that late game when they needed it, and they weren't able to succeed in the early game pressure that they wanted. So if they can tighten up a few things, I definitely think they could get a win, because C9 did make some small mistakes. We saw best player dash in, almost get taken out. But enough of last game. Let's talk about the draft. We got Fanny, Valentina ban. The Valentina ban, I think, is crucial. Marcuti's been a monster on it. I think it's gonna pull off wonders, especially if they pull something away from Marcuti here in the beginning phase. They do have first pick, so a lot of opportunity for MPL.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering, we still don't see that Jawhead has been banned out just yet. The priority, most likely, I want to say when it comes to the Maple Leafs, probably going to be on an Assassin for the first pick, and then that will probably be rounded to maybe something a little bit more fluid and flexible from Cloud9. We were talking about it when it came to the first draft, something that you don't know what your opponents are going to be playing them in, probably that Edith coming out there as well, which has been a very strong pick for them. Right now, pretty basic when it comes to the draft. I'm just wondering what kind of changes Maple Leafs are going to be making. Are they, because like I want to say, like for them in the past matches, when it comes to them facing Assassins, it's always been the Jawhead that has kind of lifted the heavy weight to kind of resist that early game, to kind of put the Assassins on the back foot from the mid to the late game. Here, they're, yeah, just like I said, they're going to go ahead, secure that Assassin first, and we're going to see where Cloud9 goes from here.
I don't think Cloud9 immediately picks up the high or anything. I think Arlot's a definite possibility up front. Good coverage. There goes your Jawhead pick to kind of deal with the angry invades of this link. So Cloud9 is already on top of it. They have answers, and they are quick with them. Edith also still on the field. Couple mage possibilities. But I definitely think the slot 3 should be the Hayabusa, because they want to try to make sure at least they have some sort of assassin game. They could still fall back onto something like the Nolan, but up front, definitely go for the XP lane.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing here too, because having the Jawhead on your team kind of opens up a little bit. You don't need the Hayabusa. Heck, you can lean into the Nolan like you were talking about, because that gives you a huge early game. Nolan, who already has probably the fastest clear of any jungle, you put a Jawhead on there with him, you're looking at probably a 1 minute, I want to say, gank coming for your side lanes there. Here, still kind of focusing on that early game for the side of Maple Leafs. They're going to go ahead and pick up the Vexana. Big amount of CC there as well. And then here, I'm wondering, are we looking for the XP lane? Possibly. Oh, you're actually going for another tanky... and this, I mean, this could be the tank as well. But I want to say Yureshi... What we saw in the matchup against Nats was that Nats, especially when you put him up against super tanky comfortable XP laners, Nats doesn't care about the matchup there. He's just going to clear lane quickly and rotate just as fast to help his teammate. So that almost puts you almost at a negative if you're picking up some of these really, really tanky XP laners.
And there goes a Hayabusa pick in number 3. I kind of wanted MPL to maybe lock in a gold laner up here and force C9 to questions like, well, do we lock in gold lane? Because then they have some opportunity to ban play in the second phase. But now, once again, everything's kind of up on the table. And I agree with you. I think having Nats on a very proactive EXP laner, like last time we saw it with the Khalid, this time we're going to see it with the Arlott up against something a bit slower, you could say, you know. It's definitely going to be tough to keep up and get involved in these early game fights for Yureshi. He's going to be able to he has to keep tabs on him. He has to make sure he's there and ready for some of these early game fights. Coming into this second phase of bans, very similar to last time, the Alice gets banned out. Not a lot of gold laners. I think this time MPL needs to think about it. They need to think about the Claude ban here. They need to think about maybe honing down on to basic. I think that's going to be a big game changer. Mark Cutie still has a few options, and I think in terms of mage pool, there goes the Lu Yi. Yes, ban down on it, but I'm wondering, is that really what do you want to expend everything on Mark Cutie here when there's still plenty of other options for him?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for them is not wanting that map control all around there, because you've got a huge amount of burst potential from the side of Cloud9. So you mix that with the Lu Yi, then you're talking about having these diversions all over there. The attack of even a roam like a Jawhead when he's in roam position can still do a heap of damage and CC there, and having that surprise your players on the map is going to be a detriment for you. But here, like you said, there needs to be an answer. Once Vexonic clears, who's going to be escorting her? Are we going to be able to quickly get to those side lanes to maybe punish basic and maybe get some of these early ganks? And then how are we looking for some of these objective compositions? Ling, not really one of those people that likes to hold an objective. Same thing for Hayabusa. You're looking at two assassins who like to kind of sit out, wait for their team to get these objectives low. Then they're going to come in very quickly, get that retribution, and try to find an escape.
Trying to think of possible picks here. Fairmist could be an option over here for C9. The Ice Girl still open right now, having a mind blank. Definitely a possibility for Mark Cutie. The Aurora is still open right now. There it is. On the side of MPL, I'm feeling a Grok, man, for jungle right now. I'm feeling a Grok. Good nullification against the you have the passive that can protect you against CC, you know, deal with the Jawhead, deal with the Arlott. Also a great engager. I think it could fit well into them for the roam position, and then just do something similar to last time. Maybe steal the Claude this time, or just go for a nice shredder marksman that can hide behind these two big bulky boys in your EXP lane in your roam position.
Yeah, I'm wondering if basic, I mean, we haven't really focused too much onto those marksman lanes. For basic, we're looking probably at another Claude or a Moskov pickup here, which is where he usually likes to shine on a hero that really kind of fits into his playstyle here. A Freya pickup for for Toru and the Diggy. I wonder. Okay, well, I mean, there's a lot of CC coming out from Cloud9. I do see the usefulness. It's just there's a lot of burst potential, and I frown on that when I see a Diggy on the team.
Yeah, it's not. You know, it's not like this. Yes, there's a lot of crowd control on C9. This is true. There's definitely some crowd control there, but it's not. It's not. I don't know, man. I don't know if the Diggy's worth it, man. It's not like hard rooting crowd control. So we'll see. We get a nice backlaner marksman from basic. I thought you said, you know, I thought game 3, game 4, we might start seeing the craziness come from MPL, but here we are, game 2. They picked the Freya last week, didn't they? We saw Freya from the last week. I think they did win with it, but still they weren't up against Cloud9. I'm not counting it out. We're going for the fighter off lane. All hail the Ling. A lot of damage on Ling. This is, once again, this is very Ube-esque. This is a very paired up composition. We're trying to get together and mow you down, but Cloud9 has already proved that they don't care about that. They're going to attack from angles. They're going to split push. They have the Hayabusa. They have basic. They're going to just push your off lanes in and banana split.
We're going to see, though, if these comforts and maybe somewhat outside the box picks pay off for the side of Maple Leafs. So they're looking for a little bit of revenge here to possibly tie things up with Cloud9 as we move into game 2.
I don't know, man. I feel like the Freya is cursed in NACT. I'm going to just come out and say it. I feel like it's a cursed hero. I don't like it. I feel scared every time I see it because here's the thing, like you try to say something like, "Oh, it's kind of an off-brand pick." And then it either makes you look like an idiot because it does great or it completely bombs. So it's a lose-lose situation for the casters.
I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there. Hey, Freya has a 100% win rate right now in NACT. One game, but 100% win rate out there. I believe used by Toru last week. So, I mean, we've got that to lean on here as we see a good clear coming out from Maple Leafs, accompanying Nasty Wayne and J-Law down to the bottom lane.
Now, one good thing about Basic on this Clint, also not the most popular gold laner, but against the Freya, you will be able to range. You will be able to kite back with that second skill whenever Toru wants to engage. So as we're seeing now, Basic's going to have a nice advantage in this gold lane, man. He's going to be able to kind of control the wave. He's going to be able to control the lane. He's going to be able to poke as much as he wants. And Toru's going to have problems even fighting for minions.
Yeah, and not just that, but like right now, Pavel, I mean, he's trying to give some support up there because he knows Toru needs it, but he's kind of keeping himself away from the rest of the team. He's not putting those bombs down to get vision for the side of Maple Leafs. We do have that first turtle about to spawn in 8 seconds.
I want to point this out as well. Both trio mids are like taking the long route around this mid area because no one really has visions. Neither of them are actually in the river bushes, but they're both like taking the jungle route to get to each side because nobody knows where the other people are. Finally, Cloud9's like, okay, we're gonna venture out, get to their side of the river. Let's see what happens in this first turtle.
Yeah, Yoreshi kind of keeping vision on here. Nasty Wayne coming in from the side, looking for an opportunity.
Ooh.
We do have a big Detna's welcome out there. Nasty Wayne able to find the first retribution. Yoreshi finds a kill onto best player. Nats comes in, finds a kill onto Pavel, being chased out by the rest of Maple Leafs. And 1-1 right now, just narrowly on the side of Maple Leafs as they go ahead and collect up the first turtle.
Hey, big dubs for the Maple Leaf. Not only do you get a turtle, but you get a kill on the best player, the jungler. That's going to be huge. The kill does go into Yoreshi's hands. Maybe not Nasty Wayne's hands, not exactly who you want it to be, but still putting a kill into Yoreshi hands on an EXP laner that's going to be more of a slow roll is going to be huge and helpful for MPL. We're already seeing him start to cut lane. He's being the more proactive EXP laner right now. He's going to be able to rotate ahead of Nats in game number 2, which is going to be crucial as we move into the 4 or 5 minute mark.
Yeah, and this is just kind of an amazing adjustment. Oh, as I say that, J-Lo gets caught by 3 members. Shadow Kill is going to chase him down, even with the flicker expended. And that's going to be a flicker down for J-Law. And another kill for the side of Cloud9. Oh, Yoreshi gets caught with a final slash. This might be all she wrote. Cold World closing in from the rear. Detna's welcome is out, blows it into Mark Cutie, but out comes the kill from the Cloud9 mage, and that's going to be 3 in the favor of Cloud9 while the rest of Maple Leafs work on this top tower.
Right, he bought a little bit of time, and then up in the gold lane, with the help of Pavel being up there, and not only that, once that level 4 comes in for the Freya, you can start getting a little bit more aggressive against the poking marksman. You get a little bit of shield, you do a bit more damage, and now Basic actually getting pushed back. And I was just about to say, you know, it's kind of dangerous for J-Law. That's why we see J-Law get picked off, because Pavel's really hugging this gold lane. But it might pay off in terms of Toru. We saw some of the items. Gold not too far ahead for MPL, but the fact is they are ahead.
Here comes the time journey to go ahead and save Toru from that well-placed final slash coming out from Nats, who's all over the map. You wouldn't even think Nats was an EXP laner when you look at some of these fights all over the map, especially opposite side of the map. And that's going to go ahead and clear things up for this next turtle. Basic gets clobbered onto by Nats. Wayne looking for his Tempest of Blades, going to go ahead and find a kill. Toru picks up another kill. I want to say maybe at the detriment. That's a second kill that's been taken away from Nasty Wayne. Cole comes in there. And that is a freeze coming out from the Aurora. Nasty Wayne is down. Best player off screen finds a kill onto Pavel.
At first, I was going to say it was a fair trade. At first, I was, ooh, wait a second. Yoreshi.
Yeah, he tried to get over that wall. If he would have got over that wall, that would have been a brilliant play, and it would have even been able to stun Mark Cutie. But this actually now might be the death of Yureshi here, leading the kills for Cloud9 to 6-2 right now. Best player looking for an escape, finds one after taking down the tower at top.
You know, I was going to say that it was almost a really good, fair trade for Maple Leaf, getting basic for the turtle. But then Nasty Wayne gets cut off, and then the dominoes start to fall, more members start falling, and now Cloud9 sitting with the lead.
Ooh, we do have that ultimate coming out for Toru, best player from the side, and Pavel's gonna have to use that time journey. Is it gonna be enough? Nats and best player Coldworld and Mark Cutie coming up for reinforcements from the side. J-Law over here trying to put on the CC. Is it gonna be enough to save Toru? It is not, as Mark Cutie and company find themselves 2 more kills.
I mean, we are starting to see Freya. Freya for a moment was looking scary, but now Freya's dead. Cloud9 back in control of the map, back in control of the game. For just a moment, Maple Leaf, we thought we had something there, but now Cloud9 showing they've hit their spike. They're at about 6 minutes. Basic's getting more involved. Nats is back to his usual, I'm all over the map all the time type of mode, and Cloud9 is back in the zone. Maple Leaf has to disrupt that, maybe hold back for just a second, maybe even give up this turtle, but Yureshi keeps getting caught off.
Yeah, there's 4 members now logging on to Yureshi. Final slash goes out, pushing him away from the tower. Oh, Coldworld actually caught up there. Look at all the damage coming out from J-Law there with that Ancestral Guardian. Nats brought back with the reverse time. They are chasing after him as best player coming up from the top, looking for the flank, comes in, finds a kill onto Pavel with the quad shadows. He didn't even need his shadow kill there, as he's going to go ahead, turn his attention to this turtle.
And here's where we're starting to see the problem with the Diggy roam right now. It's a little too squishy. It goes down a little bit too fast. And with Yureshi not really ever being with the team, he's kind of continuously off doing his own thing, getting caught off, it seems too much. Him taking that many deaths, not being able to be as tanky as maybe you want him to be. We're starting to see the cracks start to happen in the composition.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing here, though. But I want to say making good use of this lane pick. Yureshi.
Well played. Well played.
Was that a
Deadness welcome to
nice
nullify. No, he used the Deadness welcome to nullify the crowd control and then flickered. That was actually super clean. That was clean. I give him that.
And now you can see that Maple Leaf is going to go ahead and put some pressure onto the top as the jungle for the side of Nasty Wayne getting invaded here. That's going to be a purple buff, going over to the side of Cloud9 now.
MPO though, getting some towers. Like we saw this in last game. They're doing it well in this game as well. Oh, hold on, Yureshi.
Yeah, he goes in there for a Detonus welcome, misses it, and the time journey has to come out to secure his escape from, I want to say, the entire team of Cloud9 before they kind of clamored onto him. And that's going to be a time journey that they're not going to have for 50 more seconds.
Yeah, 50 seconds. Lord comes up in about 43, so are going to be able to hang in there. Let's take a look at some of these items. Nasty Wayne has the Berserkers, has the Claws, looking for a Prolific Roar, but looking over at Best Player, he went for the more scaling route here. Has the War Cry, has the Hunter Strike, almost got a BOD. He's holding about 1,000 gold lead over Nasty Wayne, taking that death. I think he took a death really early on, so these 4 kills are going to stack with his items. So right now his damage is getting more and more. He's got even more lethality paired up with the Hayabusa Uji Shadow Kill, so definitely going to start becoming a threat on the map.
Yeah, and then that kind of brings out, when does this time journey come out? You've got so much CC from Nats, from Mark Cutie, and then the potential for that shadow kill coming out from Best Player. When are you going to be using this time journey? Because it feels like if you try to block one, you've still got 3 or 4 other answers coming from Cloud9 that would actually make use of it. Nasty Wayne. Oh man, I was about to say that Coldworld with the conceal play there, going to the purple buff. That almost was all she wrote for Nasty Wayne. The rest of the team sees it, is going to go ahead and try to secure this for him.
Most definitely. One thing I do have to point out for MPL, they're not falling into that route of how a lot of teams just kind of get reactionary and continuously chase around Cloud9. They do look for plays. We have Nasty Wayne looking for towers on the off lanes. Maple Leaf have been able to secure both off lane tier 3s. They're still playing their game.
As welcome. It does connect on the 3 players. Here comes the time journey. Is out. Nasty Wayne comes out. Tempest the Blade. That is going to be all she wrote for Cutie. That's going to be 1 down for the side of Cloud9. You can see Cloud9 actually looking for positioning. Still, this has not discouraged them for going in for this Lord fight. Even with 1 player down, they know what they have to do. Lord down to about 50%. And you see the side of Nasty Wayne still off in the distance. Now the Lord, more damage going to be putting on there. A little bit of a pincer move coming from Cold World comes in there. Basic finds the Lord. Best player finds a kill onto Toru and Pavel and J-Law. 3 down by best player. And running for the hills is Nasty Wayne, who has to get back to base.
There's always one point in the season that Basic sets us up for it. Basic, the Retchery God. Gold laner, taking the Lord, gets the final hit. MPL had some control. They played the back and forth, but Cloud9 played the back and forth just a little bit better.
Yeah, and we're able to, especially, best player comes in, was able to find a kill onto 3 members of Maple Leafs there too as well. So, this is just a heck of a Lord and a value coming out to the side of Cloud9.
Most definitely, Lord is going to be marching down, maybe a little bit too early. MPL may be able to shut it down, should be able to defend here. Down on the boss side, Nasty Wayne giving him a little bit of a run. Cloud9 just looking for as much purchase as they can on these towers.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and bring it down to only high grounds. Nasty Wayne doing a good job with that. I want to say, you talked about it a little bit too. Nasty Wayne, especially on the side of Maple Leafs, they know what they need to do, especially on the Ling, and it provides him that ability to kind of get that purple buff like you saw there. Do some of the split pushing here. The only problem is when it's matched up against Cloud9, who likes to do the same thing, Cloud9 is having a much better time using those 4 other members on their team to be able to kind of hold the line and wait for best player to get there.
There's something else I wanted to look at that I didn't look at in the items. Pavel on this Diggy. Is he going tank? Is he going full damage? I missed it. Don't know if you caught it. But if he is going full damage, the bombs will eventually start to hurt. We're talking like 6 minutes from now, but they will eventually start to hurt. And MPL, they're not scared to look for that late game potential. Cloud9 wants to cut that off, but with the Freya, with the Diggy, they do have some late game opportunity, and they're not that far behind. It is a 6K goal lead for Cloud9, but that doesn't seem too undefendable from Maple Leaf right now. They have some good siege potential. They have some defense. They have possibilities. How long can they hang to get to the late game at this point?
Well, and that's the thing right now. You're down by about 6K, and the lead is only going to grow as the side of Cloud9 begins shutting down your jungle, taking your buffs, refusing money to you, where you're only able to get it from a few of these lanes that the side of Nasty Wayne is trying his best to kind of capture. You see, he's just all over the map.
He's looking for the steal.
Trying to get that vision, looking for an opportunity here that his team is just not able to kind of find. And this is a problem here. Like, you can find an opportunity here, but you're at such a deficit. What type of a team fight do you take? You're only really looking for pickoffs, because a team fight, you're basically going to lose to Cloud9 at this point.
I think he's just like looking for Basic at this point, right? Like, that is his job. And like you said, it is pickoff pressure. It is nothing too major. The other 4 members have plenty of zoning potential with the bombs. Oh, Yureshi whiffs.
Yeah, he misses it, taking down to about 50%. Freeze coming out there as well. Yureshi dancing all over that bush, while Nat's actually going to have to flicker out of there. Down. That is a dino down for the side of a Maple Leafs. And here comes best player from the flank, comes in, shadow kill onto 3 members. It's not going to be enough damage to take them down. Time Journey is out from the side of Pavel, who's going to get bursted down. Final slash is out. The passive comes out for J-Law using the flicker. Not able to get away. What a play from Mark Cutie to flicker in, find the kill. It's just Nasty Wayne and Toru left to defend their core against 5 members of Cloud9.
Cloud9 just getting more and more aggressive. You can always, as they scale ahead, they get more and more crazy with the plays they're willing to take, with the distances that they're willing to go. Mark Cutie with a beautiful flicker in, just to make sure, yeah, we're getting that kill, bro. No escape. J-Law down, Pavel down, Lord going down as well over to Cloud9. And I like the ideas from MPL. Like we said, they have plenty of ideas and they're willing to try to execute them, but they're just really not able to crack through right now. Nasty Wayne's been looking for angles. He's been looking for a way in, but he just didn't pull the trigger. And I don't know whether that was a good idea or not. Whether, you know, maybe he should have taken the risk or whether he made the right play. Luckily, Nasty Wayne does get a tower. He maybe gets a tower here. Tower should go down, does go down, but now Nasty Wayne might pay his life for it.
Oh, he does. Oh, he gets actually bursted down by best player there. I thought he was actually going to be able to possibly connect a few swords there, maybe even find a Finch pose away, but no. Best player shuts that down immediately. We are looking at a 10k gold lead with Lord, Luminous Lord, marching down the mid lane. They don't even have a tower in there. Pavel gets locked onto with the ejector, and here comes the time journey, and a bit of damage comes down. Nats gets taken down. Toru doing a great job on basic, finds the burst of damage needed to take Toru down on that Freya. Lord swinging away at mid as another high ground at the bottom goes down. Yureshi gonna have to expend that flicker to get away from Mark, Cutie, and basic.
And now the fact that they don't have a marksman, Lord's gonna, you know, it takes a little bit longer to shred. They have no backliner. And if they don't get the dive onto basic, they're never gonna be able to beat these fights.
Yeah, and you can see all the damage now. Time Journey is out. 50% left onto the core. Can this side of Maple Leaf turn this around? Taps the blade. He's now looking for the kill on the basic. He's not able to find a Finch pose. Taken down by best player who leaps into that shadow kill even while Ling was on the wall. And that is going to be all she wrote.
Wait!
Toru saves it with just a hair of health left on the core.
I didn't even see a health bar there for a second. Toru comes out of the abyss last second, gets the final hit on a basic there. And I'll tell you, this time basic was locked onto that crystal. He was doing the damage, but it wasn't enough. Best player in Nasty Wayne with the anime fights in the air. MPL are hanging on for dear life. This is what we call a game.
Yeah, the Toru able to clear out there. Best player looking for an opportunity, not able to find the angle, but only just so little left onto that. And to basic, yes, able to lock on the tower. He did what he was supposed to this time. He locked onto the tower, and he wasn't able to get it. Unfortunately, the Maple Leafs just a little quicker on the draw, but can Maple Leafs withstand another push like that? I'm not betting for it.
I mean, let's listen, they did it once, and the gold gap is now dropped slightly, and we're getting closer to endgame. Toru's getting deadlier and deadlier. Listen, you might not be counting on it, but it's not 100% just yet for Cloud9. Maple Leaf, they can't fight for this Lord, right? They got to just let it come to them, and they got to look for the Hail Mary play. That is their only option, but watch for MPL. Nasty Wayne might actually try to steal.
Oh, yeah, he comes in with the Tempest Blade just a hair too late. Nasty Wayne's going to have to get out of there. Time Journey is in. We whiff the
Mark Cutie down.
Nasty Wayne finds a kill on the Mark Cutie. Cold is able to take down Nasty Wayne. Toru trades that kill as well. Toru in trouble. Immortality has been activated. 3 down for Cloud9. 4 up for Maple Leafs. Can they turn it around even with a Luminous Lord heading for their base?
I think they definitely can. I think it is definitely a possibility. Cloud9 who needs to maybe start looking for some split push potential. Basic still not down though yet, but Toru is becoming a threat.
Yeah, the amount of damage that he comes in there, especially with this Time Journey group up little Ube strat that we're seeing coming out from Maple Leaves here. 50% left onto this Lord. Nats looking for a final slash onto Yureshi. Does find himself a dent in his welcome. Gonna go ahead and throw Nats. Ooh, he actually doesn't find the stun against the wall, and that's gonna be all she wrote for the Lord.
Here's still the big problem though. They cannot get basic, man. Until they kill basic, they cannot win these fights. Even there, we saw it with just 2 or 3 members of Cloud9 and a Lord. They were able to push back 4 of MPL because there's no range on MPL right now. It is nothing but physical punchers.
Ooh, Colwell comes in with an ejector onto Toru, who does receive himself a Time Journey. The Dude Immortality proc for Colwell. Nasty Wayne finds himself a kill there.
Basic!
In comes Toru, who takes and shreds down a basic. Mark Cutie on the back end might not be. Dude does have the passive out there. Nats Nats able to try to fend him off, but Mark Cutie trades his life for Maple Leafs, a jungler there. 1 down for the side of Maple Leafs, 3 down for the side of Cloud9. Signs of life starting to surge through Maple Leaf.
Toru just hit basic with the Hulk smash, jumped into his face, 2-shotted him. That Valkyrie Descent shield is massive right now. Toru is massive, and if MPL take this game, it is unprecedented on what we thought we were gonna see here. We doubted Diggy, we doubted Toru, we doubted Freya, but right now they're walking down the mid lane. Basic though, looking for the back door, trying to find an angle on a J-Law, trying to find an angle onto the backside. They gotta make sure he doesn't find a way to that crystal.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that's exactly why they turned around. They know best players out there. He's looking for another angle. He has proven, and this is the strategy. This is what they did to BTK to kind of hold them against the wall, even though BTK had such a sizable lead on them. And this is where Cloud9 begin to shine. When they're on the back foot, they can still put this pressure onto the side lanes. A best player by himself can start pushing these lanes. Eventually, there is a time limit. Not only do you have all of your high grounds down, which means you have those bigger minions heading for your base, but also you have to worry about best player. So there's a time limit on how long you can sit here and fight Cloud9 at the Lord without having to answer this Hayabusa split push.
I'd love to see the item soon. I want to see what route Pavel went, how he's looking right now. That time journey has definitely been crucial. The shield that it gives is enough to help with, because they're just this divey composition where you don't have a marksman, they need to be able to push that extra mile, right? They need to be able to get the engage and then get the re-engage, and that's where the time journey is coming in clutch. But take a look at this bot lane right now. The Lord is just a bait. The Lord is just a hook in the water right now. Luckily, they get the vision. They know best player in Cold World are there. They know maybe they don't want to go for it, but Nasty Wayne just clearing the waves, and that's exactly who they need to have down there. Yureshi whiffs again!
With a flicker. Is that going to be enough? Coming from the side, you see a little bit of a pincer move coming in from the side of best player. He comes in looking for the kill onto Link. Shadow kill is on! And he finds the kill onto Nasty Wayne. That is a retribution down for this Lord fight. The rest of Maple Leafs looking for an escape. Yureshi trying to put on some damage. Here comes the time journey. Toru looking for a kill
on the base.
Nasty Wayne, onto Nats. Best player looking for the split push. I don't even know if they see it. They're focusing on this fight. J-Law from the side coming in, does a spot best player, but to the detriment of the team. Basic finds a kill onto Yureshi off screen. Look at best player zooming around the map with that quad. Shadow Nats is in, putting on the damage to J-Law, and Pavel might be down. Here comes best player putting on the damage. That is going to be game 2 going to Cloud9.
A valiant effort, a great game by Maple Leaf, but in the end, it was just too much. Having all those towers down, MPL, I mean, I don't know. What's the decision there, right? Do we even contest the Lord? Do we try to get them like we got them last time and let them take the Lord and look for the counterattack? In the end, there was no decision that really felt right. Cloud9 played the better game, but hell, MPL put up a fight.
Yeah, a much bigger fight here. It almost feels like, and like you were talking about earlier, they're not afraid to kind of lean into a late game composition where they'll really begin to shine, where the combination of the time journey and the Valkyrie's descent from Toru is going to be enough to kind of carry him to push through the entirety of the rank to try to find a basic on there, the added shield that you get there. However, against the awe-inspiring, just, I mean, how well put together Cloud9 is, there's always a plan, even when they're on their back foot. The pressure that Cloud9 is able to exert throughout the map, not just on the team fights, but in the split pushing. There's so many different things that you need to worry about, especially going into the late game against a team like Cloud9.
Can we just talk about, too, how Nats took about 100% more damage than the Rome Cold World? Nats was in and out of those fights, absorbing so much. And even, I mean, it was huge in that early game, was a huge moment in that early game. And then lastly, Basic, man, with the positioning, knowing his job, knowing his assignment, played a great game, played extremely crucial moments, because that was, it felt like towards the end there, MPL got just, it was blinders were on. We got to kill basic. And yes, that was their job. But in those final moments, the most important thing was keeping that crystal up and knowing that Cloud9 was going to go for the split push. And even though it felt obvious to everybody, they still fell into it.
Yeah, and we can see here a lot of a few mistakes still coming out there from the side of Maple Leafs here. And the problem in the early game with that Diggy is the amount of damage that Diggy can take is not really a lot in the early game, and he's very susceptible to the burst down. And I want to say that that early game is really the problem for Maple Leafs when it comes to a lot of these engagements, giving up a lot of ground for a lot of these turtles. And then you get to the late game where now you're fighting tooth and nail. You do find yourself a little bit of offense, but it's just not enough. Eventually, Cloud9, they pretty much suffocate you.
Yeah, and another thing to point out, Nasty Wayne had a little bit of trouble there, had some okay plays, but also another player, man, another one we've been talking about, Ureshi, man. He had some really good Detona's welcomes, but he also had some big whiffs, man, some big, not just losing the ult, not just losing the flicker, but losing both. Right there we saw one. I mean, in a lot of moments, he flickers in, pops Detona's welcome, and does not connect. And that is two huge resources where, I mean, honestly, they're lucky Toru came online in the end there and was able to do what he did, because without Toru and Pavel, the game would have gone down a lot faster.
Yeah, and that kind of comes out to like, is there another option maybe in that XP lane? I know recently Terizla just took a huge hit from the Nerf hammer, and that used to be your prime damage reduction, get the set on a team to really start off a lot of these engagements. Here, you're leaning on the Detona's welcome, and you talked about it. I mean, and especially because it is only a single target, really, that you can, well, I mean, it's a single target where you can scoop them up, but we've seen him be able to flicker into 3 members to get the stun out there as well. It didn't pay off for them, and like you said, they whiffed a few of those opportunities. They came out ahead in a few of them, but eventually all of those little mistakes start adding up and that's what we talked about here at the beginning of the cast, is those little mistakes against a team like Cloud9, even honest mistakes, even ones that aren't built on confidence, like choosing possibly a Sun into a Hayabusa or something like that. Here, those little honest mistakes, Cloud9's going to keep collecting them up and making you pay.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the difference between, you know, a rank game and playing on the big stage, right? It's those small moments are the game changers, right? Missing an ult, losing a flicker at 22 minutes in is huge, right? That is the moment that completely ends the game for you, right? That is the moment that completely changes everything. And it would have been the same way if you land that ult. It is a thing that can make you win. So when it's all on the line, when the pressure is on, do you fold or do you stand? And right now MPL seems to be folding a bit. It's game number 3, and like I said, they got to get some points on the board if they want to hold a decent position in playoffs.
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna play devil's advocate here on whether, I want to say from the first game to the second game, I want to say I like Maple Leafs' second game more than I like their first game. So if anything, for me personally, they're starting to find a little bit of rhythm. They're not like completely like getting taken advantage of like they were in that first game that I want to say felt more like it was just all Cloud9. Here, there were a lot of answers that Maple Leafs tried to kind of put out there. It's just, it wasn't enough here. Possibly here, moving into the third game, this is kind of do or die to get that 50% out there, maybe get 2 victories of your own, maybe take this to a bonus 5th game, which we have yet to see here on the weekends for these guys. Maybe this is where Maple Leafs are starting to shine as we get into the later games, as they start learning more about their opponents, as they start finding some of the answers.
And take a look at those bans, Private. That is 3 assassin bans on the side of MPL. Hard focus on the best player here. We're just throwing it out. Fine, you can have the Phoveus, but we're getting rid of these heroes. They pick up the Julian. So C9 in a position where I think they need to pick up the Noland here, probably. Go for the Noland. Because if not, I got a feeling the next 2 bans, they go for the Lance a lot. Okay.
There's a Chip still out there. There's a Lu Yi still out there. There's a lot of craziness that you usually like to ban. out there. And we're going to go ahead and pick up the Faramis. We haven't really seen too many here in North America, but what he provides, especially with Phoveus able to go in with the demonic force, this new revamped Phoveus, man, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of came out of nowhere. You talked earlier about a lot of heroes like Zuxin coming out from nowhere that suddenly became this menace. Phoveus, the revamp that they did onto his kit has made him a headliner here now in most everybody's meta, especially when it comes to a lot of these objective fights.
Hey, so we just got the Beatrix locked in, which I think locking in a marksman at this position wasn't a bad spot. I wanted to see them do it last time so they could ban into basic possibly, but there was a lot of the field here. There was a lot of options. We had a lot of possibilities. The Claude was open. You got a great BMI to kind of escape. The Claude's also a beautiful answer to the Fermis. Yes, you have the Nabir's Passion. You have some answers to the Fermis, but you kind of lack in dashes. You kind of lack an escape from this Ling threat that is hanging over you. And when you use those dashes, you also lie into the threat of this Phoveus. So there's a lot of answers that C9 has, and they didn't even have to counterplay it. MPL kind of picks into it a bit. Excited to see how this matchup of the Jawhead and Ling will kind of interact. Best player is definitely going to have to do a lot of dancing, really bring out some TikTok highlight plays, and I'm excited for it if he's going to be able to pull it off on an assassin that's not as popular anymore. Taking a look at the bans, though. Tigreal, Rock banned out, Aurora banned out on the side of C9. What's going to be the last one?
Well, and that's the thing here. I want to say there's so many options for Cold World, who has basically proved that he has huge potential when it comes to that position. We've seen the Cho do very well out there, especially when you're talking about somebody like Nast. When it comes to these assassins, to get a Cho in there to isolate out there. But with Nasty Wayne on the Julian, you have yourself a little bit of an escape potential with the enhanced chains, which is going to allow him to potentially get away from that way of the dragon kick. You've got a little bit of setting potential to peel away from you when you have Pavel on this Jawhead. A big focus by Cloud9 onto that mid lane, trying to take away some options from the side of J-Law. We still do have the Lu Yi out there. Chip is still out there as well. It's very interesting to see that none of those have gotten picked up here. Zuxin is still out there on the map right now too as well. So we can go pretty much either way, but we go with Sicilian on the side of Maple Leafs.
Hey, man. I don't know if you saw it, but I mean, I'm not calling MPL Fnatic on it, but they beat FCAP in 9.5 minutes with a Sicilian the other day. So I'm just saying, man, he's back for all we know, or should I say he's bats for all I know. But there's the chip pick, and C9 didn't have to ban out the chip, right? Because Jawhead's already picked up from MPL. MPL was in this weird position where they were more of the ones to be forced for it, and right now C9, man, they got the Fove, they got the whole ban section of first round bans on their team right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. These are mostly just the bans you see through a lot of drafts just sitting on their team right now. You're going to be able to go in with those teleporters. You're going to have the CC and the answer of the demonic force coming from Nats coming in there. And then if perchance Maple Leafs turn around some of those teleports and are able to get the advantage, you've got the Nether Realm coming out from Mark Cuban that's going to be able to keep his team up there as well. It's all going to kind of come down to, I want to say this early game is so important for the side of Maple Leafs if they can make something happen here, because I want to say if the edge goes over the Cloud9, there's very little through the mid and late game that Maple Leafs are going to be able to do.
And we'll see what they can do, because once again, they bring something a little different to the land of Dodd. Now, Cloud9 also brings some different things, but more in the hand of you don't see these picks all the times because Phoveus and Chipped get banned. Best player on the Lance, going to be interesting. Excited to see, how some of these heroes turn out, because they're not heroes we get to see all the time.
Yeah, and that's something I'm really actually excited about, because we don't usually get to see the Faramis. We don't usually get to see the Chip out there. Heck, we don't usually get to see the Lance out there. And best player who's just been, I want to say he's one of my favorite when it comes to when the conversation turns to mechanical assassins here. I'm definitely interested to see what he can do on this Lance. But ladies and gentlemen, game 3 about to begin between Cloud9 and Moonlight Club Maple Leafs. Moonlight Club fighting for their survival here in the NACT.
the Maple Leafs, the Canadian boys. Let's take a look at these emblems right now. We do have the Concussive Blast on to Cold World. We haven't gotten to see a chip play in so long, like you said. Impure Rage on Marcuti. Best player picks up the Quantum Charge. I feel like one thing about the Lance is the farm is a little bit slower currently. It's one of the reasons why he's not picked up. So maybe this helps a little bit in terms of movement. Maybe this helps a little bit in terms of some of these fights and some things that the Ling might be lacking a little bit, might be able to help out. Cloud9, though, I honestly feel like Cloud9's comfortable in these matches, and I think right now we're in testing ground for Cloud9. Maple Leaf, though, still needing points on the board.
Yeah, you can see actually the rotation very quickly bringing Nasty Wayne down to the bottom here. I'm wondering if Nats understands. Yeah, he's doing such a good job of kind of keeping that distance. He knows he doesn't have vision of that top bush, and at any moment, Maple Leafs can come in there for the gank. So he's kind of keeping himself very close to this tower so that he doesn't make a mistake. And that's just a lot of that experience starting to show in this XP laner.
Yeah, he takes his time. He's not rushing. He's not on a super proactive EXP laner that we see him on sometimes. A little bit more slow moving. He knows exactly how he needs to play. A little bit of action, though. Cold World.
Ooh, they almost turned that attempted gank from Pavel there against him as you get the Phantom Steed actually pulls Pavel back. So a little bit of a reverse there, but no worse for wear. Still 0-0 on the board for Maple Leafs and Cloud9.
Yeah, Pavel's going to keep on playing the distance. Marcuti looking for the Shadow Stampede. I mean, in terms of mid lane right now, nobody exactly winning out. Nobody making any huge rotations to the off lanes. I mean, we're 2 minutes in and it's 0-0. But up in the orange buff, a little bit of aggression on a best player trying to slow him down.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take this orange buff, or actually Wayne takes himself to turtle. The orange buff does go over to best player there, but a good job of Pavel trying to stick on to him, make him pay for it. Nat's coming in here. Nasty Wayne is going to find himself an escape there. Turtle goes over to Maple Leafs. No worse for wear are either team.
I mean, honestly, gold stays about even. Nothing too crazy. They're both kind of bouncing back and forth. Cloud9 holding a small lead, but that's going to change any second. I think this is the slowest of the 3 games we've seen so far.
Yeah, especially when it comes to both teams kind of coming to or looking for a kill or looking for some type of advantage here. They're both very respectable of each other's power when it comes to some of these rotations, when it comes to the objectives as well. Both teams know when to get the objective, and as soon as the objective is over, both teams disengage from those fights very quickly.
They're looking for the bully onto the gold lane. Cloud9's onto it. Cold World making his way up. It's still a while until Turtle comes. So I'm kind of waiting. When do we think the big boom happens, right? When does the balloon pop? When does the pressure become too much between these two teams? Maple Leaf knowing it's like, all right, we have a very late game composition. We have this Sicilian. We have this Beatrix. We have a lot of opportunity if we can finally, not be 7K behind at 13, 14, 15 minutes. So unless Cloud9 forces the fight, I don't think Maple Leaf is going to try to, flip the coin at all. I think they're going to take their time, get what they can, and just hang out.
Yeah, but is that really the wise? Because I want to say there's still some late hitting potential too, especially once you move. Ooh, Basic's going to use that entropy to get himself away. Pavel very close. Actually might be in trouble here, but Coldwell's going to find himself a little bit of stun. Do we have the portals going out? No, Pavel does not find himself an ejector. Nasty Wayne from the side puts some damage onto Cold World, but with that being the Roman, I mean, it's not going to have too much of an effect just yet. 2 seconds left before this next turtle fights. You can see the whole of Maple Leaf. They have 4 members here against 4 members of Cloud9. Black Dragon is out trying to zone out the rest of Cloud9. Nasty Wayne finds himself a second turtle, but Yureshi still putting some damage here onto the purple side of Cloud9.
Yeah, you can definitely see the difference this composition makes to Cloud9's pacing. Basic on a much more kind of hangout in the gold lane. It's going to take a while until Natan's online. Doesn't have as much movement as he would with a Claude Force. And then best player as well on this Lance, not as quick moving, not as aggressive, not as much damage overall as he would have with the Hayabusa that we saw in the past 2 games. And we're seeing the difference. We're witnessing it clear as day.
Yeah, we do see that War Axe finally being picked up there by a best player. It definitely one of the slower when it comes to farming of the assassins he likes to kind of pick up there. Coldworld actually gets ejected to the back of the line of Maple Leafs. No worse for wear. He's going to find himself an escape. Both teams, this is, you were talking about before, this is the longest we've gone without a single kill for both of these teams.
Maybe in NACT in general, honestly. We're at 5.5 minutes and nobody has gone down. This is not something you see every day in NACT. Honestly, overall, ever since Assassins got brought back into the meta, games have been, you know, a bit more aggressive early on. People are looking for plays, looking for snowball, looking for action. It's 30 seconds until the third turtle. And like I said, let's take a look at some of these items. Toru looking for the BOD, did lock in the mallet, get a little bit of penetration early on, a little bit more damage. Has the tough boots. On the other side, taking a look at Basic, he's got the feather in. Next up, maybe, I mean, not a huge difference, but Toru for the first time has a nice 500 gold gap, and hitting that bot early on is going to be a big, it's going to be a big deal as we come into, you know, last turtle or first lord to say.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting here that I've noticed from Cloud9 is that Marcutie is allowing Best Player to come into his lane and take all of his minions, which is putting him up right now 4,400 to 3,700 on Nasty Wayne, even though I want to say Nasty Wayne has gotten 2 turtles there. Oh, Basic does find a kill onto Toru here at the bottom lane from the side. Nasty Wayne coming in, trying to make Basic pay. I don't think Basic's going to be able to find an escape, and another Nats comes in with a demonic force onto Pavel, does take a couple tower shots there, and unfortunately Maple Leafs unable to make them reply in kind.
Now the balloon has popped. Action finally down. A lot of damage on a Best Player.
Yeah, the Black Dragon is out. The Nether Realm as well. And Yoreshi dives maybe a little too deep, goes and finds himself an escape in the portal, and now running for the hills against 4 members of Cloud9. Does possibly find himself an escape. In comes J-Law with the ultimate. Is it going to be enough to take Nats down, who ran a little too far, trying to chase that kill? And Yoreshi in trouble here, finds a pop-up onto 2 members, and that's going to be all. That's going to be taken down for the side of Maple Leafs. Looking at a 3-2 lead right now, Cold World. Basic Marcutie against Pavel and Nasty Wayne, who are going to go ahead and clear up this lane.
All right, so I like to think in my universe that Yoreshi did not notice the portal and just accidentally walked through it. Just totally was like, oh God, where am I? Still, MPL though comes out, I mean, maybe not completely on top, but they do take a tower on the top side. Gold still even. So right now, Maple Leaf does hold the lead, and now they're looking for another pickoff on a Cold World.
Yeah, on the Cold World, this is the Roman, and they're going to go ahead and burst him down quickly. That is 4 on the side of Maple Leafs, looking to potentially put this push onto the bottom lane, and they're going to go ahead and find themselves another tower. They're actually doing very well when it comes to the macro of this game.
I mean, and we said it in the past 2 games. It's something that they do well in. Cloud9 just kind of has done it better in the past 2 games. Maple Leaf doesn't just want to fight. They're consistently looking for off lanes. We saw them try to hang on by using these strategies in the past 2 games, but now they have a lead, right? Now they have a composition that works well against Cloud9. And speaking of compositions, J-Law on the Sicilian is starting to output more and more damage. We're 9 minutes in, and he's becoming deadlier and deadlier.
Yeah, especially once you start getting those stacks up where you can just like letting loose with all of that dragon. Speaking of which, 4 members out there and the Black Dragon is out. Yoreshi looking for the hills. He's not trying to get any part of all of that fight. Ooh, big ejector does land. I think I want to say a little bit of a Purify comes out there from the side of Nats. Marcutie on the side trying to take down Nasty Wayne, who gets bursted down by Marcutie. The rest of Maple Leafs are going to have to disengage. That is bad news for this First Lord.
Most definitely. Nasty Wayne going down right at a crucial time like this, having a 20-second clock. C9 comfortable enough that they can probably rush this Lord. Toru with the snipe out though.
Oh yeah, Cold World actually taken down very, very low, and Best Player able to scoop up that Lord. Netherrealm is out. J-Law finds a kill onto Nats. Now they are on the offensive, trying to put the beating onto Marcutie from the side. Basic and Best Player looking for an angle, still taking some damage from J-Law there. You're exactly right. J-Law is putting on a huge amount of damage, but it is not enough to save this First Lord. Cloud9 scooped that up.
Yeah, Cloud9 scoop up the Lord. Maple Leaf, though, once again, does find something in that moment. Taking a look at the items, let's take a look at J-Law. He's got the clock down. He's got Winter Truncheon down. And speaking of J-Law, we kind of want to see the Claude in the marksman spot, right? Because it does great against the Netherrealm. Ooh, Cold World goes down. But the Bat's Feast kind of supplies the same thing, right? You get this nice spread damage to multiple members. You pair that up with his first skill and the Winter Truncheon, and you're really able to melt down what the Netherrealm brings. So good answers by Maple Leaf.
Oh, look at all the damage. Pavel goes in and he almost gets chunked down. Toru as well. Lord crashing at the top lane. Best player in Nats playing at the front line there, trying to push off the rest of Maple Leafs. They're going to decide against this fight. They might be able to save the tower here. Maple Leafs do, as minions start spurging through the mid lane. Thorned Rose comes out. Yureshi is going to have to jump back, and just a hair of health and an ejector, an attempted ejector on Nats, who finds the Purify again.
Yeah, so now Cold World kind of to this point where I just hang out. I sit by my portals. I don't force anything. I play the game slow, and Cloud9 finding some rhythm, but the engage possibly from MPL.
Yeah, Black Dragon is out. Nat's going to dive deep in with that Demonic Force. Netherrealm is there to keep him up, but J-Law puts the finishing touches. That's going to be one down for the side of Cloud9, and with that, Cloud9 immediately back off from this mid tower. But there's only a hair of health left on that.
Yeah, and the Sanguine Claws have been a great stopper for Nats when he tries to jump in. The Sanguine Claws have been a great stopper for anyone when they try to come in. And there goes the toss on a Cold World.
Yeah, but that's the roam, and that's a lot of abilities being put on there. Best player comes in from the side and does use a Phantom Execution, looking for Toru, finds its a mark, and that is going to be a marksman down for the side of Maple Leaf.
Remember last game how MPL or Maple Leaf were unable to find basic? They were unable to dive to that back line. This is something that Cloud9 doesn't seem to have a problem with. They are able to target down on a Toru. They are able to get those kills. They're able to split up Maple Leaf, and Best Player does his job very well. Whether he's on a Hayabusa, whether he's on a Lance, he knows what his assignment is, and he completes it. And every time he gets that kill on a Toru, it's going to force Maple Leaf to back up a little bit. Yes, J-Law is also a major threat, but as long as they can pick apart one of them, one of those two members, it puts Cloud9 at a nice advantage.
Yeah, a huge advantage when you're taking down one of two huge amounts of DPS for either team there. And we're going to go ahead and start on this. You can see Basic starting to put some damage on to the Lord. And I want to say we're going to start paying attention to the marksman's position here. Basic pretty front and center when it comes to the Lord. Toru kind of still hiding out in the bushes right now. I think that getting caught there by Best Player kind of put a little bit of fear into him about his positioning when it comes to a lot of these fights. Big damage, and now they're gonna have to answer that split push coming in from Chip on the top there. You see him with the little army of minions here at the bottom lane. Then they do see that J-Law comes to the answer. Is that gonna be the cue for Cloud9 to start on this Lord? It is. You can see it taken down to 50%, and the Black Dragon is out, and might be all she wrote for Yureshi, who does jump, find himself an escape, and a pop-up there from Nats, taken down by that Demonic Force. Meanwhile, the rest of Maple Leafs looking for an angle to get into this fight. Cold World's still down to about 50%, but look at the health on the rest of the team here. They have no real fear against Maple Leafs, and another tower going down. Oh, Pavel gets pushed in, Cold World, and another realm is out. Meanwhile, we're still continuing to put the damage onto this Lord. Pavel and Nasty Wayne looking for an angle. They don't find one, and that's going to be the Lord going over to Cloud9.
Cloud9 doing such a great job at just pushing Maple Leaf back a little bit, getting back onto the Lord, pushing them back a little bit, getting back onto the Lord. Just very meticulous with the way they're taking these Lords. And Maple Leaf, because of this strategy that they're bringing where it's all of us together, it becomes very hard to find an angle. None of them are ever really like, getting to the backside of Lord, waiting it out in bushes. It's very straightforward the way that Maple Leaf is attacking in these fights. And I think they need to start maybe finding a different angle, sending someone around the side, sending someone to disrupt what Cloud9 is bringing.
Well, and I want to say too, I think they're leaning on this Black Dragon a little too hard too. The only point that the Black Dragon Yureshi is able to come out with the Black Dragon is with a clear amount of distance between him and Cloud9, which gives Cloud9 a huge amount of time to respond to it, and they back up really very far, and it's unable to really let Yureshi shine. If he dives in on them, he's going to be way too far away from his team for them to be able to support him. And I just want to say there's got to be another answer, like you're talking about, maybe another angle that you can come in to try to find maybe some of these marksmen on the side, maybe find Basic on that Natan the same way that Cloud9 is able to find Toru. As we have the Lord crashing down at the bottom, is going to go ahead and chunk down the tower. That's going to be it for the bottom lane. A Lord being held at a standstill while the pressure kind of continues up at the top lane for the side of Cloud9.
Toru did just get in the Hunter Strike, so a little bit more damage, a little bit more speed too. You know, you proc the passive, you get a little bit more ability to move around during these fights, but a lot of damage on the Nasty, instantly taken out.
Yeah, and just like that Nasty Wayne, I want to say when it starts getting to the later game, he really starts misjudging the amount of damage that can come out from the enemy side. There's been another time, especially in the last game, where he got caught there, and it really proved an advantage for the side of Cloud9. Now the Realm is out, big pop-up on the 5 members. It is just Toru who gets taken down. Pavel unable to stop, but watches his core get taken down. That is game 3 going over to Cloud9.
You know, it took a little bit of time. Maybe best player wasn't thriving as much in the early game, in that laning phase, in that first 5 minutes or so. But as that game crept into the mid to late game, best player really came online, ending it like 5-0 and 6, 5-0, some 5-0 to say the least. And was just, I mean, we saw it there, getting into the back line, taking out J-Law, taking out Toru, was just overall a monster as that game moved forward.
And there's rarely opportunities where you're finding Cloud9. I want to say that those first 2 games, we saw best player got caught a little bit on his jungler, was getting taken down and picked off. Here, I want to say the whole of Cloud9 as a team did so much better when it came to kind of keeping with the group, making sure paying attention of where they are on the map, and on the other side, punishing Maple Leafs when somebody like Toru or Nasty Wayne would get caught out there. Even Pavel going in for the unstoppable force was actually putting him into harm's way as the entirety of Cloud9 kited back and then kind of collapsed around him.
And taking a look at some of the damage dealt, Basic, Mark Cutie actually holding the lead, or no, Mark Cutie falling in second right behind best player, but still just showing how the Pharaohs as the game moves on actually starts to really pack a punch. Damage taken, Nats once again holding a pretty big chunk. This time Cold World though on the chip really kind of played the front line, was very mobile around the whole map and just consistently kind of in the faces of Maple Leaf.
Yeah, a huge advantage for the side of Cloud9 when it came as we start moving later and later. This one, I want to say Maple Leafs did a good job of holding their own, especially in the beginning of the game, kind of keeping Cloud9 at bay, not making any mistakes. But then, as per usual with teams like this, once those little mistakes come out, it leads to bigger mistakes. It leads to people maybe a little hesitance on their rotations, maybe not sticking as a group. And Cloud9 just very easy to kind of find these little cracks in the armor and take advantage of it. Here, Basic finds himself a kill. Nasty Wayne able to answer very quickly with that back.
Yeah, most definitely. Taking a look at some of these replays, 7.5 minutes in, MPL actually really holding their own for a while in this game, keeping the gold to a standstill. Always finding fair trades, actually up in towers for several minutes of this game, but at some point I think personally it was when best player really came online and was able to dive to that back lane, not get shot down. The jawhead against the assassin really was never able to lock on to best player, or more of maybe Pavel was just locking on to the wrong people, but either way best player had free roam to move around these fights.
You can see here, Pavel goes in on Cold World, gets the ejector on him, but like that's the roam that you just targeted. And I'm wondering if maybe there was not a better target you could have gone for there, because the entire team tried to burst him down. He was still able to get away. And that's kind of leading into some of these maybe mistakes that kind of come out from it. Last time we saw that a little bit of an issue with the Barat's pick, missing or flubbing a few of those Denton as well. welcomes and during a lot of these team fights. Here, maybe a little bit when it comes on to the target priority.
Most definitely. So now we're getting into a place where it could be a 4-0. Cloud9, at this point, I think definitely secured in for first place. Can't remember the exact point spread, but at this point, they haven't lost any games. I mean, they've completely gone through season undefeated. Maple Leaf, if they want to hold this second place, they need to come in clutch on game number 4, right? Or else they're going to shoot down to third, maybe even fourth, depending on how the rest of these points fall. So yeah, it's pretty big on how they want to move forward in this season.
Well, I do know Cloud9 has 7 points. Maple Leaf had 6 at the start of today. So, I mean, it's going to be a huge spread there. Yeah, we take a look at the points here right now. Cloud9 sitting in a very comfortable 10 points. And depending, Maple Leafs here sitting at 6, which is enough to get them to second place right now. But we still have 2 more series tomorrow, not including BTK's matchup coming up next.
Yeah, to make things very clear, if BTK gets to, let's say, 7 points, and let's say Godspeed somehow gets to 7 points, MBL sits at number 4, and then all Nighthorde has to do is get to 7 points, and it's over for MPL. That's why, like, I know it seems like some of these things aren't possible, but it's extremely important for them to try to put it, or else they're pretty much just putting their lives in the hands of every other team in NACT, right? So getting them a point here at least kind of puts them in safety, but going 0-4 puts them in the hands of Godspeed, BTK, and Gosu Nighthorde.
Yeah, and it's anybody's game when it comes. Well, not anybody's game. There's clear favorites, clear people who have a decent amount of points up there on the board. Gosu Nighthorde's only at 4 points right now. They're only 2 points behind Maple Leafs, who has the possibility of being completely shut out of points here tonight and staying at their 6. That would mean that Gosu only needs to go 50-50 with their opponents, Gosu Nighthorde. So I mean, and if they win, they're going to go ahead and give that big old boot to the side of Maple Leafs here. So this next match possibly very important for the side of Maple Leafs, even though this series has already pretty much gone over to the side of Cloud9. This last match, that's where they're really gonna have to show what they're made of. They need to get a victory here to kind of get even just a little bit of comfort room when it comes to their placement here for the top 4.
So speaking of, things that they need to do, once again, Chip is left open here. MPL on blue side, first pick. They go for the Lu Yi. They go for the Hayabusa. They go for the Fanny. With no Foveus, no Gatot. Chip gets banned out on the side of C9 finally. I mean, maybe just pick up the R lot here, pick up something comfortable, pick up something simple. There's still, I mean, Ling is open, but honestly, Nasty Wayne hasn't been like the most amazing performer. They go for the Ruby instead. Okay.
Yeah, it leaves a lot of options open for the side of Cloud9. You've still got the Ling, you've still got the Nolan that can come out there with the early game, the potential pickup with a Jawhead as well, which really gives you this huge steamroll effect. Oh, and of course,
there it is.
there it is. The Sunyu picked up by the side of Cloud9, and we're going to see apparently what this character is made of.
The wonderful Liz asked us, what are the chances of seeing Soyu? And I said, if a team gets comfortable and they're winning and we come down to game 3 or 4, and it's like, why not? Let's just have fun. In the last game I said, I was like, C9's at a point now where playoffs are secured. First place playoffs are essentially secured. They are. First place playoffs are secured. They can pick whatever they want here. So why not try out the new hero?
Yeah, there really is nothing against it. They can...
Where do you think it's going to go, though?
They can flop. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a jungle. They're going to put that on best player. There's. I don't really. I mean, the only other place it would be is the XP lane, but Nats has already secured the R lot, so I want to say that's probably about 100% bet there. That is going to be going into the jungle. But in answer to that, I want to say Maple is going to go ahead and get their comfort pick with that Jawhead that's going to give them the early game threats, as well as the Vexana, which is even more for the early game, and basic on the Wanwan.
Wanwan. All right. We C9 is in a place of feeling good about themselves. I'm not counting out the 1-1. It hasn't done amazing in NA. We've seen a couple okay games of it in other places, but it's definitely not like the marksman. You know, it's not the marksman, and it's not. And I feel like right now in current meta, it is tough to get all those stacks, man. It is tough to get that crossbow of Tang off. You have so many heavy CC frontliners, so many peelers in the meta right now. You can go against teams that are just ready for you to get close to them, ready for you to try to dance around them, and they have answers to that. So it's definitely, if Basic can get off some crazy crossbow of Tangs here, it'll definitely show some skill.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw it in the last series when it was Zia on the 1-1, and Zia's pretty much made a name for himself on the 1-1, and Basic was able to do a good job of, as soon as Zia got the crossbow at Tang, it only hit one member, and it was able to take that member down, but Basic quickly created that distance so the crossbow Tang didn't pass on to any other member. So I want to say, even when it's a great pick, it's just a lot of people have answers for it now, but with it on the side of Basic, I want to say that they're feeling very comfortable. Cloud9 very relaxed here, so this is a composition that they're probably going to kind of, I want to say, lean back a bit and try to take advantage of Maple Leafs. This is really going to be on Maple Leafs to kind of prove their worth here right now, especially with Cloud9. I want to say taking a little bit more of a confident path in their draft.
Most definitely. I'm excited to see, so right now with the Suyu, we know he has this like fighter stance essentially, which does a bit more damage, can get some nice reduced damage, more reduced damage than even Terizla gets with like Body of Smith and all of that. Also has this assassin mode where he's a bit more quick moving, has a higher movement speed. So I'm excited to see how Best Player, being how he's gotten really comfortable in some of his mechanics, especially over the past season, is going to play this, how he's going to dance around. I think it's definitely going to be interesting seeing this on the Land of Dawn, how it plays out. Nasty Wayne going to fall back to this Ling once again. We get the Cho pickup from C9. We are dive heavy on the side of C9.
Yeah, and that's something you're gonna need, especially when it comes to synergy. Your entire team's gonna need to be on the same page. If you're diving in, your team needs to dive in. We cannot have any more opportunities wasted where one person dives in, the rest of the team gets backed up, and then that player is isolated, especially against a team like Cloud9 and Cold World. It's going to be sitting here on this Cho too, and I want to say I was absolutely impressed with his Cho last week as well, and it basically, for me at least, putting him up there with North America's greats.
Yeah, Cold World was getting some insane pickoffs against BTK with the Cho. I mean, the dude was diving in, and that was a point when Cold World and Mark Cutie just felt locked in together, and I think the Kagura a bit different, but still you have a lot of pick pressure. One big way of the Dragon is either going to secure a big Yin Yang overturn, or it's going to secure a crossbow of Tang, something along those measures. So Maple Leaf has to be ready for those dives. They have to be able to read them. They do have the Ruby. They do have the Jawhead. They have plenty of stoppage. If there's a time that they're going to take a game, I think this is definitely when they could make it.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, while Cloud9 has secured this series, the story is about Maple Leafs. If they can get a victory here, they will have some breathing room moving into the next week and the playoffs. If they lose this game against Cloud9, it could spell doom for their chances of making it in the top four.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. There's definitely a lot of possibilities for Maple Leaf. And, we talk about Cloud9 all the time, but like you said, I couldn't have said it better myself. We already know they're in. This story definitely heavily favors on Maple Leaf, and if they can pull something out here. But right now, it's looking bad already. Cold World and Mark Cutie just in the face of Pavel, bringing him down to about 10%. Nasty Wayne has not performed the greatest in these past 3 games. Everyone needs to kind of step up to the plate here.
Yeah, and I want to say it's the later, it's the little hint of desperation that comes out of Nasty Wayne in those late games, trying to make a play. And talking about that, Best Player comes in. I'm not even sure if he was able. Did he get that minion and steal it away from Nasty Wayne there? And this is we're gonna start possibly seeing the power coming from this Soyu pick.
A little bit of damage on a Cold World already. Pavel also, something to be reckoned with. I feel like the Jawhead packs a nice punch, especially in the first 2 minutes for being a level 1, level 2 hero. He's not someone you just want to get up close and personal with.
He's definitely not somebody, especially like you said, in those first 2 minutes, and you have to make use of those first 2 minutes if you're gonna be on a jawhead. He's not as useful or impactful as the game goes on. He still packs a decent punch. He can use that ejector, but in the early game, ooh, J-Law, and the flicker in. Mark Cutie gonna find the finishing touches there. Pavel trying to make him answer for it, but unable to.
You know, this is very reminiscent of game number 1 when Pavel was kind of hugging up to the top lane, and when J-Law gets left alone, Cloud9 knows it, and they pounce, they strike, and they get the kill.
Yeah, and a great job by Cloud9 to read that. Best player finds a turtle uncontested. Oh, Cold World takes a heap of damage. Pavel can't chase as Mark Cutie and Nats come to the safety of Cold World on the side there. Oh, and I'm gonna say, man, this is just such a scary position. You already know how dangerous Cold World can be on that Cho. And just imagine sitting where you think you're secure under your tower and getting jumped on, and then a wave of the dragon popped out of your tower, and then the whole team collapses on you. Pavel goes in, looking for Mark Cutie, does get that umbrella escape. Nats goes in with a little bit of a dive, putting some damage onto Pavel. Ureshi is there, finds himself a final slash for the side of Nats. Meanwhile, here at the purple buff, Nasty Wayne trying to get his buff here, and Ureshi gets taken out by 3 members of Cloud9. 0 and 2 in favor of Cloud9.
You know, Mark Cutie's already a level ahead of J-Law right now. You pair that up with 2 kills into the pocket of Mark Cutie, and Kagura's not the most fast-scaling hero, but you put a couple kills into a Kagura's pocket and it becomes very dangerous. Cold World does go down, so Maple Leaf finds something in the chaos, but still the damage coming from Mark Cutie right now onto J-Law.
About the saves on screen there. Unfortunate for J-Law. Mark Cutie's going to be caught here. There's no escape here, but you're exactly right. And Kagura, especially as you get into that mid and late game. Oh, they do find Best Player who's going to look. Here comes the Tempest of Blades. Best Player looking for a dash or an escape. Nasty Wayne has the Finch pose. Is he going to be able to make Best Player pay? There are 3 members here. Best Player finds himself a dash, is putting on the damage. Toru with the Blazing Duet is going to be more than enough for Pavel to do some cleanup duty.
Most definitely. And I mean, Nasty Wayne was kind of scared. It's like, oh, hold on, Cold World!
Dives in under the tower. Nowhere is safe for Maple Leafs, even under the tower. Pavel does find the kill there, but this is just showing you that how many different angles Cloud9 can come into, especially Cold World on this Cho.
You know, and these trades are happening, but in the end, Cloud9 is winning up on the trades. Basics gets a bunch of gold plating. Toru, the marksman for Maple Leaf, taken out. I mean, even though it looks even in terms of kills, Cloud9 is getting the better end of this bargain right now. MPL maybe needs to try to really secure this turtle, try to keep themselves in this game. They're down about 1,000 gold. They got to find a way back in.
Ooh, as we say that, Ureshi takes a heap of damage. Final slash comes out, down to 50%. Ooh, Basic comes in with looking for those stacks onto his crossbow. A Tang as Toru comes back with that BMI. We do have the Tempest of Blades is out. Nats latches onto Nasty Wayne. This might have been a mistake there. And under the tower, J-Law going to find a kill. Best Player tries to dive in, looking for the save. Is not going to be able to find it. Pavel with the ejector onto Best Player, who finds it. I'm offended. Final touches there by Pavel. That's going to go ahead, secure some room for this next turtle for Maple Leafs.
Okay, so Maple Leaf back in the game. They close down the deficit by the end of this turtle. They might even have a little bit of a lead. Oh, Cold World, though!
Cold World comes in, finds the way of the dragon, and Basic finds the kill. And this is what we were seeing when they were facing BTK as well. Cold World does such a great job during these objectives to find the jungler, put him into the way of the dragon. He can no longer retreat, and somebody else finds the kill there. Luckily there for the side of Maple Leafs, they were still able to get that turtle.
Yeah, the pressure is everywhere right now, man. Cold World on the Cho is something vicious, man. This guy comes jumping off cam into the line of sight with targets on everybody's head. A lot of damage on the Best Player, though. Does look like the Suyu is having a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble there. I want to say, oh, and here comes the Violet Requiem coming from Mark Cutie. Has the umbrella escape. Nasty Wayne trying to put on the finishing touches. Mark Cutie gets taken down. 8-5 lead for the side of Maple Leafs. Cold World and Basic coming up from the bottom. Pavel looking for an angle. Doesn't really like what he sees. Is going to go ahead and back off.
What I like about Cold World here, too, is he's not stingy with the way of the dragon. Like, even there, he's looking for it. If he doesn't get the angle, they just back off, right? But he's always ready to use it, and he's consistently creating space and just having that threat out there, having that possibility of knowing you could get kicked any time and brought back to the enemy team definitely starts to get in your head a little bit, and Cold World keeps that hanging, dangling at all times.
Oh, they're going to go ahead and try to latch something onto Basic here. We do have the Tempest of Blades comes out there. Basic still trying to look for the angles. He does have the crossbow attack. Is he going to be able to use it? He doesn't even use it and is able to find 2 kills onto the side of Maple. And speaking of which, J-Law in trouble. Nats dives under tower to secure that kill.
Hey, Pavel just sitting in the bush with 10% health, shivering, watching his friends die, knowing he cannot do anything right now. Cloud9 all over him. Toru looking for towers, looking for anything, as Toru has been doing the past 4 games, but it's just not enough right now.
Yeah, Toru's going to have to find an escape here. He wasn't even able to push as much as he wanted. Well, actually, the tower is down, so they were able to find that.
Oh, God. The disrespect.
TikToks there. He is feeling confident.
He's like, I will take a tower shot to the face just to get this recall off right now. Oh, there's another one, though.
Yeah, Yoreshi gets put onto the wrong side of an enemy line there. 4 members of Cloud9 going to go ahead and lunge onto him. And that is just the value that you're getting out of Cold World right now. Doesn't have the way of the dragon right now. The rest of the team jumping in here. J-Law in trouble, looking for an escape. Cold World goes down to Pavel. Nats taking a heap of damage from Toru, who is trying to chase him down. Turns his attention back to the mid lane.
All right, man. So 25K, 22K, about a 3K cold lead over to Cloud9 right now. They're back in their groove of taking buffs, starving out Nasty Wayne, taking a look at the items. I want to focus on the mages right now. Mark Cutie, only about 500 ahead of J-Law. J-Law, even with 4 deaths, has been able to kind of keep up in terms of gold. Taking a look at the marksman, though, Basic has been having the experience of a lifetime. This man is 2,000 gold up. He's got the Wind of Nature, and he's got the Scythe. He's got the DHS. He's working his way into a Malefic Roar right now, and he's bootless. He's shoeless, as we always see with the Wan.
I was just about to say there, bootless, bare feet just slapping against the battlefield there as we see Nats get taken down by the whole of Maple Leafs. From the side comes Cloud9 looking for a flanking position. Basic finds a kill onto Yoreshi. Tempest of Blades is out dashing by the side. Nasty Wayne looking for the kill onto Basic. Is he going to be able to find it? Basic actually wards him off with some of that auto attack damage, and Pavel running back as well.
I mean, the movement from the Wan, man, the dancing around, the ability, if you're able to really pull it off well, it definitely works. And for the same reason that, you know, you're going against all these fighters could be a problem, for that same reason, it's, you know, everyone's grouped up, going against the composition that MPL brings, going against the playstyle that MPL brings. The Wan actually surprisingly does pretty well, man. He can just kite, keep his distance, and look for those marks.
Well, even then, too, we found a big amount of problems there. Oh, and Pavel finds a kill onto best player. Maybe a little bit too far in the enemy jungle there without the team helping out. But yeah, when it comes to right now, Maple Leafs have found some issues getting to the back line of the side of Cloud9 and being able to get Basic down. There have been like 1 or 2 opportunities that they found Nats diving in onto Pavel, putting on some damage. Yoreshi there with the cleanup. Ooh. Cold World coming in.
He's hunting.
Somebody in the bush they would be able to pick out, but not able to find it just yet.
You know, that's what I mean. He's not stingy with the skills, man. I'll wait to flicker for the possibility. Whether that's a good thing all the time, maybe not, but here goes the kick onto Pavel. Kicks it the wrong way. It's okay. We still get zonage over the Lord Pit, and this is what I mean, man. He's all over the place, and even if only half of them make the play happen, it still feels like it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say, too, here, I mean, the best player not having the best. Oh, we do have an ejector that goes on to Cold World. Big pop-up with the Ancestral Guard. J-Law going to find the kill there. That's going to put a big threat off of the table for the side of Maple Leafs to potentially take themselves a Lord. But you still have the whole of Cloud9 to contend with. Nasty Wayne looking to kind of come in, look for an angle, followed up closely behind by best player. 50% left on the Lord. Nasty Wayne comes in, trying to bring absorbing some damage. Blazing Duet, Pavel finds a kill. J-Law finds another. Best player finds one onto Yoreshi and Pavel. And the Lord has been reset. Toru unable to hold aggro. Nasty Wayne and J-Law, the Ling. Nasty Wayne able to find the finishing blow, finds himself a Lord.
Okay, MPL back in the game, maybe even more than back in the game, maybe in control of the game at this point. They find a Lord, they find multiple towers, they find a gold lead, they find everything you want to turn the scales. There's a player I want to focus on though, and it is Pavel. This man is 9-1-6 right now. All tank items, just stealing it all. The Cookie Monster right now. Taking everything for himself, but that's okay because it's working, man. And right now, with the way that some of the players have been playing, this is maybe what they need, an aggressive player who's going to get in the face of Cloud9 and who's willing to take the risk for the biscuit.
Yeah, I was actually kind of wondering there when I saw the kills, like what kind of stacks does Pavel have on that Thunderbelt right now? Because that just does an immense amount of true damage that can come out there. And I'm not sure, I mean, it's working for them. Yeah, oh, we do have a Husband's Blades coming out. Best player gets his clock cleaned as more pressure starting to mount at the bottom. Yoreshi looking for an unoffended, does miss. Wave the Dragon under the tower with the Ancestral Guardian trying to pave a way for an escape. Nasty Wayne finds himself a tower. Nats picking off Pavel. J-Law and Nasty Wayne find themselves a tower. This could be the push that Maple Leafs was looking for to put and turn the tables on Cloud9. Minion wave coming in from the mid. Top and bottom waves coming in a moment. Coldworld looking for an opportunity. I guess it was just, a final slash does go wide from Nats, and the rest of Maple Leafs gonna back off.
I gotta say, right now, Gosu, Nighthorde, Godspeed, the other teams, they're grinding their gears right now. You know, they're like, come on, Cloud9. Come on. Just make it the 4-0. Make it easy for all of us. Give us a chance. But right now, Maple Leaf has taken the game. They've played it solid in this final moment. They brought a draft that can work against what Cloud9 brought. Best player goes for the Suyu. And honestly, it's not playing too great. Best player not having, the funnest time right now. Basic doing okay, 2-0-8. But best player, 6 deaths. Just walking into a Yoreshi Ruby, walking in to a Pavel Jawhead. It is becoming a problem.
Yeah, and I want to say when it comes to what best player likes, when it comes to these assassins, the Suyu lacks a lot of this escape ability that you get on the Ling, that you get on a Lance, that you get on a potential Hayabusa, and the speed of which he can try to push off some of these side lanes. So I want to say you can still see best player fighting with the same type of strategy, but this character just doesn't meld well with that.
Yeah, so let's see how they play this out, right? Because Cloud9 definitely, Coldworld, all he needs is one big pick, and it could be the game changer.
Yeah, and Coldworld actually gets caught up there, going up in the front line there with that concealed play. The whole of Cloud9 looking for an angle. Unfortunately for them, Pavel was right up in front, saw it coming, able to get the ejector onto Coldworld to shut that down. However, right now, they're really focusing on this Lord. They know that they don't have their jungler there. Big final slash comes out there as well. Lord down to 10%. Basic finds a kill onto Nasty Wayne. That's a retreat down for Maple Leafs. The whole of Maple Leafs either need to find a kill or disengage from this Lord, and it looks like they're gonna disengage.
And in just a moment, the balloon pops once again. Cloud9 ends up on top, tying up the gold, taking the Lord. Should give themselves some momentum back. And I was just about to say that MPL seems to have found some answers to Coldworld. It's like, fine, you can dive in. We bait out your way of the dragon, and then we use the Jawhead to toss you back into the team. But where the big mess up happened for Maple Leaf there is Nasty Wayne jumps into the back line when I don't think he really needed to do that game, man. I think he could have just played around the Lord, looked for the retry. Instead, he jumps in, gets kicked in the face, and is suicided down.
Yeah, and that's a huge issue when it comes to a lot of these engagements. We do have a final slash is out. Bursting in the back line. Even even with a blazing duet out there. Mark Cutie finds him with a Violet Requiem. Only 4 members left for the side of Maple Leafs trying to defend this in there. Basic takes a lot of damage coming from the CC of Yoreshi. Best player comes in, takes down the bottom high ground tower. Mid high ground, next on the list. Mark Cutie trying to put the damage on there. He's going to be able to get away. Dashes himself to safety and a little bit of an ejector there for best player.
Top lane, Nasty Wayne. Nasty Wayne in the top lane. Nasty Wayne.
Looking for, can he find it? Best player's the only one to answer back. Here comes Cold World. Nasty Wayne gonna go with that Finch pose. Oh, now Nats finds him. Is this gonna be it for Nasty Wayne, Pavel, and Yoreshi there to help secure that escape?
All right, he tried. It was a good effort. They still got a tower standing. This is the most even we've seen Cloud9 up against Maple Leaf in 4 games. Gold at practically a standstill. We're almost getting to the maxed item point. Taking a look at the compositions, I do feel like in late game, I don't know, Maple Leaf has a few more options here in terms of map play, in terms of overall just what they bring to the table. Yes, Cloud9 has some, they have the cheeky way of the dragon. They have the yin yang overturn that can catch Toru. But if Maple Leaf just plays solidly, doesn't do anything too crazy, plays the map, they can come out on top in this game.
Yeah, well, it just depends on the placement of Toru, of J-Law. When it comes to Marcuti, who's now at a point where he's going to be one-shotting them with that Violet Requiem. So if they can find the target there, it really comes down to the spread there. And we've already seen right now, this is where Nasty Wayne needs to settle down, take a deep breath, because this is the part of the games where he usually gets caught a lot. And he needs to really just take that deep breath, figure out what he needs to do. And what he needs to do is not diving into the deep lines of the team just all willy-nilly. He needs to kind of keep his distance, trust his team to create these opportunities for him, because if he's the first one to die, it immediately discourages his whole team. They're fighting basically for a useless lord, because they're not going to be able to compete without a retribution.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what happens here. Best player taking his time to get to this. I think this might be a chance for Maple Leaf to rush this. They still got to be careful, though. I want to say there's still a conceal in the pocket of Cold World right now, ready to go at any moment. Toru might be in a bad spot. Cold World, I mean, look at both. I love the. This is where Cloud9 wins out in so many things. They're positioning on the map. They're willing to stay spread out. They feel comfortable spread out, and they're always looking for different angles. So it's hard for a team like Maple Leaf to know where they're coming from, and there's a conceal play.
Yeah, does Cold World is going to go ahead and find himself in a kill play. Pavel does expend a little bit of a flicker there, so that's a conceal play down for the side of Cloud9. Do we potentially have one for the side of Maple Leafs? Yoreshi takes a heap of damage at mid, still trying to clear this out and create some type of room that best player might have to answer for. Off the lanes, you can see Nasty Wayne doing a good job split pushing there. Maybe going to go ahead, come back to the Lord to see if they can try to burst it down.
And Cloud9, they mess up the conceal play, they mess up the big play, but they immediately reset to positions, right? Basic moves up to the top. He's kind of falling back to orange buff now. Cold World finds the tri-bush on bottom side of river, a beautiful position of where he needs to be, and the rest of his team knows he's there, and here comes a possible kick.
Yeah, at Cold World, I see him itching for it. He's going to go in onto Yoreshi, but Wave the Dragon is out. Yoreshi goes ahead, finds himself an escape. Pop up from the Lord, does not connect on anybody, but now they've lost that L-Bush. Mark Cutie sitting in there. Pavel pushing through mid is looking for... Oh, J-Law gets caught there. Does have the Winter Crown, but it's not enough. He's going to get taken up and taken down by Nats. In comes Nasty Wayne looking for an opportunity. Is he going to be able to find one on Mark Cutie? Nats finds him and makes him pay. He gets taken down. Yoreshi running for the hill, procs his immortality, but that is not going to be enough to save him. That is 4 down. It's just Pavel alone to fend off this push from the side of Cloud9. And I think the team of Cloud9 has just secured themselves a 4-0 victory against the Maple Leafs.
Nasty Wayne swatted out of the air like a fly, and Cloud9 swatting Maple Leaf down. I mean, at this point, it is anyone's game for the playoffs.
Yeah, a big props here. Cloud9 played a very thorough and very dominant series here against what some might have considered the top 3, one of the top 3 teams in Maple Leafs.
definitely. Cloud9 try something different and they still succeed, just showing dominance over Maple Leaf with a draft that me and you kind of questioned, right? We're like, oh, maybe they're just having fun here. But either way, it works out. And they, I mean, 4-0, man. 4-0. Maple Leaf, they came into that and maybe they just never stood a chance.
I mean, when we take a look at the stats, I mean, the stats don't make it look like it was this hugely like overpowering game for the side of Cloud9, but there's just little things you notice during the game, especially you brought it up, the positioning on that last Lord, going in for a conceal play, they miss it, they immediately reset to the same positioning, they know what they need to be doing, they've been scrimming, they've been practicing, and it really shows in how composed they are during these games, and even when they make a few whiffs.
I mean, even if they make a couple mistakes, the thing about Cloud9 right now is the whole team feels solid. You know, the game is only so long. We can normally focus on, you know, we normally heavily focus on a player or two, the ones that are really thriving. But taking a look at Cloud9 in general, when one player like best player is falling short, Nats and Cold World step up to the plate. When Cold World is falling a little short, Basic and Marcuti step up to the plate. It seems like they just have the full package right now. And as you mentioned at the beginning of today, they seem to be getting better and better and better. And you know, whether it's the boot camp, whether it's the training, whatever it is, whatever's in the water, it doesn't really matter, because right now Cloud9 is becoming the favorite of NACT, and that is something clear. And the other teams need to step up if they want to compete come around the playoffs.
Well, yeah, and that's the craziest thing that you mentioned too, is that they're only getting better. Each game they're getting a little bit better. And the fact, yeah, they're able to, when one player starts lacking, whether it's a pick, whether it's the fact that maybe a little bit of a placement problem for the side of best player, or that he picked Suyu, trying to try him out and not really excelling on him, the rest of the team still able to kind of come in and kind of cover that gap or that wound that there was on the side of Cloud9, and doing such a great job. As here you can see, I mean, such great placement for the side of C9 when it comes to a lot of these engagements.
And Pavel played a great game, man. He kind of got on to the track of Cold World, catching some of those dives off, and towards the end of the game, Cold World wasn't landing as many kicks. But that's when Nats, who had a rough start, kind of really stepped up to the plate. And as we come into some of these last plays of the game, watch this big swat. Watch them knock Nasty Wayne out of the sky, man. Nasty Wayne jumps down, Finch poises, tries to jump across to go for Marcuti, instantly stops in his tracks, and from that moment, we know it's over for MPL.
Yeah, and that's the problem too, is I want to say the positioning when Nasty Wayne was coming in, he was just... I know the problem here is that a lot of people are going to be looking at Nasty Wayne for like his play style out there. He was getting caught, but I mean, it's almost impossible with the experience, with the synergy that these guys have. There's nowhere for you to run that they're not going to be able to catch you.
There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide, but that is it for the series. Liz is going to be joining us. How you feeling about the series?
I mean, it looks like Nasty Wayne almost pulled the Uno card onto C9 with the backdoor, but unfortunately it was not able to go through. And we can just really see from this series, this dominating victory from C9, just how solid the team is. Whether it is the bootcamp buff or not, it's still a very solid performance, and especially the macro and late game gameplay.
It's the cartoon shirt that best player is wearing that is empowering the team. That's the real buff. But man, this whole team is just a powerhouse of, I want to say, the best in North America right now, slowly starting to climb that mountain and really proving themselves.
I mean, let's hold our horses a little bit. Let's hold our horses. We still got playoffs. We still got a long way to go. C9, though, definitely on the upswing. Anything can happen in playoffs, though. But I would love to see, you know, some of these players, you know, maybe take the gold medal. It's going to be tough when we get there, but definitely some rising stars in Cloud9.
And let's see who the MVP is for this series. Does look like best player was the MVP. He pulled out a lot of picks today, and Suyu, that you guys expected to either not be played or to be played in the XP lane, was actually put in the jungle. How do you guys feel about this?
I'm going to say we're not counting the last game here for this MVP, but you talked about some of the kills, some of the pickoffs that Best Player was able to do. It wasn't just that, and what I want to say, what separates Best Player is how quickly and efficiently he was able to get the split pushing for his team. That has been the real threat when the side of Cloud9 is on their back foot.
6, and 5, well deserving of an MVP for Best Player.
That is correct. And his performance this entire season, and I would like to say for the most of the NACTs, Best Player has been a very good assassin player and a very good jungler. There was some hiccups last season with the grand finals, but other than that, I think Best Player has proven that he is one of the top junglers in North America, and we will have Best Player for an interview with us today. Hello, Best Player. You're in GD Echo's room. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, you know. Feeling good after those wins, 4-0.
Yeah, so today you actually pulled out several heroes, right? So out of the 4 heroes that you played, Haya, Lane, Lance, and also Suyo, what is your favorite, and can you tell us why?
I think maybe the Lance, because he's not picked often. He's more of a unique type of pick, especially in NA. So, you know, when we pulled out the Lance, I saw the 3 assassin bands, I was kind of laughing, you know. Kind of target banned me, it's kind of funny. But no, we made it work. It was good.
Have you been practicing Lance? Is that like a pocket pick of yours?
Yeah, I have.
And you did pull out the Soyo. What is your opinion of it? Do you have any tips for any of our viewers who want to play it in the jungle lane?
Just try to be as much of a bully as you can. Utilize his low CDs.
Yeah, and we would like to see our viewers play it more. And now, do you think tanks still have a place in this meta, or is this the Best Player 1 meta?
I think personally, tank meta is dead. I think it's dead. I haven't seen a single tank. Yeah, even in MPO, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's fair. And we heard from Zane before that there's some communication struggle when he was teaming up with the current C9 lineup. For you, due to the language barrier, do you feel the same thing?
Honestly, not really. You know, when you're around them all the time and you hear them speaking Tagalog all the time, you kind of get the rhythm of it and you kind of get the flow of it. So it's like, I don't understand what they're saying fully. I know what they're saying to a certain extent. So I could follow up on that.
Yeah, so Basic told us last week that you acquired a new skill, which is Tagalog, some parts of Tagalog. Can you show us some useful Tagalog that you learned to communicate with your teammates during the game?
Okay. My number 1 line right now is probably kaya pa. You know what that means? That means can we go? Can we keep going?
What else?
What else? Tara. Tara's also a good one.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I hope you guys learned that. And last question is, you have been living with the fellow monkeys for a whole week, and how have that experience been? Is there anything that that was different from this time boot camping in the US compared to boot camping in Asia?
I mean, I would say boot camping in the US is a lot more comfortable. It's fun. The whole squad, I love them all. They're all really chill. I with them all, so it's good.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a Best Player gym arc soon. But yeah, amazing performance. Maybe. Amazing performance, Best Player, and you guys are already in a top spot for this playoffs. So we're excited to see you guys continue growing as a team in the upcoming weeks.
Thank you.
I can hear Private just laughing in the background. Can you tell us what you're laughing about?
No, I find it amazing. There's a lot going on for Cloud9 that's coming together, whether it's midnight coaching or them all being together, that is really helping them improve here right now. I mean, I think he put it very well when it comes to like the language problem, especially when I want to say there's probably a difference than hearing Tagalog on your comms when you're playing with a team, or being in front of the team and hearing it and maybe being able to decipher what they're saying a little easier.
Yeah, I definitely think Basic, he seems like he's having fun, man, and I think that is also going to be a huge difference maker, right? When you are having fun doing this, when you're with a bunch of people that you're enjoying being with, it keeps morale up, and whether you believe it or not, it's going to make you play better.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the updated standings from that series. So Cloud9 right now is secured on the top spot with 11 points, and MLC Maple Leaf still stuck at 6 points. So as you guys mentioned, BTK, Godspeed, Gosu Nighthorde and Overskilled all has a chance to exceed MLC Maple Leaf with their performance.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Moonlight Club Maple Leafs right now that they didn't take a single point home. So they're really looking for some type of major failures coming up with some of the next teams, whether that's going to be BTK, Godspeed, Gosu Nighthorde, Overskilled, that could potentially knock them out of the top 4 position.
I mean, looking at the matches, Maple Leaf still has some good chances, at least in my opinion, to hang out and stay in. But just the fact that it's no longer in their hands at all is just a scary thing. You know, like, you have to watch these games, you know? You have to watch the games and sit there and bite your nails.
Yeah, and with that being said, the next series is what a lot of viewers are also looking forward to see. We will see Godspeed versus BTK, and the golden question is, will this turn the tides, and will this be the only time that for the past few NACTs that BTK might potentially not make it to the playoffs? Is that a potential that you guys are foreseeing?
It's all going to come down to the next game. I don't think there's many people who underestimate the power that BTK has as a team right now. So it's going to take a lot of effort from the side of Godspeed to try to dethrone, I want to say, one of the favorites in North America.
I do not think BTK will get knocked out. I think we'll definitely see BTK in the playoffs. I think it's a harder thing that maybe Godspeed, knocks MPL out. We'll see if that's on the topic list, really.
Yeah, that is true, but the stakes are still high, and we will see you guys back in, this time it's 10 minutes. So we'll see you guys back in 10 minutes for BTK versus Godspeed. Master this bush control will win your team the game. Hey guys, it's Liz here, and welcome back to another episode of Strategy Dissect. Today, I want to show you another important tip that can change how your team plays MLBB. I call it the Lord winning bush, and we all know what Lord means in MLBB. I mean, hopefully. Directly speaking, it's the mid bush close to the Lord side. Around 9 minutes into the first game between C9 and BTK, Lord spawned on the top side. Notice how Shark was able to walk into the Lord winning bush initially with Hoon's help, but he quickly wandered away a few seconds after Valentina walked inside of the bush. This effectively gave up the Lord side of the map control to C9, which resulted in C9 taking the Lord without much pressure. Now let's go back a few seconds. If Shark had coordinated engage with Hoon onto Valentina, they could have landed a devastating blow onto their opposition mid laner, wasting Mark Cutie's ultimate or Purify or both, while maintaining pressure on Lord's side to buy time for his team. And now let's take a look at a different example. Around 9 minutes into Game 2, BTK effectively gained control over the Lord winning bush this time. Because of that, Cloud9 had to make a huge detour just to safely arrive at the same destination. This brought BTK valuable time to quickly burst the Lord down and want control over the game. How about let's test this theory on the world stage? 9 minutes into Game 2 of Fnatic Onyx PH versus Falcons AP Bren, you can see a constant juggle of mid Lord winning bush control. Eventually, Onyx PH was able to capitalize on Fuse's missteps and gain back the control over the Lord winning bush. And what follows is a beautiful execution of Onyx style Lord fight to snowball the game. Hopefully this is all helpful. Make sure to like, subscribe, and turn that bell on. We will see you on the next episode of Strategy Dissect.
So right here, me and Hun just try to go back, but we get popped a lot, and we try to clean mid, and for some reason Chao tried to get MOBA, and I cancel the Chao kick. So right here we don't have any skill, so we try to defend Nolan blue, but for some reason the Lucy tried to kill Nolan behind, but he missed, as you can see. And right here we know we're gonna win, because the Tyrael have all, and look at me, 2-man all, they cannot do anything. And look at Nolan, he think that Lucy is Nicolette or something, so he can one-shot her, but that's McCutie, so that the whole different story, I guess. Unlucky. So right here they did a good play with McCutie. He buy a lot of time for his team, so carry can boost top free goal. We waste a lot of time for him. That's a good play for McCutie. And right here, nothing happened. Yeah. We let the top wave come to our bay. That's fast, and we don't have any clear, you know. We need the one to clear the top, and we try to send Antula to make the Nolan, but we forgot that the Antula. So, but next time I think the 4v should go there to match in the Nolan next time. Yeah, and Antula just come to team fight with us. 4v just stay with Nolan 1v1. So the Nolan cannot split anymore. So it's better for us. Remember to watch us the game BTK this weekend. We lost the first day, but it's not the playoff, so don't worry. We will come back stronger. So make sure to watch BTK this weekend. See ya.
Hi guys, I'm C9 Mielo, part-time content creator, full-time fry bagger, back again to react to another video. This time it's C9 versus BTK. Woo! Oh, nice kick. Oh my god, an even better cancel from Mr. Shark. Oh my, dude, that was frame perfect. Jesus. Oh, teleportation. Mars outside the bush. Wait, what the? They saw him. Mar, you're criminal. Oh, nice swipe. Oh, he went in. Oh my god, he's gonna get stunned. Zio with the prio, basic clearing mid. Need that extra gold. Oh, 1v1? No, dude, just dash out. Another 1v1. Ooh, fade away. One more. One more shield. Try again. Alright, he's down, he's down. What went right for BTK was for sure Shark's cancellation. I mean, that was just perfect. If not for that, Zane would be dead, the buff would be down, maybe even transition to gold. I think what went wrong for Cloud9 was the fact that Mar was outside the bush when they teleported. So they saw them teleport, they were ready for it. Also maybe the fact that maybe the mage shouldn't be TPing that deep, maybe just the R-lot go in, so they could all come in different directions next time. And then Basic was also split pushing instead of helping out, maybe like just throw in a slow, just be scary. Alright, looking at the game state, C9 doesn't really have much of a choice right now but to clear waves. They do have strong wave clear with the Lilia and the Beatrix rockets, and the Nolan on the split push. But in this clip, I think Fovia should just be coming up to clear because he's not needed on the siege anyway. His team is strong enough to push for sure with the Wan and the Angela. They're strong enough to get the 2 towers here, I think, without Chicken. I mean, he even killed himself here and they still got 2 towers. I think he should have just been there to match the Nolan for sure. Split pushing is definitely like a valid strategy in this meta because there's a lot of quick assassins, like Nolan. Like, he has unlimited dashes for as long as he has energy. And it's also the fact that it's Cloud9 and they have like a 50% split push buff from basic. Alright guys, thank you guys for watching another video by me. I'm gonna go back to bagging some fries now. Oh, and shout out to Cloud9, shout out to Sir Rose, shout out to my mother, my aunt.
20 minutes later.
My brother, my half-sibling, my cousin twice removed, my grandfather. Shout out to my fellow fry bagger, Alexander. Shout out to my dentist, Daniel. Shout out to my doctor, Hector. Shout out to the person that took my Chick-fil-A order this morning. Her name was Sarah.
Hey yo guys, looks like we do have a miracle. The 10-minute tracker has just stopped and looks like we're already back on track to speedrun NACT Fall. And today is the last week, the start of the last week of the NACT regular season. And I'm here with Private Dancer and Trex to cast this series. Godspeed versus BTK. First time we don't have a more than 30-minute timer. And look at our standings right now. So Cloud9 is on the top spot, and BTK and Godspeed, who will be seen next, is neck to neck on points 5 and 5.
Yeah, big opportunity here for Godspeed to actually tie things up with MLC Maple Leaves, and big opportunity for BTK to move on up to second place.
Yeah, I mean, it is, I would label this weekend as the hunt for playoffs right now, right? A lot of teams hungry for this. A lot of teams came here to play. And whether, you consider there being a top 2, a top 3, whatever, there definitely seems a few teams that could slide into playoffs here.
And let's quickly take a look at the lineup coming in for Godspeed. We have Divine on the XP lane, Shiro in the jungle, Restart in the mid lane, Joybotch on Roam, and Siri on the gold lane.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Godspeed, took a few losses leading up to this, but here I feel like they know that this is the spot right here. This week is where it all kind of comes into play, especially against a team that are favorited for this tournament in BTK.
All I got to say is Baji Boy versus Zane. It's going to be lit.
Well, for BTK, we have Foy Chicken on the XP, Mobazane in jungle, Hoon on the mid lane, Supershark on Roam, and Zia on the gold lane.
I don't think there is a person viewing this stream right now who doesn't know who any of these players are in North America. Each one has built a name for themselves, none more than Zane and Hoon up there as well. Super Shark, who has been one of the top roams here in North America for quite some time.
I don't know who any of them are. Yeah. They've grown up so fast. They look so different than they did when they were young lads years ago. But no, definitely going to be a great game.
Yeah, and for our viewers, we have another giveaway for all of you guys. On the screen, you see a QR code and a code to scan for 30 Sun Sand skin for Clint.
Yeah, a little bit of a beach mode for Clint. I know things are starting to cool down around the world. I know Trek's about to probably hit another hurricane there in Florida, but the rest of you guys have a chance out of 30 to get yourselves a Sun and Sand Clint skin.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being a little shot at here. There is no sun and sand here in Florida right now. We're a couple days out from a big storm, so yeah, good luck.
Well, good luck to everyone with that skin. And for our casters, everyone did predict BTK to take the series versus Godspeed. Looks like it's a unanimous decision today for both series.
It's hard. I mean, the last time I picked against BTK was last season's grand finals, and we all know how that went. That has made me a believer in the skill that they possess. I know after their loss last weekend, they have hunkered down. They've gotten even more serious about it. They've been playing more games together. They want to make sure that those issues they faced last week are not a problem here tonight.
Yeah, I think this game's going to be important to show, to a lot of people put BTK in top 2, right? Whether you put them ahead of C9 or below, it doesn't really matter. But this series, it's important for them to really show dominance here if they will still want to be considered one of the best, right? And I think that means nothing less really than a 4-0 here for them. If they lose a game here, it's going to be seen as weakness, right? So I think it's really important about how they come into this series.
Yeah, it's a redemption series for BTK compared to last week, and it's also a redemption match for Mobazane against Joybotch, where he said he lost against Joybotch. And also for the viewers, it's an exciting series to see these two teams playing against each other. And I know our casters have talked about how they want to see maybe potentially a 2-2, even though Trex just mentioned they have to get a 4-0. So how are
Regardless of how strong we feel that BTK is right now, there is an opportunity for Godspeed to make a name for themselves, to do the unthinkable. Every match victory here pulls them closer to that top 4, pulls Maple Leafs down further. I want to say there's a lot on the line for a victory here, any victory here for Godspeed.
Preach.
Preach. And the draft is ready, guys. This is a miracle today, and let's jump to see where the miracle takes us.
An on-time match for BTK. Say it is not so, Trex. We're going to be
Godspeed,
looking at
baby.
a Linga ban on the side of BTK and Alpha taken off the table by Godspeed.
All right, man. I mean, target bans on the board already. One of the only times we see Alpha in that first set of bans is when Moba Zane is on the opposing team, and Godspeed are not going to waste any time with it. How these bans are going to evolve over the next 4 games definitely could change up. I feel like in a lot of series in NACT so far, we've seen a lot of evolution in drafts just from going through the 4 games and, you know, seeing new picks come in, seeing picks that are now problems, and I feel that's where the state of the meta is. It normally starts on something and quickly turns into something else. Hylos ban does come in from BTK, and the fact that both teams are, you know, taking this ban face slow shows how much that both of these teams know how much is on the line here.
Yeah, the big thing for me is how, especially the roam, Joybaj, I mean, he used to be on BTK. He knows a lot about Zane, how he rotates and stuff, but he's going to be sitting across from one of the best roams in North America in Shark. Is he going to still be able to get that vision, know where Zane is all the time, also be able to protect his jungler from some of those rotations? I mean, Shark is just so quick, so fast, so much knowledge and genius when it comes to his positioning, his playmaking ability. It's going to be a matchup I'm really key on seeing here.
Then you bring up a great point in talking about Joybaj there, and something we have to point out though is, you know, when we talk about BTK, sometimes we talk about Shark, sometimes we talk about Zia, sometimes we talk about Zane. When we talk about Godspeed right now, all the talk is on Baj, and what we need to see from Godspeed, I think, for them to really step up and, you know, take a game, take 2 games, who knows? Everyone else on the team needs to be ready to make a name for themselves today, right? Everyone on the team needs to be able to step up, back into the bans, the Hylos, the Arlot ban coming out from BTK. I got a hint we might be hinting at, you know, Fried Chicken picking up the Edith up front. Last time we saw him pick the Edith and the Arlot was open to Natha's hands, it was a problem to deal with for Fried Chicken. So I think this is kind of making sure that Fried Chicken can have a decent game.
Yeah, especially when it came to Fried Chicken versus Nats. When it comes to just XP lane versus XP lane. Oh, and we're going to start off with XP lane pickup there. But when it comes to XP lane versus XP lane, I want to say there's very little that can be done against an Arlot in the first place. Put that in the hands of somebody who's actually very strong. You've got some fast rotations. He's able to join the team fights very quickly. Meanwhile, you're still trying to clear out your lane there. I do like this pickup. This is going to be very early amount of damage from the side of BTK.
And we'll see exactly what happens. The Bane does get picked up for Godspeed. I like the Khalid pick. I think like we said last time, Khalid's slowly coming in more and more. Thinking Edith could be solid for the side of Godspeed. They go for the Ruby, so we're already seeing this, you know, a tight composition starting to form with Godspeed, and we know from watching BTK they like to have these grouped up fights, and it already looks like that might be what Godspeed is trying to bring as well.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say this Bane works very well. It's got great potential when it comes to objective pushing. Plus, I want to say this has become one of those really top tier picks for Zane as well, because it means he doesn't really have to worry about objectives, or he doesn't have to worry about those early turtle objectives. Gets farmed very quickly and is able to take it where his team shines, which is to get those objective pushes out there. The team fighting, you're exactly correct. We've seen them even pull out Eves to really have that nice little tight box with the real world manipulation to kind of close in around the enemies. Here Hoon's gonna go ahead pick up the Valentina,
and now we see the Edith come in. So there's this question, like I most likely the Edith is roam, but I just want to throw out the possibility. We did see Shark's name swap up to the front there, pick up this Khalid. I'm just saying the possibilities out there. Maybe we see a Khalid roam. I think we saw it last night in MPL or something like that. So you never know.
I mean, it's got the potential, the amount of damage that he can output, how quickly he can traverse the map, his ultimate being this huge team CCing ability, and then his ability to regen very quickly around there means he doesn't have to go back to base as quickly, and he can still continue to be a nuisance. I mean, heck, for all we know with BTK, this could go into the marksman position to be able to whittle down some of the marksmen that we see out there, and to take advantage of the way that first ability from Khalid, it doesn't really take any CC. Like it's basically negated, or CC is negated by this.
Yeah, you know, Godspeed now banning into these marksman slots, taking out the carry. But the thing is Zia has shown a lot of potential, not only on like marksman gold laners, but we've seen him on the Alice, we've seen him on Rubies, we've seen him really expand, and that's something that BTK is like almost comfortable leaning into. Having Zane pick up something like the Nolan, the Julian, you know, having him pick up this damage jungler, the Roger maybe, and then putting more heavy offlaners in. And with the way they're looking, having this Khalid, having this Edith, it seems very feasible for BTK to fall onto a draft like that.
Yeah, and you took the words out of my mouth. Zia has been one of my favorite marksmans for a long-standing season ever since he picked it up here. And the biggest question on my mind at the start of this season is, with the expansion of that gold lane, was Zia going to be able to fit well, picking up a bunch of these fighters, the Alice, the Ruby, the Lunux in that position, and he's shown that it doesn't matter who he has in that gold lane. He's going to be able to use any of them very well here, especially moving on into a lot of these team fights. We do see Harith, a big focus there onto that gold lane, as Harith is taken off by Godspeed.
Most definitely. So now we come into these final picks in the second phase. Godspeed, they already have a roam, they have an EXP laner, possibly gold lane Ruby, also very possible. They can still slot something into EXP if they want. We need a mage though, we need a mage. Lu Yi's open. Big possibility for that. We still have the Aurora. We don't have the Vexana. So I'm just wondering, which way do they go here? Do they pick up your mid laner and wait for counterplay and the EXP or gold?
Well, and yeah, and that's the thing too. We're going to need to make sure that whatever it is, we still have the protection. One of the biggest problems for Bane is that early game. If the enemies start showing aggression, if they start invading, you need something there to be able to protect him, to allow him to get fed. It's one of the biggest problems we see with Bane, where he right from the early game, he's able to get one buff, then the second buff, they're already all over him, and then once that starts happening, it's very hard for Bane to come back from. Here, another Sicilian we're going to see taken up there by Godspeed.
And honestly, the Sicilian here, I kind of like. You have great kiting. You have something that can, you know, deal with the run-in from the Edith. You have the Bat's Feast, which can kind of kite against the Khalid. And whether, you know, you probably pick up Purify here or something like that. Maybe the Flicker. I think I would like the Purify here to add even more kiting effect. And again, the Khalid just kind of sits behind this Bane, sits behind this Ruby, sits behind this Gatot in this little box and gets free shots. And you have so much peel on the side of Godspeed with the Deadly Catch, with the Ruby, with the taunts from the Gatot. You have a lot of option, and here comes the Jungle Roger and the Lunox Gold from Zia. A lot of magic damage on the side of BTK, but it will be made up if Mobazane can get some snowball in.
Yeah, and that's what they're really banking on. Mobazane, especially on this Roger. I mean, it just kind of takes me back to M3. It's one of the heroes that I honestly don't know why he doesn't play more, because I feel like he's absolutely magical on this hero. Mix that with Lunux, who's going to be able to kind of avoid a lot of these kind of ganks that are going to be coming in through the gold lane with that Brilliance ultimate. And finally, we do see the Kufra pickup for Joybaj.
That is a box right there on Godspeed, man. We got, so what is this? Gold lane Ruby, Gatot EXP lane, Jungle Bane, restart on the Sicilian in the mid, and Joybaj on the Kufra. I mean, there's definitely going to be some damage with the Bane. There's going to be some damage with the Sicilian, but all of that doesn't seem to really hit until mid or late game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. There's a lot of tankiness and a lot of late game potential, but have we secured? Are we safe in the early game, especially against a scaling hero like Roger with Zane? Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to find out. It's going to be the first match of the series between BTK and Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, and not only BTK and Godspeed, Joybaj versus former father Moba Zane. I'm waiting for the big alt play, but you mentioned, can they get through? Will they be able to handle the early aggression of BTK here? The thing is, they're also tanking I think the truth is, as long as Restart can stay in a safe position, there's not that many targets for Moba Zane, and there is plenty of peel to slow him down. There's plenty of peel to stop the dives with the Ruby, with the Kufra, with everyone, and there goes Joybaj already on the Shark.
Oh, Shark actually taking a heap of damage, is going to be able to find an escape. Godspeed, I'm not sure. I guess playing it safe, not really wanting to chase down Shark, put themselves in more harm's way.
Most definitely. Now, Shark will have to go back to base. Should give Godspeed a little bit of advantage when it comes to clearing this mid wave. Going to be able to move around, but Restart's going to take that time, go back to base, get some mana, reset the skills. And I think it's going to be a pretty slow play from Restart. It's going to be a pretty slow play from Godspeed overall. Joybaj might be looking out for these knockups, but it's going to be more of, delay. If they get a kill out of it, that's awesome. But again, more of delay. Joybaj.
Yeah, and
okay.
That's kind of for me, the slow play is going to be a huge problem when it comes to some of these first objectives. Are we just giving them away? Do we have a way to actually contest them? We have a duo down here on the Fly Chicken who's going to back up to his tower. Meanwhile, the side of Godspeed, they're going to go ahead and retreat to it, looking for some good position. 10 seconds left on this turtle.
I mean, they do have Deadly Catch, right? They have Deadly Catch. Bane is not a slump in terms of taking objectives. And with the amount of CC, oh, wait a second, Baj in trouble. We'll be able to flicker away. But with the amounts of CC they have, it's not like they actually have to get multiple kills to take the objectives. They just have to, set up some of these crowd controls correctly to be able to get the retribution off. So it's definitely a possibility for them. It's just, can they execute it?
Yeah, Bat's feet has already been used by Restart, and does look like Joybaj is in a little bit of trouble here. Moba Zane getting some good positioning on this turtle for members of Godspeed, looking for an angle that they can come in with. Divine from the top, Fly Chicken and Hoon from the bottom. Avatar the Guardian does catch Divine. We do have, a nice Sandstorm comes in with Joy. I believe that was Godspeed who was able to get the turtle. Now we're fighting a Shark in trouble. Moba Zane very low too as well. Joybaj goes down, taken out by Divine. Fly Chicken finds a kill onto Divine as well. 2-1 in favor of BTK, with the first turtle going to Godspeed. And you talked about it. That Deadly Catch able to play a pivotal role.
Yeah, Shiro definitely able to get the turtle, but also the damage of BTK also playing a pivotal role in getting the bounce back, right? So it pretty much comes down to an even trade. Gold at a standstill. Sire low, Zia able to get the kill.
That darkening alt of the Lunox does percentage health damage. That's a huge win when it comes to taking on a Ruby in that gold lane. And unfortunately for Sairi, I want to say just not really respecting the damage that was going to come out of it.
Most definitely. So now we're sitting at 3-1. Game still pretty even. That's exactly what Godspeed wants. So Fly Chicken.
Ooh, goes in, Restart, expends that flicker to get away. Actually able to back off against a 4-man gank from BTK. Divine in the bush. Ooh, looking for an angle here. Does find a little bit of a taunt now, putting some damage now onto Moba Zane, who's gonna have to back up. You are looking to see if Godspeed is gonna want to go in against this purple buff. You see two members, Divine there as well as Shiro, but Moba Zane very cleanly able to pick up his purple.
And one more thing to point out with Godspeed's comp, right? It's Shiro kind of, they're taking their time. They're not forcing fights. But while that's happening, Shiro making his way to off lanes, getting off some nice gold plating, using the Deadly Catch to damage towers. Godspeed came with a very clear plan here. It's BTK's job to thwart it. BTK definitely more... Oh, Joybaj should be able to get away. But BTK definitely more... have a lot more angles to attack, have a lot more possibilities of plans. It's not as just straightforward, but still, man, I got to give it up to Godspeed for coming in like this.
Yeah, they're actually not doing as bad. They're not having as many issues as I thought that they might in the early game. Shark comes in with a big flicker play, followed by the Sandstorm. Is that going to be enough? Mobazane finds himself a kill onto the Turtle. Syrie finds a kill onto Mobazane. They are trading right now, 4-2 right now. Zia finds a kill onto Divine. That is a 1-for-2 trade, and the Turtle going over to BTK.
All right, so here's the big answer to Godspeed from BTK right now. Mobazane does go down, which is, again, a beautiful trade for Godspeed, losing Turtle. They lose EXP lane and Turtle. Gold a little bit into the favor of BTK, but overall, the big answer, Fly Chicken with this Raging Sandstorm has been able to lock down Shiro, and he's done such a good job at it.
Yeah, and the one thing that I want to say too is that I want to say that Godspeed have kind of been held at bay for the Bane. The one thing that Bane really shines at is being able to take towers, and right now they really haven't been focused on that. They've actually been doing a good job of contesting a lot of these turtles, not taking too many hits when it comes to some of the deaths here. But I kind of want to see Godspeed maybe start turning their attention to these towers, because that's where Bane shines.
That's definitely where Bane shines. We're restarting trouble. Able to just flick back.
He's going to be able to get away. Has the Bats feast out there. Shiro comes to join him, and the rest of BTK going to go ahead and back up.
I mean, Godspeed, Restart's been doing a great job of kind of getting out of the way of these. He still hasn't gone down yet, and as long as he doesn't go down, he's going to be able to continuously build up some stacks. But what we are seeing him, he's kind of staying in the middle a lot, which means he's not doing what you want them to do, is which rotate to these off lanes. Joybaj, Shiro, get a little bit more involved in the macro.
Oh, and just like that, those little mistakes that BTK is going to be able to take advantage of. They do catch Joybaj in the bush. He's not going to be able to use that Tyrant's Revenge to get away.
All right, so 6-2. BTK slowly inching more and more ahead, and at what point does that just turn into the complete downfall of Godspeed, right? It's about a 2K gold lead. Godspeed's still in the game. They came in with this slow play strategy, but for it to work, they have to, staunch the bleeding a little bit. They can't just let BTK completely escape.
Oh, and from the flank, they do find a kill onto Restart. Deadly Catch is out, catches the whole of Godspeed. Zia finds a kill onto Divine. Oh, a nice I'm Offended by Syrie pulls two members under the tower. Shark goes down, and that means that BTK is going to go ahead and be able to put some pressure, find the mid tower of Godspeed.
Yeah, the ricochet from the Crab Claw Cannon gets that final hit on the Shark, so they find something. They at least get a kill, but still they lose Divine, they lose Joybaj, both of them sitting at 3 deaths right now. Shiro going into a slightly tankier build as well, and what does this mean for Godspeed here? The fact that, yes, you get War Axe, now you pick up Brute Force Breastplate, that means your scale into damage is even less. I don't know, man. Like, where's the damage going to be at in Godspeed? It's starting to look a little scary.
Yeah, and especially as things start coming online for BTK here too. You're absolutely right. Brute Force Breastplate going to give him a little defense, a little bit of speed. We do have the Brilliance is out right now. Shark and Mobazane looking for an angle, not able to find it exactly, as Godspeed doing a good job of looking for that retreat without having the vision on the map of all of their opponents.
Most definitely, but Godspeed's still taking the more, the dedicated to slow route, never forcing an engage, not really going for picks, just kind of keeping distance, keeping tabs, but they need to do what you said, and that is get a tower here and there, open up the map.
Yeah, and you see here right now, we do come in with that Sandstorm. Joybaj is going to look for something here. Avatar, the Guardian, comes out. Shiro finds a kill onto Zia. The rest of BTK actually going to go ahead and back off. A concealed play coming out from Joybaj, wanting his team to kind of run up. Unfortunately, feels like Godspeed wasn't on the same page there. They kind of back up. A few of them hesitated. In goes Divine, looking for some damage there. Shark on the back, trying to get a little bit of tankiness there. Gets taken out by Shiro from the back. Mobazane coming from the flank onto Joybaj, looking for the damage. Divine in trouble here, jumps onto Mobazane, is going to go ahead and back off there. Meanwhile, Syrie finds a tower up at the top.
Okay, so Godspeed kind of back in there a bit. They get a kill onto Zia. Sairi takes a tower. They reverse some pressure. They drop that gold deficit to only 1,000. And now it feels like they're starting to hit a spike here. We're 9.5 minutes in. First Lord is up, and we saw that they do have potential to fight for objectives in that very first turtle. We saw that they do have the ability to use their crowd control to disrupt Mobazane and give Shiro the edge. And they're going to start rushing this.
Ooh, you can see here Shark is actually kind of getting backed off here. Mobazane looking, he does find an angle. Avatar of the Guardian comes out, does not find any members. We do have the Deadly Catch is out as well. 10% left on this Lord. It gets reset. Mobazane finds a kill onto Divine. That is a big tanky player down further side of Godspeed. They're chasing down Shiro. Look at the damage on that Crab Claw Cannon. Spread between Shark and Fried Chicken.
It's definitely starting to scale. I feel like Godspeed maybe used a few too many ults a little bit early there in that fight, and their ults are key to taking these Lord objectives. Here comes the conceal play though from Joybaj.
Oh, Shark in trouble here, gets taken down with the Deadly Catch from Shiro. Shiro with the Crab Claw Cannon on to Zia is going to go ahead and ward him back. He actually has to use his brilliance to get away as he gets taken very low. Meanwhile, Mobazane and Hoon doing a great job trying to create some macro around the map here, trying to push some of these lanes.
And Shiro right back onto the Lord, right back onto doing his job. The cooldown for that Deadly Catch isn't too big, so he's able, as long as the fights go on, he's able to use it multiple times. There goes another one, and First Lord over to Godspeed. BTK getting pushed back a bit.
Yeah, and that's just super interesting. We were talking about when this might be able to come online. They might not have the hero damage, but they have more than enough abilities to kind of force BTK back from a lot of these objectives. Unfortunately for the side of Godspeed, they lose a tower to minions at the bottom.
All right, Lay, nice pick on a Shiro.
Oh, he gets taken down. Deadly catches out, finds a kill on the Shark. Joybaj getting taken down like in Pounce from Mobazane, closes the distance and taking down his former teammate.
Okay, so that shows right there that Godspeed just doesn't have the burst potential yet. They can do the long haul. They can get the poke with the Crab Claw Cannon, a couple bats here and there, but they still, I mean, because they just got the big Tyrant's Rage on a 2 or 3 members paired up with the Deadly Catch, and it was not enough, right? So I think Godspeed still needs to go for a bit more of these drawn-out fights. Taking a look at the items, Shiro gets the Endless Battle locked in, just locked in Malefic Roar. Taking a look at Zane, also goes for Brute Force Breastplate, has Windtalker, War Axe, Endless Battle as well. And both junglers, I mean, barely a deficit between gold. It is down the wire.
Yeah, really interesting here. I mean, you do have the Malefic Roar on Ashiro, so he's going to start really focusing on this tower taking ability here right now. I feel like they're, as far as team fights are concerned, they do have a decent amount of CC. Restart starting to come online, however, slower is the word. He's sitting at 0, 1, and 4 right now, so he's not exactly like doing fantastic on there, but it's still, he still has time while the side of Godspeed is still doing a good job of taking these towers.
Definitely. So now Godspeed looking for an angle. Joybaj once again with the knock up.
Whoa, they find Zane. Deadly Catch comes out. Zane gets eaten up by them. Shiro finding the kill there. Zia finds a kill onto Joybaj. Restart, able to start laying down the damage. Sanguine Claws is out. Who has to run?
Oh!
Cannon takes down 2 of BTK.
Locked and loaded, baby. Locked and loaded. Crab Claw Cannon with the double KO. Now they're going to cut lane, go for this mid tier 3. And they're online at this point. Godspeed feeling themselves. Baj with the big knock up onto ex-teammate Mobazane. And now they're going to drill it down the mid.
Man, what? Man, Crab. As soon as I saw them both low, I'm like, no. Crab Claw Cannon's about to eat these guys for dinner. And Shiro doing such a good job. We were talking about when the damage is going to start coming online. You saw it there. What a great push by Godspeed. And BTK need to be very careful about these next few minutes, because one more fight like that could find Godspeed pushing all the way to the core.
Most definitely, and now they get position over the Lord once again. Baj doing a great job at just sitting and watch for the lock load. Target locked on.
Yeah, we do have a nice little deadly catch goes out there from the side. Mobazane coming up from the bottom. Avatar of the Guardian actually gets interrupted. Divine goes down. Mobazane finds the kill there. 10% left on this Lord. Shiro looking for the angle. Able to find the Lord. And now running for the hills. Chicken is chasing. Finds the kill. Takes down the Godspeed jungler. And just like that, BTK punishing Godspeed for taking that Lord.
All right, 3 for 1. Lord to the side of Godspeed. They did get it at a decent time. Lord does come out here, so it's 10 seconds on the clock, 25 for Shiro. Godspeed probably won't be able to get too much out of this. So honestly, does feel kind of like a win for BTK in that trade up. Man, we're going back and forth. It's 45K for each team in gold right now. I think as long as Godspeed doesn't overextend too much, kind of stays with their more slower play style, they can still come out on top. If they kind of get a little too trigger happy, that's when we see them fall off in these team fights.
Yeah, another thing too is I've been noticing that some of the Avatar, the Guardians, kind of going to waste for Divine. That last one he got stunned out of. The one before that didn't, I want to say the last two before that didn't really have anybody inside of it, so we're not really utilizing it to the best of our abilities. We do have a little bit of engagement here. Zeta gets picked off there. We do have the deadly catch coming out. Syrie finds a kill on the fly chicken. That is 2 down. Avatar of the Guardian into the back lines. Mobazane putting some damage on, gets caught by Joybaj. Sanguine Claws just missed the werewolf as Mobazane counting his lucky stars as he was able to roll out of that, but another tower taken by Godspeed.
Baji boy has just been hitting them one after one after one, and now another knockup pushing them back.
Yeah, and down goes the ultimate from the Bane, able to pierce into the base of BTK. That is a high ground down at mid.
All right, what does this mean right now? Godspeed in control of the game right now. Inhibitor down in the mid side. BTK on the ropes right now. So BTK, I think, you know, we've seen Fried Chicken has been such an important member of this composition right here. And I think a lot of it's going to come down to if he can find that right angle and get the big play onto Restart. If he can find that angle and get the big stun onto Shiro. And also Zane, I think he needs to come into these fights a little bit later, especially around the Lord Pit, because Sire and Baj are just all over him, man. Last Lord, he was trying to find a way in, but the bouncing ball came out. Sire locks on, and he's just stuck. He can't move.
Yeah, and that is a huge issue when it comes to these objectives too. And then you're kind of talking about coming in when Joybosh still has that. Oh, we do have a concealed play coming in here. All 4 members kind of trying to chase down Hoon, using that dash to get himself to safety. Is going to use the deadly catch for the disengage. Meanwhile, BTK sees this as an opportunity, looking for a possible pincer move, the flank onto the side of Godspeed. They decide against it. Now the Lord is up.
All right. Lord up. Godspeed with control. A little bit of damage on a Da Vinci. Looking for White Chicken jumping to the back.
Yeah, Divine in trouble here. Oh, Avatar the Guardian does get interrupted. Divine in trouble. Almost gets bursted down. Syrie comes in here holding the whole members. The brilliance is out from Zia. Avatar the Guardian comes down, is not able to save his team member. That is 1 down for Godspeed. From the backside, Fly Chicken laying on the damage, has the winter crown to be able to protect him, and finds himself an escape. And just like that, I want to say BTK kind of turned around the advantage for this game.
All that, and the Lord doesn't even go down yet. BTK take the gold lead. They take the positioning. They have found towers. They found momentum back in it. And Fly Chicken did such a great job. It was off cam, but he zones away Shiro, pushes him back. And now Joybaj, though!
A big ultimate catches 2 members. Hoon is down, and Fly Chicken running for the hills. Mobazane is not going to have enough to kind of contest this shark with the pop-up onto Divine, who gets bursted down by Zia. Meanwhile, Shiro and Joybosh and Restart starting on this Lord. Looks like it's going to be reset for the side of Godspeed.
And right now, they're just going blow for blow right now, punch for punch. Godspeed, I mean, as long as Restart stays in a safe position, they got damage. As long as Baj keeps hitting those knockups, they have play potential. BTK needs to do what they normally don't do, and that means widening themselves up. They need to attack at angles. They cannot come at Godspeed's formation straight on.
Yeah, right now, what Shark's trying to do is he's trying to position himself in a way that protects his team from Joybaj running in there with the Tyrant's Revenge and like catching the entire team. You've already seen it's been such a huge play-making potential for Joybaj and Godspeed. I mean, just the last time he was able to find 2 members of BTK, take them down. Thankfully, BTK, great positioning, able to kind of withstand it, not allow Godspeed to find this Lord. And I want to say both of these teams licking their chops for an opportunity to potentially take down this next Lord.
This is only third. Oh, wait a second, Baj.
Yeah,
Zane
gets taken out. That's a retreat down for MOBAs for the team of BTK. And this is going to be a cleanup for Shiro. Shark running for the hill. Still has his immortality. Going to use that flicker pop-up. Divine gets popped up there. They're able to find a kill. Able to find the Lord there. What a great taunt there. Divine goes in, gets the taunt onto Mobazane, and then you see the track marks of the Avatar, the Guardian, CC Zane down again, and then that's all she wrote for the BTK jungler. Lord coming in from the mid side. BTK need to be able to defend this. You see tuning of the band. Zia goes in. Zia's actually down. Shiro, Deadly catches out. 10% left on the base. Godspeed out of nowhere find a victory over BTK.
What does this mean? What does this mean? All the BTK fans, I think they're blaming Liz right now. I think they're blaming Liz. What just happened? Godspeed comes in with a composition that, listen, man, at first we were like, yeah. And I'm thinking, I mean, this isn't bad. As long as they can slow play it, as long as they can get to where they need to, it will work again, especially against the play style that BTK likes to bring. And Godspeed, against the odds, man, comes in and takes game number 1. And that means they're that much closer. This is what, like I said, this weekend's all about points, baby. And they just put 1 on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, now do we start talking about the potential of Godspeed possibly getting more than 1 point?
Yeah.
BTK, right now, Godspeed is ahead of BTK. Godspeed is sitting at 6, BTK sitting at 5. So there's a potential, and now they're tied with Maple Leafs. We're looking at the potential of Maple Leafs getting knocked down, BTK getting knocked down. But man, let's talk about this game here, because Godspeed did an amazing job, especially Shiro on this Bane, the setups by Joybaj, and that last, finally, Avatar, the Guardian, actually lands on something. Divine finds it on the Mobazane, and that really sets up that last hit and that last push for the side of Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, overall, everyone played their part on Godspeed, and this is what we said when the draft first started. We talk about Joybaj so much, and yes, he was definitely a star in that game, but you said it, Shiro played an amazing game, and even Restart, man, the positioning, knowing that he couldn't really be the only player that could get onto him was Fried Chicken, and eventually even that wore off. Godspeed, 17 kills to 18, a lesser KDA, but still taking the game cleanly. I mean, it wasn't even like it was a big comeback or anything. They were almost always tied. Let's take a look at these highlights, though.
Yeah, you can see there, I mean, the objectives, especially the first few, Shiro doing such a good job of being able to get them. Here, I want to say they lost 2 for that objective, and Zia absolutely blows up Syri here in the early game. But after that, the Deadly Catch doing a huge amount of work for the side of Godspeed.
You know, I want to talk about something because we just saw it there, and we're going to see it if we have the very last big play highlight. Mobazane, and I've been talking about it for the past couple weeks. Mobazane has this habit of always being like he's still playing Fredrin, like this habit of always being the first one on the Lord out of his team, always being the one who has to be close to the Lord. And I think in today's current meta, the jungler really needs to kind of sit back a bit more and maybe be the 3rd, 4th, or even the last one to engage onto that Lord. And we saw, and I think he's getting a bit better. Like even here, he's the last one to come into this fight. He was getting his purple, but in that last fight, he was the only one close to his Lord, and he gets caught off. And instead of playing from behind and being the damage dealer that he needs to be, he's kind of, sometimes he's a little bit too far up.
Yeah, well, that kind of has to do with some of the picks that he favors. Roger does not have the same kind of capabilities as using a Ling to use that Finch pose to get in, get the retry, get out. Roger has one way that's going to be able to get in, possibly with that transformation, use the Lycan Pounce or something like that. But it's not necessarily something that can get him in, get the retry, and get out as well. Once he gets in, he's looking for kills, he's looking for the retry, he's looking to do something there before he can eventually escape.
Most definitely. I mean, and yes, I think this is true. Like, he plays the alphas, he plays the Roger, but there still has to be some space that he needs to start creating. And I don't know if it's just bad habits die hard or what it is, but this isn't like the first time I've seen it. It's to the point where I'm like noticing it, and I pointed out a bit ago, and now he's still kind of paying the price for it. And Godspeed, honestly, that game, man, it felt like they had BTK's card a little bit. Like, they knew the play style, and it's a play style we've been talking about from BTK for a while. How they have a very singular, focused play style where all 5 of us want to try to overpower you, and Godspeed brought a composition that could beat that. So BTK forced to change up. Godspeed bans out the Ruby this time. They are going to be first pick once again. Were they first pick last game?
No, they were
second pick last game.
First pick.
So now maybe looking for a trade up.
Yeah, maybe even looking to possibly take away that Edith from the side of BTK with a first pickup, Edith pickup. I don't want to say like either of these teams usually tries to favor those assassin first picks. They usually like to get that flexible, you don't know where this pick is going type of situation that BTK have to answer to, rather than getting a pick and then allowing BTK to have some type of counter or reply to it in their next 2 picks.
Definitely. So now it's first pick, Arlott open, plenty of options open right now. Chip is gone, Fovius gone, but knowing the way that the Godspeed drafted last time, I think it's kind of hard to guess exactly what they're going to bring to the table here. They could just first pick the Bane here if they wanted, or something.
You're obviously ahead of me by 5 seconds.
No.
Oh man, what a pickup! What a guess! I mean, it worked out for them. Not just that, but it's something that that Zayn usually likes to try to lean on, and they had such success with it. So why change the formula with something when something is actually working for you?
I'm like, that one's gonna haunt me right there, man. All right, BTK, what do you guys do? I think go for the Arlott, man. Don't get me wrong. I think the Khalid was very good, but I think an Arlott will do it better if Godspeed wants to bring that grouped up strategy. You can dash through, you can proc a lot more of those passives, and you can get that big final slash off. White Chicken, though, going to get the Gatot. And last week, his Gatot, I'm not going to lie, did not fare too well. It just seemed a little off. It seemed a little like maybe he wasn't really comfortable on it yet. Hopefully, it looks better this time.
Yeah, and hopefully, especially because right now BTK kind of needs to be able to answer back to Godspeed here. Needs to be able to answer back with some of these objectives, especially I want to say for a draft from Godspeed last game that did not look favorable. There was a lot of tankiness, a lot of mid to late game damage. I was wondering where they were going to be able to get kills from, how they were going to contest objectives, and they were still able to kind of hold that line until their power spike came on, until restart was absolutely just raining damage down onto them. So, I mean, it just tells that there is another level to Godspeed here that we have yet to see. And here, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Khalid for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, it works, right? I mean, it's definitely, it's still going to kind of supply the same thing, except this time they'll have a little bit more dive. I'm wondering now, I'm already thinking down the line, what does Baj go? Does he pick up the Kufra again? I mean, he played so well on it. He played so cleanly with all the dashes that BTK is bringing right now. It could still work. At least Zia this time will get a solid marksman that he can really dance around with. I like Zia on this Claude. I think it's clean. As long as Fried Chicken can perform in the Gatot, the composition is still very nice over on BTK.
Yeah, and that's going to be the important thing for him is probably getting him on something that he's comfortable on. The big thing for me is how we're kind of contesting some of these early fights. I do like having the Julian there. You don't need that level 4. Right from level 3, he's going to be coming online and become a menace especially for people like Restarts, for people like Divine who might not be able to find escape. Even for Shiro, before he gets that War Axe on the Bane, he's not as tanky or able to escape a lot of damage like you usually like with a lot of these junglers. So it's going to be very important early game for the side of BTK here.
Definitely. So now, second phase of bans coming in. Matilda ban does come out from BTK. A solid ban, I think, on the Baj. We've seen him play it. We know it's something that he enjoys playing, but I think Baj is going to pick something a bit more aggressive. I think he's going to stick with things like the Kufra, stick with things like the Cho, stick with things that he knows. I'm going to get in your face, Zane. I'm going to, I'm going to get in all of your faces and cause as much chaos as possible, because I think that's where BTK starts to falter a little bit, when a team really starts to push back on them, right? So if Godspeed can continue to do that, good chance. Restart on the Sicilian also looks great, and Godspeed on the other hand just banning into mid lane here. Lu Yi, Valentina still open, could be a solid ban here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking too. With the Lu Yi taking off, Valentina would probably be the next target on my back, which kind of leaves open possibly the Aurora or Lilia for the side of BTK to go ahead and pick up. Yeah, they take off the Tigreal there for the side of BTK. I do like I was talking about Joybaj with his Kufra. It was a huge amount of sets there for the side of Godspeed. Always finding like multiple numbers for BTK there to be able to kind of take them down. A big surprise there. Hoon gonna go ahead and pick up the Valentina, which has been kind of a mainstay here in the meta. Now looking for something in the marksman lane for Godspeed.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do they keep it simple with the Kufra, or do they go for something like the Cho for Baj? I feel like the Cho's nice, but also you leave your team a little bit too much with the Cho, whereas Godspeed has really been bringing this more tighter formation, so I don't know exactly if the Cho will fit perfectly, but I think the Kufra was phenomenal. It's going to be a little harder to hit here. Claude is not as easy as a target. He's got the Purify, he's got the BMI, a lot of answers, right, this time to the type of strategy that Godspeed wants to bring. They do still need a marksman as well, unless they go for exactly what they did last time.
Down to 0 seconds. Ooh, we're gonna go with a very late game marksman here. Cyrie's gonna have the carry, a lot of that true damage. I mean, it'll work well against Garakacha. I just kind of question it. Like usually I like the carry against those big, heavy, tanky type of compositions that you have in the late game. It helps you kind of burst it down. Here you've got a lot of mobility, you've got a lot of CC, you've got the taunt from Fried Chicken, and with that you've got the burst potential that could potentially take Carry down, who needs to get a little bit closer than most people do during a lot of these engagements.
The Kaja carry combo though is vicious, right? It does definitely have potential. Definitely a lot of positive. Very different strat than what they brought last time, but a little more, two-dimensional. It's not as straightforward. They have a couple more outs this time. It's not just all the damage of Shiro and Restart. Everybody can kind of play a part here. And I do like the fact that Godspeed brings something different in game number 2. It's like, okay, we beat you with this game 1. We know you're going to be ready for that this time. Let's try something else.
Yeah, and that's a big thing here. Actually, Fried Chicken actually swaps it out. Shark's going to be on the Garakacha. Fried Chicken's going to be on his comfort pick, the Edith. We're going to see if this has maybe a little bit of a change for him now that he's on the Edith instead of a Shark. See if that brings upon a little bit of a different result here versus Godspeed.
Yeah, most definitely. So it's game number 2. BTK behind right now. BTK's fighting for points right now. Didn't think we'd hear that one this season, but here we are. Godspeed with the lead, and it's Godspeed, baby.
Yeah, the BTK looking for revenge, looking to answer back at Godspeed, who took a surprising victory in the first game. We're going to see if there's going to be any differences here in how they handle the second.
All right, so Mobazane this time on the Julian, different than the Roger. Maybe currently more meta than the Roger. They will have a little bit of CC on their jungler plus damage, so I like it. Zia, we mentioned Zia too. Going to be a bit more fast moving, going to be much harder to pin down, but Zia goes for the sprint on this Claude. Not the most popular skill to choose. Normally it's something like the Purify, but I guess Zia just wants to be fast.
That just kind of shows possibly just more confidence he has in his ability to kind of kite and get around a lot of these abilities on the Claude right now. Yeah, because I agree. I think the Purify is kind of like more favored, kind of like, because I think a lot of players just assume eventually their number's going to be up. They're going to get caught, and you're going to need to have that Purify there. We do have a pause going on right now, but I mean, first thing I notice is the clearing potential coming from that Julian. Very quick with Mobazane there. He's already cleared out his orange buff, and I want to say Shiro's still working on his orange.
And you know, seeing that sprint on the Claude makes me think that maybe BTK is going to come into this game with a bit more macro orientated, right? Maybe go for split pushes a bit more, especially after seeing the Bane, after seeing the playstyle of Godspeed last time. Even with the slight change up of Kaja and Carry, it is still, you know, we want to look for team fights. We want to try to get these pickoffs. We want to kind of do the same thing we did last time. So BTK immediately, okay, let's try something different. This time, let's have Zia maybe hover on these off lanes. Have Zia be the one to cover long lane when it's time for Lords, things of that nature, so that Zane can kind of hang out by these objectives.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I want to say both of these, you're looking at both marksmen who kind of do come into a little later, come online, both looking for the Trinity build. I do think that Claude favors a little bit more. He doesn't exactly need 3 items to do a decent amount of damage during team fights and things like that. So, ooh, 4-man down here by Divine, who senses a little bit of a flicker there, gets tossed up, and that is going to be, Divine actually able to flicker back, get his healing on, and that goes an entire gank attempt from BTK. Okay, good job for Godspeed right there. They do lose the turtle, but it could have been much worse. Shiro doesn't even really, one good thing Godspeed, they didn't really fully commit onto that turtle. They made sure they were still jungling, they made sure they were still doing things. BTK does take the lead, but now Zia maybe in a little bit of trouble. Or pushing them back. Yeah, Zia's going to go ahead and use that Blazing Duet to try to clear out some of the minions, pushing back Joy Baj and Sairi. Luckily, he saw the Joy Baj was actually level 3, didn't have that Divine Judgment, so there was no fear of him getting pulled into tower there.
All right, so what's the plan from here, right? Does Godspeed, I think, same as last time, they just kind of take it slow. As long as they survive those ganks, as long as they don't fall way behind, they're still very much in this game. BTK, on the other hand, we just saw it. They wanted that early game gank. I think BTK, with Mobazane on the Julian, it might not be a bad idea to, you know, maybe be willing to get a bit more aggressive. Because I do still feel like Godspeed has a better late game.
Oh, they go in. They're looking for the Divine Judgment onto Mobazane. They don't find it. Avatar the Guardian is out, catches 2 members of Godspeed. Joybaj in trouble. Oh, an IMU Divine Judgment comes out from Hoon. That's going to be able to take down Divine. Mobazane finds a kill as well. That is an 0-2 right now for BTK.
Little bit of a mess up there, right? Bosch tries to flicker in or dash in, get the ult off, unable to really pull anyone back, and then Shark is just there with the AOG slamming down on Godspeed escape. This time BTK, big damage from Hoon.
Catches 2 members there. Shiro in a tough spot there, watching Joybaj get taken out there. Shark now becoming a nuisance here, trying to grab the aggro of this purple buff right now. It doesn't stop the health. It doesn't reset the health on those anymore. I remember when it did, and that used to be a huge problem when you had those invades. All you had to do was reset the aggro on those buffs, and you had to restart it all over again.
I mean, at this point, the BTK just keep up this aggression, right? I think last time when they had a small lead last time, maybe they should have gone a little bit harder. Maybe they should have pushed in a little bit more. And it looks like that's what they're doing this time. And Godspeed not having Baj on that chunky roam is starting to show some cracks.
Yeah, and it's becoming a little bit of an issue, especially because the setting potential. Joybaj went in, you talked about it before, went in for that divine judgment and got stunned. Wasn't able to pull back here, but we're now going to go ahead and take a look at some of the items.
And taking a look at the items, Shiro just locks in War Axe. Taking a look at Zane. We have the Blood Wings in. We're working on the next one. Gold laners, Zia and Toru. Zia leading a little bit, about 400 gold. Just got in the Scythe, but wait, big fight in the mid.
Yeah, big Sandstorm comes out from Divine. Is that going to be enough? A little bit of a CC goes on the BTK. Look at Divine trying to chase down Mobazane. Might have gone a little bit too far. Shark there to fend off the assault. Meanwhile, Zia finds himself a tower.
And that's the big kicker there, right? BTK loses nothing. Mobazane gets away, but they still find a tower in the top side. Godspeed so much devoted to that fight. BTK takes advantage of it. And Godspeed already starting to kind of hit this big group up, right? 4 members in. And like I said, if Zia can kind of play these off lanes and BTK is okay with that, BTK can win out in the macro here.
Yeah, oh, look at the damage already. Oh, walks into the wrong bush. Mobazane is waiting, finds himself a target, but now it's a sandwich. Divine looking for the stun. Mobazane gets hit with it, and the ultimate coming out from Bane. That might be all. Might be all of it for Zia, who gets taken out by Joyboss just like that. Godspeed turning this around on BT. Just like that, and I thought Zane had himself a clean pick off. Godspeed are there to answer.
Yeah, 2 for 1, and not just any 2 for 1. You get Mobazane, you get Zia, you get the 2 heroes that are kind of scaling right now, and they're going to find a tower in it. So a great come up for Godspeed there, evening out the gold pretty much right before Turtle 2. So this could be a great step in the right direction.
Yeah, Divine comes in there, putting a little bit of damage. Fly Chicken finds a pop-up onto 2 members. Not much else. Sairi starting on this turtle. Restart. Oh, we do have the deadly catches out. Shiro able to find the next turtle as well. A tie game right now, despite 2 kills in the up for BTK.
And that deadly catch is just so clutch, right? Because, oh, wait a second, Divine Judgment.
Fly Chicken's gonna have to use that Primal Wrath, still gets the shielding from it, and is able to find himself an escape.
And that's the combo I was talking about, right? The Divine Judgment paired up with the Speedy Light Wheel is essentially a death sentence for anyone right there. A little bit of damage from Zane, though.
Oh, yeah, he's trying to focus on Sairi, who gets caught by the Avatar of the Guardian. Mobazane goes down. Shiro finds the kill there on the back end. Shark looking to make them pay, but the running speed from Godspeed as they disengage, more than enough to go ahead and find them and escape.
Sire for the price of Zane. I mean, it's a good trade at first, but eventually that trade isn't going to be as valuable. They need Sire to scale. They need Sire to get these 3 items locked in, and especially since Zia's just having the time of his life on the other sides of the map right now. It's definitely going to be a problem as this game moves into the 10+ minute mark if Sire cannot get completely online. Taking a look at him, all he's got is the Scythe in right now. To whereas we take a look at Zia, he's got DHS, he's got Scythe, he's even got a little defense there for good measure, just to make sure he can take that extra bit of damage. So that's going to start to show as this game moves forward.
Yeah, and especially with what a Claude can do to an enemy team when he starts getting those items. Like, you're talking about damage that isn't just a one-person focus. It's going to be able to spread onto the entirety of the team to points where Shark, where Hoon, where Mobazane are going to be able to come in and finish the job. Joybosh catches a pop-up, checking the bush. The rest of BTK disengage back to their tower.
All right, let's take a look at it. BTK still kind of playing these off lanes, looking for more pressure on the top, letting Zia bring those minions down. Baj, though.
Mobazane, they're trying to chase. He kind of does get away with those enhanced chains. That's going to be able to find himself a little back door to get away from the team there. Oh, Sanguine Claws onto Shark, taking him down. Avatar the Guardian is out, catches Shiro.
Shark's been practicing with that AOG, man. He's been practicing with that guitar because he is landing them this time. He is coming in clutch. He's not the engager. I think with the guitar, you don't always want to be the engager, right? You want to maybe be the second one. Get the enemies when they're already moving a certain way, and then jump on them when they're in the middle of fighting. I think that really higher the odds of landing that skill right there. And Shark's just been landing them back to back.
I want to say that you just brought up like the perfect point. Now, something I was going to bring up about the Avatar, the Guardian going out, and the difference between Godspeed using it when nobody is attacking the team, and BTK using it as like as we talk about that, Divine Judgment goes on, pulls Shark under the tower. But when the Avatar, the Guardian goes out onto a member that's already engaging your team, you have pretty much doubled your chances of success with that ability.
Most definitely. And now Lord crashing down. They should be able to get that tier 2. Godspeed's going to have to step back, right? Unless they get a cheeky pick off, I don't think there's a whole lot they can do right now. They're biding time. They're waiting for Sire to get online. They're waiting for Restart to get online. And they're waiting for Shiro. I do think they have more damage than they did last game, right? So maybe the online comes a little bit earlier, but that also opens them up to getting pushed in a little bit harder earlier on.
Yeah, I want to say when it comes to right now, Restart, I mean, we're at the 10-minute mark, and I want to say Restart is a lot more behind than he was the last game, because I'm seeing him connect with his damage, but it's really not. Oh, Divine Judgment comes out there, catches Mobazane, all the damage onto him. Joybaj does find the final hit there. That's going to be Mobazane down, but still 91 seconds next to the next Lord, so I want to say not too bad for BTK, as they'll still have Mobazane up for the next Lord.
Listen, Baj could know that Zia is the biggest threat right now, but he is still going to target Zane every time, man. I mean, like, it's like, if I can't get Zane, I'm not engaging right now. And you know, back in the day, we used to say any team that Zane was on, you bully Zane, the rest of the team starts to crumble, right? You get in Zane's head, and the rest of the team starts to crumble, and that seems to be Baj's strategy right now.
Yeah, and actually goes to find itself another Divine Judgment to flicker out by Fly the Chicken. Shiro going to go ahead and put the final touches onto that mid tower, doing a great job trying to macro up for his team. 32k to 34, favor to BTK.
All right, Godspeed slowly kind of pushing back. I mean, BTK still has a nice gold lead, but we are starting to see Godspeed output a little more, a little more, a little more. It's looking very reminiscent of game number 1. And I mean, at what point in the clock does that really change? When does it flip for Godspeed? And does BTK still have a chance when they get into late game? I mean, they do have set potential, right, with Shark, and they do have plenty of macro potential with Zia. It just doesn't seem as easy for them as it could be in 5 minutes for Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 8 seconds on the clock. A good positioning for BTK here, and that's the difference right now for Godspeed and BTK. BTK have a firm position. Godspeed need to force their way in to be able to kind of find an angle, and they already know nobody's near, so they're going to be able to burst this down. It's just Divine there who's going to be taken for a little bit of a ride there with an IMU Divine Judgment. BTK, a very clean take of that Lord.
Yeah, and they haven't, that's the second Lord they've done that to, right? The second Lord they've just bursted down. They haven't been wasting any time with it. I think it's the right move. They're finding those moments when Godspeed is maybe a little bit too far enough on the map, and they know how fast they can burst it down. Taking a look at the items, Zia is almost completely decked out. He's 9.5k gold. He's got his Malefic Roar now after his Trinity, and he's going on to the next one. And then he can just kind of start juggling if he wants to at this point. I'm wondering if he's going to go for Wind of Nature here maybe, and then kind of dance around with that, an Immortality, a Winter Crown, kind of just make himself as, I mean, at that point, Zia's almost impossible to kill unless they get the Divine Judgment onto him.
Yeah, and he's about a 2k gold lead over Sairi right now, who is yet to kind of come online, sitting at 0-2 and 3, hasn't been able to find the angles, hasn't been able to get close enough to actually deal out that damage just yet. Lord coming up at the top line. We do have the deadly catch out, but this is going to be the wraps for that top tower. Now starting to put the pressure onto mid, the entirety of BTK. Moving as a group, Joybaj comes in with looking for a Divine Judgment, doesn't land it, unfortunately for him. And now Avatar, the Guardian, deep into the back line. BTK dive in onto Godspeed, but now look at the tower damage going on to them right now. Mobazane going to have to use those enhanced chains to find himself an escape. 0-6 to 0-8 in favor of BTK.
And Divine hits a beautiful Raging Sandstorm flicker there to stun down onto Mobazane, to stun down onto some of that back line, and that opens up for the rest of the door to secure that kill onto Fly Chicken and secure that kill onto Hoon, and gets them all stuck onto that tower long enough. So, I mean, everyone on Godspeed, man, has just been kind of stepping up to the plate, and what we thought was possibly going to be a 4-0 is a very even game. Yes, BTK, I mean, they're winning this one. They're taking an inhibitor. Godspeed down to nothing but 2 towers, but there's still a lot of play potential. BTK, I think, needs to wrap things up. There's 38 seconds for this next Lord. They need to make it count. Godspeed, on the other hand, I think needs to think about positioning here and finding a good spot around this Lord before the Lord is up.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing too. You don't want this to start coming down to a 50-50 chance where both teams have max items. You want to finish this while you have the advantage. Right now, BTK, despite some disappointing plays, still have the advantage firmly in their position. Godspeed doing a good job now, starting to set up for this next Lord.
All right, so let's see how things turn out. Godspeed does have positioning over this Lord. Shark trying to come in. I mean, I think Zia honestly should just play long lane at this point, man. They shouldn't even try to force this Lord. Play the macro. They have more speed. And you can see Zia kind of like playing with it, like he's moving back, he's coming back in. He's like, do you guys need me? Should I go? We need some decisiveness from him and the team.
Yeah, and here's what's going to happen. As soon as he shows himself at this bottom lane, I want to say Godspeed is going to probably look at this as an opportunity to maybe go in. They're still kind of being a little hesitant here. Oh, we have a conceal play well into the back line, led by Joybaj. They don't find anybody on BTK, but they do find themselves some positioning that might actually shock Mobazane or Fly Chicken if they go up there a little too hesitantly.
And that's a dangerous spot. Fly Chicken walks right into it.
Yeah, we do have the Avatar of the Guardian there. Fly Chicken getting bursted down. Shiro finds the kill there. Shark on the backside as well. Mobazane finds a kill onto Shiro, and restart is down to Zia as well. Finds a second kill there. Down goes Divine. 4 members of Godspeed are down, and just like that, a controlling lead by BTK. They're not even going for the Lord. They're looking to finish this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 22 seconds on the clock. A bunch of members of BTK and the minions. That should be it.
Yeah, Joybar's not going to be able to do much but watch here. And a decisive reply coming from BTK.
All right, so it's 1-1. BTK comes back with a strong win. They come in clean. I mean, and they perform well, and they even kind of switch up the strategy a little bit. Zia starts playing the off lanes. Mobazane and Zia kind of play more wide than just being tight with the team. BTK shows that they're more than just a one-dimensional team, I feel like, in that game.
Yeah, and even with the advantage there, I want to say the gank coming out from the side of Godspeed there, BTK still able to answer back because the person who was getting ganked was Fried Chicken, has a lot of that tankiness, had the Thunder Belt there, was able to withstand the damage while the rest of his team answered back. They didn't even focus on the Lord. 0-7 to 12 in favor of BTK here as we take a look at some of the damage stats.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the damage stats. Mobazane actually dominating with 49,000 over the team. Zia closing in behind that, and I got a feeling that gap was going to close more and more and more as it moved forward. And taking a look at Godspeed, man, the big problem was Toru, man. Sire was never really able to get online. Damage taken, Divine as well, seemed to constantly be the one to jumping in. And I feel like Joybaj is a little bit better at that. And they needed Joybaj to be that more set, group set worthy roam instead of just a single focus down roam.
Yeah, and not just that, but sometimes the targeting doesn't really benefit BTK. They were starting to find some of the tankier players on the side of BTK, even sometimes finding Shark, which is not, I mean, you take down Shark, but you waste all of your abilities to take him down, and then the rest of BTK closes in around you. Definitely, I want to say a different play style there from Joybaj, and I'm not sure how much it really benefited the team, especially in some of those team fights that we saw there as we take a look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, taking a look at the highlights, this is early on in the game. BTK immediately gets a huge lead in the beginning there. I mean, they're leading 4-0, and then we start to see Godspeed come back. They get the kill onto Mobazane, and they really start to focus down onto Mobazane. Joybaj just continuously targeting him, even up here at the top once again, trying to take down Mobazane. They lose Sire for the price of Mobazane, which at this point, 7 points in the game, I feel like it wasn't worth it as much then. I think they really needed to start switching gears about halfway through that game and focusing more on Zia than focusing on Mobile Zane. And that might have been the downfall. That might have been where the mess up was. Either way, BTK has enough of the lead, and they're able to take themselves to the victory. Here's the big last fight. And Divine does a beautiful flicker Sandstorm, gets the big stun, gets everything they want, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, and I want to say like a big difference there when it came to those AOGs there from Shark. He's catching 2 members every single time, 3 members sometimes, able to get in there and then grabbing the aggro from all of them. A great job by the whole of BTK there. And so I think now it's time to talk about the curse that you put onto BTK at the beginning of this cast, saying that they need that 4-0, that they need to show that dominance.
I mean, I'm just saying, man, it's the cracks are showing. I mean, we all know you never count BTK out, right? They've proved so many people wrong so many times, but Godspeed just proved a lot of people wrong, taking game number 1 and making this a tied game. It's 6-6-6. I want to go back to another prediction I made. All Godspeed has to do is get 2 points. All BTK has to do is get 2 points. And that raises the probability of Maple Leaf getting knocked out by a whole lot.
And well, I mean, one team here is going to get 3 points. So no matter what, or
well, no, you don't get a point for game
3
5.
points.
You don't get a point for game 5. That's just the decider. That's the winning.
Oh,
that's the winner decider.
So
yeah.
Then,
you only get 2 points. Game 5 is just to see who wins the draw, pretty much.
Well, I right now it's Godspeed need to kind of pull it together. This is the kind of the difference we see, and what we were talking about before, when a team takes a loss, whether they can bounce back from it, whether they can get it out of their head. We saw from the first series here, Maple Leafs had a huge issue as soon as when they took the loss. They were able to find some signs of life, but just not able to get that W in their corner. Here, BTK takes a loss. They've been in this position many times before, so it's not something that's completely different to them. Able to regroup, focus on their strategy, redo their composition, and came back very strong, get themselves another W to tie this from Godspeed.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, does Godspeed just kind of go back to that initial game 1 strategy, you know, double fighter off lane, create the box, let Baj be that roam? I mean, I guess they could still test out picking up a gold laner, like still go for the gold laner, but I really think Baj having a dive-worthy group set roam is going to be huge for this team. Someone that can really, you know, because Baj has the ability to make a play to change a game, and I think that's the type of hero he needs to be on.
Yeah, and then you took the words out of my mouth. For me, the biggest thing is that Joy Baj is on something that has the setting potential for his team. Not just that one fur where he can grab one person and the rest, then you have to rely on the rest of the team to kind of be able to burst it down. In fact, there were many times he got the Divine Judgment. The team tried to burst it down, and they were still able to get away. The first game, completely different story. Able to find members, get those setting potentials, able to kind of keep them CC'd down for long enough for his team to be able to do enough of that damage. And then also maybe some of these we saw when it came to the gold lane, maybe the carry not the best pick when it comes to some of those. It takes a little bit long. Carry has to get very close, especially from a composition that BTK had that was very mobile, able to close the distance very quickly, and that's a problem for carry, especially in the early game where you need a lot of peel. You need to kind of create some distance for them to get that speedy light wheel, be able to get those auto attacks off to actually put on the damage. Okay, so this time Godspeed back on the red side, the winning side so far. So far, red side has won both games. The Hylos gets let through, and there's no Sicilian, no Bane, both of them being banned out. BTK putting some respect on those picks from Godspeed, and this forces Godspeed into a situation where they have to do something different again in game number 3. Yeah, and this is going to this basically means they're going to have to go with something, a completely different composition, completely different focus than what they had. With the Bane, you have the focus on the objectives, you have that late game clearing potential from the Sicilian. Here, they're going to go ahead, they're going to scoop up the Matilda. They've got some CC and tanking ability coming from the Ruby, whether that's going to be in the marksman or in the gold lane or the XP lane has yet to be seen. But on the side of BTK, they're going to go ahead and scoop up Harith.
I mean, and there's a lot of just a lot of power picks on the side of BTK right there with the Gatot, with the Hylos, Zia getting a comfortable pick in Harith, all kind of solid picks. Godspeed on the other hand, I mean, the Hayabusa is open. They could go for something aggressive like that instead of the Bane now that there is no Bane. There's also no Alpha, so they're kind of forced into this pocket where maybe they have to go for an assassin pick. And with the Haya being open, if Shiro has that in his pocket, it's time to pull that out.
Yeah, and then that kind of leaves open where we're going to be going for the side of BTK. I mean, Mobazane has even shown he's able to put out the Nolan as well. He does have some assassins under his belt that he goes with. I'm not sure how well Nolan works here, though. He doesn't really have a lot of early game to kind of help him along as well. Potentially, maybe you can use it as a split pushing tool that we've seen from other teams like Cloud9, where the Nolan doesn't really favor it in some of those team fights. So you're using him to kind of clear out the rest and create that pressure in some of these side lanes here. Godspeed, they pick up the X-Borg before banning out the Valentina.
And I mean, the X-Borg, it fits into their ideology of, like, you know, their compositions. If this X-Borg is jungle, it could also be the big hole in their armor, right? The fact that maybe Shiro doesn't have a Hayabusa in his pocket, maybe Shiro doesn't have that type of option, and Godspeed is falling into the more one-dimensional slot of compositions where they just kind of have to play this steamrolly comp where they all stick together. They pick up the Matilda, unless, of course, this X-Borg faults over into the XP lane, right? It could be XP X-Borg, gold lane Ruby, and they're just going to surprise us all here.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of like about Godspeed's draft right now. We're kind of, they're a little flexible, a little fluid about where some of these could go. So it's kind of hard to prepare up against. Lilia taken off the board. We're still waiting for those next bans. I'm assuming that we're kind of, there's, for me, the really kind of interesting thing here, a Soyu ban. On the side, that's the interesting thing. I was gonna say that there are no real jungler bans out there for either of these teams, so they're kind of leaving that kind of wide open for both of these teams. But Soyu taking off for whatever reason on the side of Godspeed.
We're covering our bases, Private. We're covering all of our bases, and that could be the wild card. You know, you gotta cover the wild card. BTK on the other hand has a very straightforward plan. They're going to ban out the Lilia. They're going to take out some of these mages. I'm wondering if we just see Mobazane once again, you know, pick up the Julian. He played well on it last game, could definitely work, or go for something like the Nolan. Plenty of options. At this point, with the Gatot and the Hylos, you have a nice, solid front line. BTK's compositions for what they picked, yes, it's very straightforward on where these picks are most likely going. But it gives a lot of freedom, I feel like, to what Mobazane and Hoon want to pick.
Yeah, interesting here is that they take out the carry. So apparently BTK definitely doesn't think that this Ruby is going to be going to that gold lane. They think that that's still open right now. Still 29 seconds to see that first pick coming up. Right now, this draft is kind of like all up in the air. There's so many options out there for both of these teams to go into, whether it's the mage and jungler side for BTK, or the probability of different answers on the side of Godspeed, because I don't know where two of these picks are going to be going.
Yeah, it's definitely very debatable. Godspeed, right? I'm still wondering if they're going to pick. All right, so they do pick up a mage, so that doesn't really tell us too much, honestly. Very similar to the Sicilian style of backline burst damage, waiting for the chance to shine. It definitely fits Restart's MO in terms of mages, and it fits Godspeed's playstyle. The Nolan gets picked up for Mobazane. They also still need a mage, and Vexana's open, Aurora's open, Chang's open. There you go.
All right, that's a interesting pickup for the side of BTK. I think
flashbacks.
Really
Remember last time who picked up Chang?
Leaning into the Gatakacha and the Hylos kind of running into the front line, getting an immense amount of CC, the taunt coming out from Gatakacha as well to kind of hold them steady while that meteor shower goes out, and Hoon just switched with Shark. Oh, okay, they switched back. I was about to say, man, they're killing me here. And we pick up the Fanny for Shiro.
Okay, so they do slot the X-Borg into EXP. They slot the Ruby into gold. They go back to kind of very similar of the playstyle of what they brought in game number 1, except this time instead of the more stable, solid, just walk with your team Bane, you have Shiro on the Fanny. I think we saw Shiro on the Fanny last week, and it did not live up to my expectations. Hopefully this time Shiro proves himself.
Yeah, there are a few things that happen depending on how well. I'm very interested in this early game right now to see how well it goes for Shiro, because that's going to tell the story of how well this Fanny is going to perform throughout the game. But ladies and gentlemen, 1-1 apiece. BTK taking on Godspeed. Their future in the playoffs up for grabs.
Yeah, a lot on the line for both of these teams, honestly. And we can no longer say just for Godspeed or just for BTK. Both teams need more points. Both teams have an opportunity to steal second place here. So anything can go. Like I said, last week I saw Shiro on the Fanny, and there was a couple weird cables. He just felt a little slow on the Fanny. This time, if he wants to keep up, he needs to step up the pace a little bit. He needs to make sure he's landing all of those cables and be as aggressive as he can. Especially with Hoon being on this Chang, Hoon has no big flicker, right? I mean, he has a flicker literally, but the hero itself doesn't have a flicker skill. So there's a lot of opportunities to catch Hoon off guard in this game with the Fanny.
The only other thing here too is with Hoon on this Chang'e, you have a little bit of pressure to potentially be stealing a lot of those purple buffs from the side of Godspeed. Chang'e can throw out the meteor shower. It can pretty much one-hit those buffs very quickly. So it's something that Godspeed's really going to need to be aware of, especially kind of the threat coming from mid lane for a player or for a character like Fanny that really depends on the purple buff. And finds the kill onto MOBA Zane just like that.
There it is. That was what they needed. And the great thing too that I just thought about and just noticed, as long as the cable's going, the taunt does not stop you. So good ways for Shiro to get away. Not as much CC as maybe you would like to lock down the Fanny here. It was very well slotted in, and if Shiro keeps performing like this, maybe leads Godspeed to an early snowball.
Yeah, and just a great start for Godspeed. I mean, just keep on going with that. Shark coming in there. It grabs the aggro from the purple buff here, just trying to be a nuisance on this Gatakacha. The rest of the team not really pent on trying to help out Shiro, who needs some help here. He's getting his purple buff kind of stolen here. He's looking to get him to expend that retribution so that this next turtle won't be a problem for BTK. I don't believe he used his retribution, so he's still going to have that up and gets the turtle.
Runs over with the cable real quick. Bada bing, bada boom. Take the turtle. Get my purple. Find Zane. It's almost a 1K gold lead for Godspeed at this point. And Godspeed are moving, man. They're moving around the map. Zia in trouble.
Yeah, 3 members of BTK coming down to answer the call. Zaman Force is on the ground, so no worse for where our BTK Godspeed going to have to back off.
This is a different Godspeed than what we've seen in the past 2 games, right? It's much more quick pace. Yes, Restart still kind of hanging out like a tower in the mid lane, but Godspeed's okay with that type of composition. They're okay with him just farming in mid as the rest of the team moves around. And this time the rest of the team has a lot of availability to move around, with Baj jumping down to the bot, Sire getting a nice I'm offended onto Zia here.
Oh, we do see the Astral Echo from the backside. Shiro coming in, looking for the cutthroat. Is not able to find it, but Joybaj comes back. Avatar of the Guardian comes in, taunted onto 2 members, and down goes. No, Shiro able to get away. I don't think he has health. There's an error with this game.
That was messy, man. And Godspeed, we saw it with the tower last time with MPL. We're definitely in the 0% bug right now. But no, Godspeed, big whiff right there coming down, man. So close to getting Zia. Maybe not a whiff. Zia with the outplay. Zia cleanly dropping the Zaman's Force. And then Shark coming in too in the nick of time, aka Big Brother Shark saving out the team members.
I mean, in fairness, Godspeed, I would have expected them. I thought they were going to take a death there, especially that Avatar the Guardian going in on 2 members who were under tower. So that was very, very lucky for the side of Godspeed, as they were able to disengage still, even with that, I want to say, that little recoup from the side of BTK.
And Sire's doing a great job. Sire's actually winning out in lane right now, getting the rotations in very cleanly. And this is, like I said, this is a Godspeed we haven't really seen the past 2 games. We're only 4 minutes in, and they are already grouping up into 4 or 5 members. They are rotating quickly. They are all over.
Yeah, and you see right here, Shiro trying to look for another opportunity. Avatar the Guardian comes down. Shark looking to push away Godspeed, and Shiro still able to get the Lord. Now Godspeed looking to try to put on the damage. Mobazane finds a kill on to Joybaj. Out comes the Meteor Shower, though, putting on the damage to Godspeed, who's going to go ahead and back up 1-1 apiece for BTK and Godspeed.
Yeah, BTK is able to hold on. They get a kill. They might lose 2 turtles, but at least they get a lot of pressure and restart down. Zane might be in trouble, though. Should be able to get away. Shiro
not able to make him pay on the back end. Sairi comes in, finds the kill. Now Shark actually maybe being a little bit in trouble. Sairi putting on the CC. Joybaj from the back end, looking to help him out. Is he gonna see a guiding winds? No! Hoon finds the kill onto Joybaj. Now Sairi's gonna have to find himself an escape.
You know, it never seems to not surprise me. I mean, it never seems to surprise me, or it always surprises me, how much damage Ruby does, the gold lane Ruby does, man. Like, it's just a hero. I don't know why, but somehow we're only 5-6 minutes in, and Sire is just chunking people down, but BTK has definitely found a groove. They are still behind in gold, but Mobazane, even though taking 2 deaths, starting to find some moments where he's able to pick some people off, but we got to still keep our eyes on Shiro, because 1-0-1, the Torment has only just started, possibly.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting how the next few minutes of this game go. Still 31 seconds left on the next turtle. BTK only about 900 behind Godspeed right now. So I want to say it could even go up to the next turtle that really decides who's going to be in the lead. Shiro does find Chicken, gets a stun for his efforts. Joybaj coming in with the guiding wins.
I mean, Shiro definitely not the greatest Fanny player in the world, but good enough to really, I mean, and I feel like she was just getting better and better with it. Compared to last week, I feel like there was a few cables missed, a few positions where we could have moved faster. This week, still a couple angles off, a couple things off, but definitely stepping up the pace overall. It feels like all Godspeed's been doing for the past week is training for this game right now. Hoon stuck in this defensive mode on the Chang. I'm wondering when, like, what's this Chang really going to be as we move forward? Is it really going to be a game changer, or is it going to be, you know, a penalty?
Oh, Zia is going to get caught here, taken down by Shiro. Avatar the Guardian comes in, does not find its mark. Shiro with the cables to get him away from Shark's taunt, and they escape like thieves in the night right now. Mobazane tries to come in. I believe he got the retry on that gold minion.
Again, you know, Shiro hits a couple curves on the way out, but still gets the mark, you know, still, and they finally find Zia, which is huge for Godspeed. They've been looking for that gank for a while. They've been looking for that one for a while, and they finally actually, you know, lock in. And knocking Zia down, not only have they gotten kills on their damage dealer Zane, but they've also gotten a kill onto Zia, and this is going to set Godspeed even more ahead.
Hits a couple curves on his way out, messing up his rims a little bit.
Yeah, you know?
So it's not as pretty, but still, yeah, getting the job done, getting that transportation out there. Mobazane hiding up in the bush, now looking for an angle, and on the backside, Shiro, might be in a bad way here. A hole of BTK around him, and still able to find his way out there. Shark takes a whole bunch of CC. Sairi might be lost here for the side of Godspeed, and Avatar the Guardian comes out. Sairi gets caught there. The glorious pathway is out wide. Chicken now charging the hills now into Godspeed territory. Zia finds a kill onto Joybaj, but Divine is right there spraying on the damage, getting those stacks onto Fly Chicken.
You know, you just said the name Divine, and I haven't even really mentioned him all game, and it's something he's just kind of flown under the radar, but an X-Borg that's 0-0-0 is a scary X-Borg at 10, 12, 13 minutes. Divine's just going to get harder and harder to kill. He hasn't lost lane up top. He's actually technically been winning, and Shark down! Shiro finds another one. But yeah, Divine's gonna be a tough target as this game moves forward.
Man, you put it right when you said that it seems like Godspeed has been training for this moment the entire season, because this is a completely different team than we've seen the rest of the season. Now, Joybuzz locking on to Zia, who has the Zaman Force out there. Fly Chicken trying to put on the defense. Is it going to be enough? Blown up by the last insanity of Divine. That's going to be one down. Is this going to be enough for Godspeed? Shiro finds Mobazane in the mid lane.
Oh. I just watched Mobazane's cam too. The classic Mobazane rubbing his eye comes on cam. They're just like, man, this is really happening right now. They all know. And it's all smiles on Joybuzz cam right now. I mean, they're feeling themselves. They feel good.
Yeah, they do. Hoon's gonna have to flicker himself out. Meanwhile, Godspeed still focusing on this Lord, and that's gonna be a clean pickup for Shiro. The rest of Godspeed going to disengage.
Okay, big Lord. Over to Godspeed. AOG comes out, hits nothing. They're all good. And you notice how, remember last game, Shark, the AOGs were so clean when BTK was winning and they were doing well. And now we're starting to see Shark use these AOGs preemptively, more as engages instead of during the team fights. And this is more of the problem I saw when they were against Cloud9. I'm seeing some of those same issues come out from Shark now with the Avatar Guardian.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason being, like, and it's just not as successful. Maybe a little bit of frustration coming out of the side of BTK when it comes to kind of being on the back foot. And that's exactly where I want to say Godspeed wants to be right now. Big engagement comes out. Astral Echo giving them vision. Mobazane looking for an escape. Syri finds the cleanup there, even with Divine coming in with the last insanity just in case. Now Lord swinging away at bottom. Syri comes in between three members. Joybuzz on the side there, giving the guiding winds for the clean escape.
Okay. Oh, Shiro still wants more. He keeps coming, bro. He's trying to swing it.
Yeah, you saw Zia there thinking his lucky stars. Avatar the Guardian comes out there, does stun up to Syri. We do have a little bit of the healing coming up from Joybuzz with the guiding winds. Is going to pull him away to safety. I don't even know what BTK can do here right now, because every single engagement coming from Godspeed, they can't even punish them for, because right there, there's always a guiding wind to pull them out to safety. And Mobazane gets his clock cleaned again. Shiro picking up the kill. What is going on?
And his clock is definitely clean. His head is bald right now. The man's been getting trimmed down for a while, and the fight keeps continuing in the mid.
Yeah, and Zia gets taken down. Joybuzz finds the kill there right now. The lead firmly in the side of a Godspeed, looking at a 6K gold lead.
That is something right there. Godspeed 6. I mean, we're on 7K now at this point. It's raising every second. And Hoon on the Chang, man. The Chang. I'm so confused, and I'm having PTSD. Last time I saw Hoon on Chain, it was not a good day. I don't know if everyone remembers it, but, you know, it happened. And it did not work out, and right now it's also not, I mean, yes, he's 1-0-1, but his gold, man, he's so far behind. He's got 3 items locked in right now, and Restart is just having the time of his life.
Yeah, and we just saw that him unload a meteor shower that Syri basically tanked the entirety of and barely did 10% damage to him. That's just how far behind Hoon is right now on the mid lane and providing that suppressive fire. Oh, Shiro comes in, takes down Zia, is down for the count, bringing it to a 10-kill lead for Godspeed.
I mean, and here's the big thing too, because against something like an X-Borg, you know, there's certain picks, you want to be able to really burst down some of these heroes on Godspeed, and BTK just doesn't really have the answers to any of them right now. And even if Zia gets a couple big shots off on someone, the Ruby counters Zia. I mean, Shiro can come in and one-shot any of them at pretty much any time. You know, you don't say this very often, but right now it feels like BTK doesn't have any answers.
It's all going to kind of come down to these the fights right now. I mean, if anybody keeps it together, it's usually BTK. Even when they're behind, they're just looking for an opportunity. Right now, though, Godspeed is not giving it to them. They are on the offense. They're able to still find the pickoffs. They're pushing down. They're able to find these objectives as well, getting the Lords. They're refusing jungle. They're doing everything they need to do to win the game. And BTK basically is down to the point where they're looking for some type of opportunity that Godspeed can potentially give to them. Meteor Shower goes out to kind of clear up this lane. We do have the circling eagle onto Shark. Avatar the Guardian is looking to kind of get him back out of harm's way. Shiro comes in, finds Zia, and then escapes out into the night. The Lord up at top, trying to bring out the damage, charges into the top lane, taking down the tower to 25%. Now that is a high ground tower down. In comes Shiro again, looking for a target if he's able to find one just yet. Into the back lines, Fly Chicken defending his position against two members as Godspeed back off. Astral Echo is out. Shiro comes in, looking for a kill, is not able to find it, gets out, restart, finds a kill onto Shark. That is 2 down for BTK right now, and another high ground tower. Joybot comes in, finds a kill onto Hoon. The rest of BTK looking for the opportunity, but Joybot using that guiding winds, still keeping the shields up. Restart, and Joybot's very low. Are they gonna find a kill onto Mobazane? They do, and in comes a last insanity. Minions pushing on the core. Godspeed looking to take the lead. 2-1 favor of Godspeed.
Look at Baji Boy. Look at Baji Boy. He's hype. I love it. Baji Boy, 2-1. 2-1. Godspeed with the lead, the back and forth. Are you not entertained, Private?
I was about to say, I don't know what happened, but Godspeed actually looks like they might want to win this thing. It's kind of crazy there, but a different Godspeed than we have seen throughout this entire season, holding BTK down to 4 kills to 14 here. What a dominating game for Godspeed.
Mobazane with the bronze, with the chocolate next to his name right now. 2-6-1. I mean, it's been multiple games of them just focusing down onto him, and even then, man, Shiro was all over him from the very beginning. The first kill of the game, Shiro gets it onto Mobazane, and it immediately slows down the pace. You pair that up with Hoong on the Chang, and it's just, it slows down BTK's whole rhythm. And then this time, what Godspeed lacked in their previous game is they never really switched gears. Eventually they did, and they started focusing onto Zia. They started focusing onto some of the other heroes, and it just helped secure their dub even more.
What this means for me right now, I mean, just taking a look at this game, we were a little critical of Shiro on this Fanny. He had a few little mishaps the first time he took out this Fanny last week against Maple Leafs. Here, I want to say he probably played it a little safer, just came in looking for the kills and then got out. Even took a couple of taunts from Gatakacha, using those cables to be able to get away. Did such a great job here as you see him take down Mobazane.
I mean, we start off on these highlights about 5 minutes in, right? And overall, Mobazane does get some kills here and there, and even there, he gets to pick on a restart. But Shiro, man, like we said, I think Shiro's just been sitting on the cables all week long, because it's a very different Shiro than what we saw last week, and the whole team just playing a very different game than what we saw over the past 2 weeks. In week 3, Godspeed, as you said, I couldn't have said it better than myself. I think they actually want to win this thing, Private.
I know, it's amazing, and this is what I love to see from a team starting to actually improve to such huge lengths to be able to kind of take on BTK here. But I want to say the story isn't all just about their skill level. BTK showing some signs of wear, showing some signs of maybe some frustration. The Chang'e pick, a little questionable for me, and I'm not even sure where it kind of fit into here. It didn't really have the role. As we started moving into the mid and late game, Hoon just started etching farther and farther behind, to the point where that Meteor Shower just was not doing enough to support the team with the suppressive fire.
Yeah, and they already had the threat of Shiro, but once Divine went through that game, not taking any deaths, once Sire started really going through that game, not taking any deaths, they had this front line that BTK just couldn't cut through. And look at that. Godspeed, number 2 in the standings right now. if Godspeed ends this 3-1, they will end this season as the second best team of season. All I want to say.
This is amazing right now, and right now it is, I never thought I would say it for this weekend. It is do or die time for BTK. They need a win here right now to take this to a game 5.
Yeah, I mean it is very important to get a win here. I mean, they like, and the reason I'm laughing is because it is very like they seriously need a win here. Because at that point you're going into like they did beat MPL, right? Did they beat MPL earlier this season? Because now we really have to start thinking about tiebreaker stuff. This is no longer just, we're not just hypothetically speaking anymore. We have to really start thinking about this. BTK has not played MPL right now. They're tied with MPL. So if they don't win this, it goes into like, and Gosu Nighthorde, for example, wins all 4 of their games tomorrow or something. It goes into serious. It goes into tiebreaker. It goes into tiebreaker for MPL and BTK. It goes into deep rules. And right now, because neither of the teams have won, I can't tell you all the facts on that. I don't know what they all are now. This is unprecedented. But yeah, it's definitely interesting.
The thing is here, if BTK does not win this next match, all Gosu Nighthorde has to do is win their series tomorrow to, I want to say, boot out. To boot down. They haven't faced MPL. They haven't faced the Maple Leafs at all. So there's no tiebreaker in there for them.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So if Gosu Nighthorde tomorrow goes like 4-0, it's crazy. We're into the draft though, so let's see what happens.
Well, BTK very wisely going to go ahead and take that Fanny off the board. Definitely don't want to see that. That's going to leave open the Bane for the side of Godspeed, but they're not going to pick it up. I'm wondering if BTK is going to go ahead and scoop that up very quickly.
I mean, hey man, the Ruby pick, I was a little like, okay, first pick Ruby. This time I'm like, yeah, first pick Ruby, bro, let's go. Let's do it. Zia definitely has to think about it. And because the Harith's not going to fly, right? Sire was bullying Harith that whole time. There is still the Matilda open. Joybaj made it work very well. And Godspeed has continued to show that they have plenty of options. Bane is still out there. Godspeed can fall back to the Bane strategy if they want here. They could pick up, Bane. They could go for the Bane X-Borg if they wanted. They could pick up the Bane Sicilion here. They seem to have a lot of options still to where BTK has to kind of reach, I feel like.
Yeah, really interesting here. They go with the early game. They got the Vexana. They got the Arlot. You were asking for this for Fly Chicken to go ahead and pick this up a while ago. He's going to pick that up now. I like the Arlot pick. It means that Chicken's going to be, I want to say, he's going to be more part of these fights earlier. He's got a great amount of clear. He's going to be able to join these fights, especially some of these objective engagements. And we've seen how well the Arlot can be used to even get across the map for some of these. But in answer to that, Godspeed's going to go ahead, pick up the Khalid. And I want to say Khalid is probably one of the only answers to Arlot where it doesn't actually counter Arlot, but he's going to be able to clear the lane quickly as well, so that now you're keeping pace with Arlot trying to rotate on your team.
All right, so last time Divine played decent, but I still feel like, I don't know, Godspeed seems to do a little better with the really tanky offlaners, and Khalid might not be it. But still, we'll see how they pull it together. As long as I think we keep Joybaj on something that can move and groove. I feel like Godspeed can do something. They gotta move and groove, all right, Private?
I was wondering.
That's the win con.
I know we were kind of critical because we saw him on the Kufra. He had a very wide range of success with it, not so much on the Kaja, and we were wanting to see him on the setting potential type of roams. But he showed us with the Matilda that he doesn't need to be on those. He can even support the team. So
he can move and groove.
Indeed is what he needs to do on his roam. It's just kind of hit or miss right now. It's really kind of dependent on what kind of success he can find with some of his picks. Mobazane gonna go on old Faithful here, does not go for the Bane pick, goes and picks up the Julian here and is gonna ban out Ling.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest, Private. I got no idea what's going on right now. Okay, I'm not ready. I was not ready for this. My notes do not calculate. Okay. So yeah, let's jump into second phase. Alice Band. I actually think the Alice Band assault because that's something I wanted to see Zia. I think that might have been the option to lean back to, especially with the Ruby Gold lane. There's not a whole lot of answers for that. Now, Zia could still, like the Claude, Purify Claude could do okay against it. He could fall back to something like the Moskov, but I really think, other than that, is there any other real, like, fightery gold laners that he can go for here? He could jump back to the Lunox. He played well on that.
I was going to say the Lunox is a good answer for the Ruby. It's going to be able to burst down the tankiness of it. Then you get maybe a glowing wand on it. You're going to be able to take down some of the healing from it. And it's an answer for the potential sets that could come out for Godspeed. If they're going to go with the assassin route as well, you're going to have the brilliance that'll be able to come out to negate some of that damage as well. But like you said, like right now, we're kind of really leaning on Zia, where you're going to have Hoon on a little bit more of a, I want to say, a better pickup here when it comes to that mid lane, something a little bit more dependable in the Vexana, the amount of CC that she can output in that early game damage as well. So it's looking a little better of a draft. A much better draft from BTK here, even with just these first 3 picks. And they're going to go ahead and take Matilda off the board for Godspeed.
And I love the way the Godspeed is just like, come on, Zia, pick up the Harith, man. We banned out the 1-1, we banned out the Al. They're just like, hey, you ain't go for it. And we do have the Claude get locked in, so solid pick there. Shark still needing a roamer. Does he fall back to something, you know, a bit more simple? Maybe just something like the Tig, something, you know, Edith is gone, but just something a bit more straightforward, nothing too crazy. Godspeed, on the other hand, we also need a roamer, need a jungle. Hayabusa open right now. He could play the Fanny, bring in the Haya this time.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting pick for the side of Godspeed. The big thing is that when it came to the Fanny, Fanny was able to kind of get in, get out. It didn't really put themselves into harm's way. The Bane, a little bit more closer, but still another one of those that had that utility, had the deadly catch to come out to be able to create that space. And we're gonna go with Old Faithful here. Shiro's gonna go on to that Bane.
And not only that, but the Kadita Roam. And I mean, yeah, it's got to be Kadita Roam. Bodge on the Kadita Roam, man. Not something you see really at all anymore, but Godspeed has been continuously pulling out clutch picks, and this is Baji Boy we're talking about, and that is still an aggressive pick. My problem is it is a little bit squishy, and that's where we saw them kind of lack. And there goes a Tigreal pick for Shark.
Yeah, and especially with the CC that you're gonna see from Syri, they're looking for like the wombo combos. They have a lot. They have the CC that can come in with the Sandstorm. They have Syri with the I'm Offended. Even the Deadly Catch provides. So you have ample opportunities to get those the wave, the ultimate from the Kadita out there. But like you said, very squishy, and it's really going to come down to placements. And with Shark on the Tigreal, it's going to be very interesting to see how Godspeed deal with it. And man, I'm actually very excited for this matchup right now.
If anyone's wondering why me and Private are like, so I mean, that's the real thing. It's like, this is exciting, right? Like, this is nobody expected this to happen. You guys, we saw the caster votes, right? Every single one of us voted on BTK, and we were, I mean, the thought was that Godspeed just needed a point, right? Godspeed just needed to get on the board. Godspeed just needed to maybe get 2 points, but now we're in the discussion of Godspeed maybe 3-1-ing BTK, and that is insane for NACT, right? Like, and that's. I think I came into this NACT just expecting everything to be very straightforward this season, and Godspeed is a team who's throwing some wrenches into the plan of things.
Yeah, really making a name for themselves right now. We never thought we would be here. BTK fighting for their survival and potential of getting into the playoffs against Godspeed, who hold a 2-1 lead over them.
All right, so we're right back at it. Shiro back on the Bane. He's performed well on it. He does great. with the Retribution. Great with some of these neutral turtles. The real question is can Joybaj perform on the Kadita? Can restart? Can they create space for restart? BTK's big job, I think, as they've done in past games, is get to the back line, split up Godspeed.
Yeah, and that's going to be the answer too. We saw some of the points too where Godspeed was having some trouble trying to get to the back line. And we need to see that again coming from the side here of BTK, where Z is going to be untouchable, where he's going to be able to kind of get his items and be able to kind of get to that back line of Godspeed as we hit that mid and late game. But it's going to have his hands full, especially dealing with a Ruby in his lane.
Definitely. And it's just the root. We've seen how well, it's not just any Ruby, like Sire's been doing amazing on the Ruby, man, just overall, especially when Sire gets involved. If Sire has a free experience of just farming up, the damage starts to add up, and there's some damage on a Shark.
Oh, and he gets caught. Shark and flickers back, but still gets caught by the back end of the deadly catch. Meanwhile, Fried Chicken going in onto Divine and Restart, defending his lane. That is one kill for the side of Godspeed, and they might be able to pick up. Looks like Zane looking for an opportunity to kind of get into their Hoon, backing him up. Joybaj comes in to separate Zane. Shiro picks up the turtle. Hoon finds a kill onto Joybaj. The rest of Godspeed disengaging.
Okay, so one for a turtle. They lose Baj. Overall, fairly even trade, I think. Godspeed does come out on top with gold, but honestly, BTK closes that very quickly.
And man, I want to say right now, Divine actually doing very well against Fried Chicken in the lane right now, even with that when it comes to the R-Lot and the amount of offense that R-Lot can output. So doing a really great job, and I want to see how much of an issue this might become with some of these next objectives.
Yeah, it feels so strange that like BTK hasn't been favoring this R-Lot early on. I'm an honest believer that right now the R-Lot is probably the S-tier EXP laner right now. He is a game changer. I think he pretty much outplays just about it. I mean, he's honestly probably the best EXP laner I think you can pick right now. And they just haven't really been picking up. So I'm glad they finally lock it in the end here. It could be the pick that defines the game here.
Yeah, it's definitely, especially when you adding that final slash into some of these objective fights. 49 seconds left on this next turtle. We're going to see if it becomes a part Divine and Shiro and Joybaj looking to come in onto BTK. Not exactly finding the angle, but it looks like they're trying to set up a position. Now, three of them going on to Fried Chicken. Joybaj on the backside looking to close off his escape. Deadly catch is out. Fried Chicken goes in, gets petrified, and might not. He's going to use that flicker as well. Final slash is out, does miss two members. Divine takes a little bit of a stun there, and Fried Chicken finds the cleanup.
Yeah, and that's a big kill for Fwide, right? I think Fwide needs that to kind of keep up, and the fact that Divine goes down one, it's going to put Fwide in a nice position over the Khalid right now in terms of just scaling, in terms of pushing. Divine loses, though, that wave right there as well, loses some EXP, and overall, in coming into the second and third turtle, it's going to help BTK out a lot.
Yeah, I do like the Astral Orbs coming out from the side of Restart. Does force Fried Chicken to back off. Shark takes a lot of damage. Joybaj comes in onto Mobazane. Deadly catch is out. Is Mobazane going to find the angle? He does not. Shiro finds himself a second turtle of the game.
And now that's another turtle over to Godspeed. So Godspeed hanging in there like we've seen them do multiple times. Not only are they hanging in, they're leading in gold right now. So you could almost argue that maybe BTK just hanging in there. Godspeed, though, keeping it clean. Let's take a look at the items right now. Shiro sitting about 2,800 whereas Zane 2,700. So Shiro's getting the upper hand. Shark, though, landing some nice implosions. And there goes another kill possibly.
Yeah, that's going to be Divine taken down there. Great. Oh, final slash comes out, but nobody there to help with the kill onto Restart. And Shiro up at the top, meanwhile, finds himself the first tower of the game.
And that's another kill onto Divine, putting him, I mean, Khalid is good, but if he falls behind too early, it's going to start to become a problem. He's the big engager, and when he wants to bring these big engages, if he just gets bursted down, it's going to really kind of put a wrench in things. But Godspeed still holding the lead.
Oh, Shark might be caught here. It takes a whole frontal assault of damage. damage, and the Astral Sphere is more than enough to take Shark down as he's looking for an escape. Syri dives in after Hoon almost eats a turret shot. Mobazane from the side looking for an opportunity is not going to be able to find it. He's in a bad way against two members. Syri not able to close the distance.
All right, so tower for tower, roamer for roamer. Both teams going back and forth right now. Restart, I want to take a look at mages right now. Hoon sitting at 3-0-1, which is going to be huge for the Vexana. On the other hand, Restart 1-0-0. He's having a slow start right now. And this is the same thing we've seen some Restart just about every game, right? Wants these end game mages, wants to just hang out, and I don't know if it's going to cut it this time.
Ooh, actually Divine jumps into an implosion to try to save his team member, and now he's gonna cost them 2 potential deaths here. He's trying to get his health off, is gonna use that ultimate to find and escape. Deadly catches Hoon. It does. Shiro finds the kill there. Final Slash is out as well. Fly Chicken finds the kill onto Shiro. Mobazane in a little bit of trouble. Syri gets pushed out from Shark there. Immobilized now, looking for an escape. Fly Chicken dives in after, takes a turret shot. Astral Sphere comes out, but it's going to set up this next turtle fight for Mobazane.
Yeah, and Zia also, I mean, in the midst of all that, Zia doing his job, just like we saw in game number 2 on the Claude, hanging on to these off lanes, keeping pressure, playing away from the team. And this is the BTK that I think we want to see, right? This is the BTK that BTK fans want to see. A bit more spread out, a bit more willing to make plays happen, having faith in Zia as a fast-moving gold laner, to where even when they were behind in gold a minute or two ago, they still seem to have control over the map.
Yeah, and the control, like, it's starting to spread here. Not only about a 1K gold lead, but when it comes to kills, when it comes to the spread and the force onto the towers right now, they're still doing a good job, especially against a Bane right now, who usually favors some of these. Mobazane gets caught, popped up, and taken down by Divine. Zia tries to come in with a blazing duet of his own, trying to punish Joybaj, who gets a lot of that health back with his passive. Hoon finds the killing bro. Syri in trouble, catches an implosion for his efforts, trying to get the healing up, but taken down by Flied Chicken. Divine gonna look for an escape as the rest of BTK come to take down the minions at mid lane.
What did I say, man? Even if Baji knows his team will lose out in the fight, if he has a chance to kill Mobazane, he is going for it, man. I don't care if it's going to be a 2-for-1. He's open. We're taking him. Godspeed, though, do find a tower in the boss side. Towers are at a standstill right now. Gold at only a 1K difference. Taking a look at the items this time, let's take a look at these EXP laners. Fried Chicken, feeling pretty good right now, going against Khalid, holding about a 400 lead, has a Thunder Belt in, working in on the next item, picks up a little bit of magic defense as well, and then gonna swap into Dominance Ice.
Yeah, and he's got a decent amount of items here right now. It's looking really good for Hoon. Restart's slowly starting to play the little makeup game here, but Hoon's in a very firm lead when it comes up to the mids. We only have 1 more second. Lord is going to be up. I want to say this is going to be the big time for BTK and Godspeed to kind of man up for these fights. Are they going to be able to take it? Are they finding their position? You can see right now BTK a firm position, looking to kind of hold it against Godspeed.
All right, so with Lord up, right, Godspeed's doing what I think they did in some of their previous game, where they find a position over the Lord a little bit early on and let BTK come to them.
Oh! Big Final Slash goes out onto 2 members. Syri gets caught there, popped up. Is that going to be enough damage? Hoon finds the kill. Shark in the backline finds Shiro with an implosion and a push. Hoon finds the kill there. Blazing duet by Zia, dives under the tower, still trying to take down Divine. Joybaj finds the kill onto Mobazane. 5-10 right now in favor of BTK. 2 down for Godspeed, 1 for BloodThirstyKings.
And Zia immediately transitions down to the boss side, keep pressure there, gonna make his way back up to the Lord now. They do lose Mobazane, so they can't, I don't think they can exactly rush this Lord. Shiro's not on the map, but he'll be up a little bit quicker, but still BTK gets a strong position. And then once they take this purple buff, this is what I think this will really start to catapult them a little bit ahead now. Baj needs to really start landing some big ults, I think, and that's what we've always kind of needed from Baj. If they can't, I mean, they need to stop maybe targeting Mobazane, and once again, go for Zia, go for Hoon. Target some of the other big damage dealers on the team.
Yeah, especially because Hoon is really kind of coming online 6-1 and 3 right now. He's really going to be a threat if they continue to ignore him, continue to kind of force it onto Mobazane. And Zia, I mean, he's still yet to. I wonder if he does have that Trinity build. He should have it by now at the 11-minute mark. So he's going to start coming into some of these team fights and really start pouring on the damage.
So still no Lord taken. Both teams taking their time. Everyone's farming up. Both junglers kind of making sure they got their buffs ready to go. Fried Chicken does use that final slash. Should be up again before this Lord gets, into a critical position. Mobazane locks into Crystal. Holy Crystal should add a bit more damage to him, but still Mobazane, man, it's tough on the Julian, man. Every time he goes in, he's getting just instantly melted down or grabbed up by Syra so that the rest of the team can burst him to bits. Mobazane has to approach this Lord carefully.
Yeah, you see him kind of baiting out this Lord, pulling. His team is nowhere in a position to really kind of help him with the Lord right now. Shark does find an implosion and a push. Pop-up lands on. That's going to be all that's going to be all of it for Divine. He gets taken down as Shiro and Restart backing off. This might be a setup that they're looking for. Now on the backside, look at the positioning of Joybaj on the backside. Rough Waves is out looking for the escape from Chicken, who dives in after him. Final slash. He gets petrified before the final slash can come out. What a move by Joybaj to be able to get taken out there. Shark now trying to zone out the rest of the team. A little bit damage on their Shiro with the deadly catch coming out.
Oh!
Duet from Zia onto the back line. Finds himself 3 kills. Down goes the rest of Godspeed, and Zane is going to pick up this Lord.
This is what they needed. Give Shark a hero that can set. Give Chicken a hero that can really set and make game-changing plays. And now BTK looking to tie things up.
Yeah, now they're pushing into the core. Mobazane's going to use those enhanced chains to get away from some of the damage. And now the rest of BTK doing what they do best when they have the lead. They're going to go ahead, take away any advantage from the team, start clearing out enemy jungle. Mid lane coming in for the push right now. Shark in the front. Astral Echo is out. Syri comes in, looking for some CC, gets pushed into the back line of BTK. Deadly Catch does not connect, and Fried Chicken finds a kill onto Syri. Deadly Catch out on the Shiro does not find its mark.
All right, so with the Lord getting melted down, Godspeed should be able to survive here. Ooh, Zane Baj, bro. Baj.
I think you were absolutely correct.
I'm telling you, man.
One
job,
one mission in this entire game, and that is to be a nuisance, to be the hell of Mobazane here and take him out. He doesn't even care. He's like, the no comes out. Joybaj, man, he's been so impressive here in these in this entire series. But I mean, right now, really trying to put the frustration onto Mobazane.
Baj is just laughing as he's dying, pointing at Zane. Like, it's definitely entertaining. It's definitely what we want to see. And right now, BTK with this type of lead, about 7,000 up. The game seals pretty comfortably in their face. And, Divine, I'm not saying that Khalid is a bad pick, but I just don't know if it really fits Divine's playstyle, man. Divine does so much cleaner, I think, on those tankier guys. Kind of almost the opposite of Chicken, right? Where Chicken does great on these very aggressive EXP laners. Divine does so much better on these tankier EXP laners that can just hang out and create space for his team. And right now, he's going in, and he's getting taken down a bit too quick. He's getting caught off guard by Shark. Multiple implosions have landed onto Divine, and he's just not really able to hold his own out there by himself.
Well, and I think the question kind of came out is what can deal with the R-Lot in lane. And I don't think any of his playstyle, any of those characters that really favor his playstyle would have benefited in a lane against R-Lot. So he kind of just took the hit, picked up the Khalid for it. And right now he's kind of paying for it. Going to go in, try to get a little bit of damage on him. Mobazane, look at all the damage there. Down to 40% health from one move from Mobazane.
Yeah, once that Holy Crystal got locked in, Zane's going to start. It's definitely going to be packing a punch, especially on the squishier members of Godspeed. Sire feels like the only hero who can really, the Ruby feels like the only one that can really sit up close and personal with everybody. Also does a nice amount of damage, and look at Baj once again being a nuisance to the back line.
Yeah, Fly Chicken trying to chase him down, trying to create some distance. We do have a conceal play out there. Good job by the mage there to kind of spot Shark out. Ooh, and we do have the Ancient Guardian. The Eternal Guardian comes out, and Mobazane going to find himself another Lord. Unfortunate for the side of Godspeed, they're unable. Ooh, a final slash. Fly Chicken out there trying to put some damage on Joy Bosch. Goes down. Rough Waves is unable to come out. The rest of BTK trying to chase down Godspeed. A pop-up onto Syrie, and Mobazane finds the kill from the backside. Zia coming in, trying to put the damage on to Shiro. Now minion waves at the bottom lane. Shark a little low. Shiro looking for the recoil from that Crab Claw cannon, not able to find its mark.
I'm waiting for that Crab Claw cannon to just start hunting heads. I feel like we're at a time span where if Shiro can land some of the right ones, it could be devastating. Lord coming out, and look at Divine just pulling it back. He's like, nope, we're gonna hang out here in the mid for a little bit, but he's got to get back to base.
Yeah, he has to get back to base. We do see the Winter Crown is out. A push from Shark. Hoon finds a kill onto Shiro. Joy Bosch finds one on the Fly Chicken. BTK tie things up with Godspeed. And you know what this means, Trex?
This means game number 5.
A bonus game here. Our first ever in the NACT. This is a landmark occasion here for NACT. It's the first time teams have taken it to one another here, and a great job here by BTK to come back in dominating fashion.
And who would, what game would we have wanted it more from than, the Baj and Zane grudge match, the bromance, whatever you want to call it. It's definitely, I think this is the last thing we expected tonight, and here we are, Private.
Man, an amazing game right now. And you take a look at this. The one person I wasn't expecting to have such a hard time, Syrie. BTK did a really great job kind of focusing down, making sure that they became a nuisance for Syrie when he came in. Hoon kind of raining down damage onto him. 0-5 for this game, earns him the bronze there. And that's mostly due to BTK kind of holding the line against him.
Okay, so taking a look at some of the stats, damage dealt. Hoon actually leading the card right now, and we saw him early on. What was it? I think, how did he end that game? Like 7-8-1 and something. I mean, just early on he was 6-0-2 or something like that. Just completely monstrous on the field. And the combo between Shark and Hoon, the implosion and the Eternal Guardian, that's one of the things that just kept on catching Divine off guard. He's unable to heal up on the Khalid. Every time he engages, he gets cut off. And I think it's one of the things that messes up Syrie as well. That Eternal Guardian, every time Syrie wants to hang out in the midst of all of them, knock up. Boom. Enough CC to hold Ruby down for a minute to where they can actually burst down Syrie.
Yeah, and that was the biggest thing, is like you kind of, as long as, because where Syrie and Divine, they're gonna be center stage, and if you're just raining down damage, especially Hoon, who's just having such an excellent game for that last game, being able to throw down the Eternal Guardian, throw down the CC, and the immense amount of damage on there, really punishing those picks there.
All right, so game number, let's take a look at actually, let's wait for that. We'll take a look at the replays real quick. The first big pick off, Shiro with that deadly catch. And we see that they're trying to bring pressure, right? Godspeed comes with a very similar playstyle of what they did last game with Shiro on the Fanny, where they are kind of all over the map. You have Baj and this aggressive Kadita. But one thing Baj was having a lot of trouble with, and it seems a lot of the members of Godspeed were having a lot of trouble with, is they would go in, they would get stunned up, they would get locked up, and they would get taken out. And Zia just had free farm, and by the end of the game he was shredding. I mean, it just didn't really feel like this time Godspeed had an answer.
Yeah, and there was just, it was a ton, the way that BTK was able to chain together that CC and damage coming out. These picks really melded well together, and you were absolutely hit the button on the nose, is that Zia was able to have some breathing room. He didn't really have such a challenge in his lane, and he was able to kind of bring it forth onto the team once we hit that mid and late game.
All right, so I mean, at this point, sorry, taking a look at it, BTK, I mean, I feel like BTK just kind of dominated that game. Overall, we had the R lot, right? And I think that was a huge game changer. I think Shark being on an aggressive roamer, huge game changer, and I think they just need to kind of stick with that composition. But that is also the same kind of composition. Like, I think the same thing we could be said for Godspeed, to a point of they need to stick what really works for them and keep Baj on something that can hang out, keep Baj on something that can move and groove and not die in 2 seconds, you know? Yes, Baj got a lot of great kills on the Mobazane, but there's something that works for both teams, and I think it's going to come down to whoever executes it better.
Yeah, and we saw kind of a little bit of a falter. We talked about it a little earlier. Sairi and Divine, there was really, I want to say that the Vexana was a huge answer for both of those picks, especially with them getting CC'd down. If you're CC'd and you're not able to actually actuate some of the moves that bring you that health back, you're going to have a problem. And right from the get-go, BTK did a great job. And I want to say, like, even that first play in the highlights there, where you saw like an entire team try to jump on the chicken, I want to say now BTK kind of coming online, especially Fly Chicken in there, and that defense there, able to come in, gets the final slash before the smoothness of that flicker out of the way, and then still having the life left to protect his tower. An amazing game there played by BTK, but that brings us to this fated bonus game 5.
Bonus round. I didn't even know we had a bonus round graphic. That's what I like to see. We've had in the clutch this whole time and haven't gotten to use it. But here we go. Bonus round time. I feel like I'm in a game of Mario right now, and we just found the secret level. It is Godspeed up against BTK. Private Dancer, you can recast your vote if you want. Who do you think is going to take this?
I'm still, well, here's some things to kind of throw out there. You mentioned it before. First pick has been the winner here for when it comes to this series. It's been who's been on the red side has gotten
That's
the
yeah,
victory.
second pick. No, second pick has been getting the victories.
Has it been second pick?
Second pick, yeah. Red side. They just picked
So,
Ruby
I mean,
first. They lost. Last time they picked, red side has won every game so far.
So, I mean, and who's got red side this time? Is that going to be BTK or is that going to be...
I think loser picks. Loser normally picks what side they're on. I don't know if it's a back and forth. I didn't read that part of the rule book, but I don't know if it's a back and forth. Maybe we'll get clearance. We'll figure out. I'll tell you what, we're going to know in a few seconds. Godspeed's red side. My futuristic powers are telling me.
Yeah, so I mean, Godspeed on red side, so I want to say a little bit of a favor in them, but I mean, we're talking about BTK. They've been in positions like this before, where the pressure is on, where their kind of future in the playoffs hang in the balance. Is Godspeed going to be able to take this pressure and flourish from it, or will BTK kind of shine through?
Jumped into this one quick. Whole draft, half the draft is already down right now. We got a Lolita pick, we got a Ruby pick, we got the signature Lolita pick from Shark, Hoon on the Valentina. A lot of comfort on the side of BTK, but Baj picks up the Kufra.
And with the Lolita pick, with the Bulwark, you have the potential reflect of the deadly catch from Shiro. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, because I love playing Bane, and when I see a Lolita on the enemy team,
I love playing Lolita.
It's so annoying to have all your sharks coming back at you when you think it's going to be a great upset for the team. I do like the picks here, though. We're going to go on to Old Faithful for Joy Baj. He gets onto that Kufra, who had such an amazing game and was, I want to say, a pivotal role for Godspeed in that first victory they had here. And Edith picked up here for Divine. You were talking about it earlier. You like to see him on some of those tankier picks where he has an answer or a potential escape with that tankiness, and it won't get bursted down as quickly.
I do want to point out Arlot is still open, which I feel like is a little bit dangerous here. I kind of want to see Godspeed maybe ban that out here. They ban out the X-Borg. I thought maybe they would maybe pick up X-Borg here and ban out the Arlot, but they go the other way around. So maybe they pick up the Arlot here. Maybe they steal it away from Chicken, because with that, and then, I mean, they could put... I guess, I mean, we've seen them go double fighter off lane. That's all I'm saying. I think at this point, they go back to a game one strat. Maybe they still pick up a marksman here. But they're in a weird spot, because if Chicken gets that Arlot, it's scary, man.
Yeah, well, and then I'm kind of trying to sit here as I try to think of reasons why you would not pick up the Arlots. I mean, he's done well. He's got an amazing amount. The Lu Yi left open and scooped up by Restart, who's had some amazing games so far. This entire series here. Now we're waiting on what the replies are going to be from the side of BTK.
I mean, the Lu Yi, I think, fits Restart's whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 Su you? Okay. So, can he do it better than Best Play?
I'm trying to think of like where we can go positive with this. Right now, we saw even from Best Player struggled with the Suyu when it came. The rest of his team was more than able to kind of make up for it. He does, but I want to say, on the side of Mobazane, this more fits his play style than it does Best Player's play style. Whereas he's used to those assassins who can get around very fast, who have an escape like that. Mobazane deals more with characters and junglers and probably feels more comfortable with junglers that have a little bit of defense on them.
All right, well, we'll see how it plays out. I do want, for some clarification, we had a little clarification. This 5th game will give one of the teams a point. I was wrong earlier, I guess. I don't know, but maybe it's because it's the last week. But either way, this game will decide on pretty much who's jumping to that number 2 spot. So it's pretty huge, right? And this whole game right here, with what's already happened, it doesn't matter who drops, it gives a lot of opportunity for Gosu Nighthorde to sneak in. But that's enough of all that. I just wanted to clear up. This game does give a point and will pretty much secure a guaranteed on 2nd place of season.
Smash them.
Yeah, and it's all come down to this. I don't think anybody in North America thought we would see a Game 5 for BTK taking on Godspeed, who have really stepped up this series. But will it be enough to overcome, I want to say, the faces of North America and BTK?
All right, now, Baj already. The signature early on clutch play, and they're gonna have nice crowd control as well from Restart on the duality proccing, getting those yin and yang triggers. On the other hand, taking a look at BTK, I feel like they're gonna have probably better maybe wave management in the beginning and mid-side. Will be able to rotate a bit more. We already know Shark is very comfortable on this Lolita, and up against something, I mean, there it is right there. Up against the Moskov, up against the Deadly Catch, the Lolita could really be the game changer.
Yeah, and that's the one thing. And then not just the Lolita, but Shark's Lolita. The person who made Lolita part of the meta during M3. They're talking about somebody who pretty much knows the ins and outs of this character and what they can do and use them precisely.
Yeah, so I'm definitely excited for it. I think we're going to have a much slower game than usual here. I think both teams knows what's on the line here. I mean, both teams at this point pretty comfortable that they're going to sit in playoffs. So now it's just pride and glory, right? Now it's just who can really beat the other team, and that's what makes Game 4 so exciting here.
Yeah, and we do see the Deadly Catch come out. Shark and Mobazane gonna back off from it. No worse for wear. 11 seconds left on this first turtle.
Okay, so, you know, one thing Shiro's done so great with the Deadly Catch during these turtles, using it at the right time to make sure Mobazane can't get in to hit that retry, but I want to watch Shark's positioning here because he's going to try to get in between the turtle and Shiro and bounce those things back, and look at it.
Oh, and Mobazane, that was a great job by Shark to jump up there. He did exactly what you said he did. Gets right in the Shiro's face, allows Mobazane the room he needs to get that retribution onto the turtle.
And I think as long as he keeps doing that, it's going to mess up Shiro. It's going to mess up the whole neutral objective plan for Godspeed. And they're going to, I think the big target during these neutral objectives is going to be Shark.
Yeah, and right now, in comes a Shark, does find Joybaz trying to create that distance and the safe space for Zia, who's actually doing a very good job on a carry against a Moskov. So, I mean, it's not something I want to say carry. I want to say is probably I favor Moskov a little bit more when it comes to the laning here, but still doing a great job of kind of pushing against it in the gold lane.
But still 0-0, still slow plays. He had just locked in the Corrosion Scythe, so we'll start doing a little bit more damage. I think Syra maybe slightly behind in lane, but maybe once he clears this wave, if he gets to clear this wave.
Oh, they go in, and Zia finds the kill on the Syri. This actually, they do have the diversion with the deadly catch, punishes BTK. Mobazane goes down, and just when they thought they had the advantage, just when they thought they were going to be able to take a tower, just like that, a quick thinking diversion from the side of Godspeed. Find the reply.
I think it's hilarious how the only player that dies in that is Mobazane. I'm just going to keep on hyping up this Baj-Zane grudge match as long as this keeps going. I hope they play against each other in playoffs. It's going to be hype. This is such a great build-up for all of this. But yeah, beautiful defense. One thing, though, BTK does win out there. Zia gets a lot of gold plating. He gets a kill early on onto Syri. He's got a huge advantage in gold lane this early on. We saw him lock in the Corrosion Scythe, and I don't even know if Syro's locked in his first item yet.
Ooh, Shark's gonna come up there with the bulwark right in front of Syri. They do get the rest of that gold plating off of that tower. This is gonna signal the next turtle coming in. Hoon gonna go ahead. Deadly catch comes on to two members of Godspeed. Restart is very low. Divine looking. Shiro still finds the retribution. Find a chicken in trouble. Here comes the rest of BTK trying to put on the damage. Zia is not able to chase, and the rest of Godspeed gets away.
And there goes that the same kind of in and out movements that Godspeed brought in game number 2, where they poke in, and then as they're backing up, they shoot out a crab claw cannon here and there. They shoot a couple shots to keep BTK's. BTK wanted to chase them down there. They tried to, but Godspeed's been doing a great job. I feel like most of these games kind of with that kite back. So they get a turtle, they keep themselves in the game. They are behind in gold right now. I think at this point, does BTK, press the gas pedal?
Yeah, and that's where we're wondering. We do have a fight here. Shark in a little bit of trouble. Ooh, deal with the deadly catch coming out. Joybosh from the side. Numenon Blast comes out. Zia finds a kill onto Shiro. And I want to say Zia's doing such a good job, especially for such a hero that is such a late game hitter. Ooh, in comes a diversion from Restart and Joybosh, but not able to find its mark. Zia comes in there looking for some damage onto the rest. Syri looking for an escape. And Joybosh there hiding in the bush, kind of keep up that vision.
All right, so taking a look at it, BTK still holding a gold lead. Godspeed has been the first one to crack a tower down, though. So, I mean, it's still very open on either side. Taking a look at some of the emblems, Mobazane did go for Warcry. Will help scale a bit. He is now building into, straight damage. It feels like he's been using more of the, the warrior stance or the fighter stance on the Suyu. Able to do a bit more damage.
Oh, what a combo coming in. Deadly catch comes out. Mobazane's going to dive under this tower. He's looking for Joybosh. He's going to make him pay. And then down goes Joybosh. Restart is next on the list there. But what a combo coming out from the side of BTK. You have Fly Chicken come in there with some CC, the Numenon Blast, and then the IMU Deadly catch from Hoon.
I don't know, man. The more I look at Suyu, the more... I do feel like it has some mechanical pretense in it. It has a lot of possibilities. And I think it could be a hero that, after some time, might be used a lot more. I think there's definitely some possibilities there. Diversion, though.
Yeah, diversion with 4 members. Joybosh was ready. He was looking. He was headhunting for Mobazane there. Deadly catch comes out there. Shiro in trouble there. Mobazane finds a kill. Divine using his flicker might be in trouble. Numenon Blast shuts him down.
BTK playing a different game this time. We talked about Godspeed playing a different game since last week, but BTK these past 2 games has found some momentum, has found their rhythm, has been, I think, picking the heroes they need to pick, and has been playing fundamentally the way you want to see BTK play. Taking a look at the items, Zia almost already has that Trinity build locked in. We're only 7.5 minutes in, and normally the 3rd item gets locked in for a marksman around minute 9. Sometimes even minute 10. 7.5, 8 minutes in on 3rd damage item is insane, and just shows how far ahead he really is right now.
Yeah, and especially with how he was joining some of these fights right from the get-go, immediately becoming an issue for the side of Godspeed, coming in to try to rain down some of that damage, rotating from his lane very early especially for a carry. Now they're gonna still try to put some pressure on to this purple buff. They decide against it, a smart move from BTK.
Most definitely. So now, Godspeed kind of more on the defensive, but we've seen them in this place before. BTK, I think, I asked the question earlier, do they just press the gas? And I think that's what they do, right? You have Zia with this huge lead. You have Mobazane with a good lead. You have Hoon deathless. You have most of the team deathless. And this is a time when they're kind of really feeling themselves, I feel like. And as long as they can keep the momentum down of Godspeed, they will be able to take a look. But look at this. Conceal play once again.
Yeah, diversion is out. Mobazane sees it in the pixel bush, and they have to decide against it. It's just like, oh, this isn't the bathroom. And then they all just disengage and go back to their side.
Fair. Very, very fair. But I do like the fact that Restart's not being stingy with the diversions. Use them as much as possible. It's what I would like to really see from a Luyi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now we're gonna go ahead set up for this next Lord fight. And I want to say Shark's been doing such a good job of blocking these deadly catches. Not just that, you're reversing a deadly catch. Then you have a deadly catch coming from Hoon with the IMU. Oh, we have the spear coming out there, but I don't think that Syri wants any of that. He's gonna go ahead and finish up this tower at the bottom, doing mosque off things with the split push.
Yeah, and it's a good play for Syri, and we haven't really got to see him flourish on a marksman per se just yet. I think Ruby's been his best pick, so this is a good time for him to maybe really show off, show off his chops a little bit, see what he can actually do. It's gonna be a hard game for him though. That Lolita is gonna punish so hard right now. It's gonna be so, I mean, and right now you can already see the way that Godspeed is taking some of these fights, that they kind of have to wait for the Bulwark Shield to go up and then use their skills. They have to really think about their timing in every single one of these fights.
Yeah, and Shark actually going to get caught by two members of Godspeed there. Still able to get out. Deadly catch is out. Fried Chicken takes the full front of that as minions starting to force their way through mid. Mobazane tries to come in, does not catch Shiro. Ooh, did catch him with that. I believe that's the evil queller, that arrow that kind of comes out from the Soyu. Ooh, Divine actually gets caught there. Traveling, tried to squeeze by BTK and is able to find an escape, but takes a heap of damage for it.
And one last added thing that I think is helping BTK out here is the Valentina getting the deadly catch there. The same strategy that Godspeed has been using against BTK when it comes in terms of ooh, wait a second.
Yeah, we do have an I'm Offended that does a lock onto Shiro. Oh, Zia finds a kill onto Divine. Joybaj in trouble. Deadly catches out. Mobazane finds a kill onto Joybaj, starting to make him pay for a lot of those earlier deaths. Hoon zooms in and out of the base to put some damage onto the minions, and a lot of pressure being exerted here by BTK at the line of Godspeed.
And there goes another deadly catch, gets some nice damage, and Shiro in trouble.
Yeah, he gets taken down. Mobazane dives into the back line. He's going to go ahead and find his... Dives in again at the core. Takes a decent amount of damage while the rest of BTK start focusing on these high ground towers. That's going to be two side lanes. There's no more high grounds. So quick. And I'm Offended. Locks on. Down goes Divine. Only three more members. BTK looking to close things out here. No one on blast. Lands onto three members. Joybaj comes in with the Tyrant's Rage. Mobazane finds the kill there. 50% left onto the core. Zia, and this is going to be game 5 going to BTK.
BTK comes in game 5 and shows them who's boss in a quick fashion, almost anticlimactic fashion. I mean, BTK just came in like, yeah, this is over. We're done. We're done having fun with you. I enjoyed the games, Baj. It was nice, but it's over.
Yeah, I mean, this was a complete difference. This was and especially with the new hero Soyu, really Zane just had a remarkable time on it. You can see there 8, 2, and 3. Also, Zia sitting up there at the top of the mountain 5, 0, and 2.
I mean, yeah, like I said, Mobazane showed that maybe there is some potential for this hero. Maybe there are some possibilities depending on the composition worked around it, but depending on what you're going up against. Don't know if it would fare amazingly against certain assassins and everything, but I think there definitely could be a place for it. We don't know quite yet, but it's cool that we at least got to see it today in NACT.
Yeah, and especially, like I said, I felt like maybe the difference in play style definitely benefiting MOBA Zane more than when we saw Best Player on this hero, who was having some issues really kind of getting along. MOBA Zane really was able to kind of find his mark, find the angles he needed to find a lot of those kills. Not just that, but when it came to Hoon and Shark, just had a wonderful game. And this is where BTK really shines when it comes to that mid and roaming position. Here's where BTK thought that they had a tower, but man, that big diversion play coming from Godspeed.
Yeah, beautifully well played, and I feel like this whole game, even when Godspeed had a few moments, this time BTK brought all the answers with the Lolita, with Hoon on the Valentina. It felt like every time either team won, it was it kind of came down to draft, right? It kind of came down to certain picks that just completely nullified what the other team wanted to bring. And in game 4 and 5, BTK brought that both times. MOBA Zane all over the place on this hero, making it look like he's been playing it for a while, playing it extremely cleanly. And even Hoon, man, bringing out those deadly catches. Just overall, BTK plays game 5 textbook.
Yeah, and what an outing for Soyu here for BTK, and especially for a team like BTK to really show what Soyu can do, especially his first outing. This is the first week that he is available in the NACT.
Yeah, so excited to see where he goes on from here. Excited to see where, even with Godspeed losing, they pretty much at this point secure playoffs. It's all going to be a battle for the number 4 spot tomorrow. So yeah, Godspeed going to playoffs. BTK, second place in season. I think it's huge for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's amazing games played by both right now. And man, this series, it's definitely more than anybody could have asked for. 5 games here, the bonus game there, and BTK really pulled out all the stops for that last game. Like you said, they were done playing. They're like, all right, guys, we're just gonna hunker down. We're gonna execute the way we need to, and that's exactly what they did.
I kind of wish game 5 would have gone a little bit longer. It felt a little too fast. Oh, Liz, how you feeling over there?
Well, I want to know, Trez, what do you got on the players? You said you wanted a tie, and a tie you got, so I want to know.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm on point today. I'm delirious, man. That's all. Visions of the future.
But definitely. Yeah. Victory to BTK. They got the viewers clinching to their seats, but at the end of the day, they show that they can take the series swiftly. Even though in the beginning it was a struggle, and we almost thought something that never happened before in the previous NACTs has happened this season. But at the end of the day, they are still in the top 2 spot for this season.
Yeah, a great game played for them, and you can see here securing themselves second place and guaranteeing themselves a spot in the playoffs here from what was one of the games that was closer than I think any caster or anybody here even predicted, especially any of the viewers.
You know what's really cool about this? We're looking at the standings right now. Tomorrow, Overskilled plays against Nighthorde, and these are the 2 teams that either one of them just needs 3 points to get into playoffs, man. They just need 3 points to get into playoffs and knock Maple Leaf out, and they get to go against each other. So tomorrow's definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting, especially knowing that MLC Maple Leaf actually won against Godspeed last week. So it's kind of surprising to a lot of viewers how Godspeed was able to put BTK in such a struggle.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Godspeed, we mentioned it during the cast. This was a completely different Godspeed who had been eating their Wheaties, who had their best haircut on, their best shirt. They were ready for this matchup. This is a completely different team than we have seen coming up, and I'm really kind of looking forward. I'm kind of hoping that they kind of continue this same type of momentum as we move forward.
Yeah, I think Godspeed definitely just, we still saw some weaknesses there. I think they still show that they're a pretty one-dimensional team in a sense. Like certain strategies worked very well for them, but if they stick to those strategies, it could definitely take them some places. Like there was in game number 2, there was really 0 answers, right? They were able to come in extremely strong and just pull out crazy things. So very well off to them.
And it even looks like they got a mini boot camp with Restart and Joybotch in the same room, on the same bed, playing together. So that is very interesting, but unfortunately we don't get to chat with the players. But the MVP of the series will be shown right here. Looks like the MVP is Shark. So you guys mentioned how strong his Lolita was, and he definitely proved himself with the later series that he is the menace in the roamer position.
Yeah, absolutely. And even Shark, or even Trex was talking about the potential of this pick against the Bane, able to reverse a lot of those deadly catches, which allowed Hoon to come back in with his own deadly catches and really being a staple for this team when it comes to these setup potentials. And like we said, Shark really shined when it came to these type of heroes. Even Tigreal in some of the earlier series he had such a great game with it.
Yeah, I think when Shark has the right heroes in his hands, he can do some amazing things. I think as any player, there's always room to grow, and I hope that Shark continues to improve. But honestly, yeah, on that Lolita, it was refreshing to see him play that, and just the way you would expect that last game to kind of pan out once he had that pick, it went right into his hands.
And I want to know this time for the casters, what is something that you want to know from the players, like regarding this series? Because you guys didn't expect how the series have panned out.
Honestly, I'd kind of like to know where they thought the mishaps happened, especially for those 2 victories for Godspeed. I don't think anybody really expected, especially like you were talking about Godspeed's performance against Maple Leaf. So we were kind of expecting, a lot of people were kind of expecting this to be a walk in the park for BTK. For this to have to go to a game 5, there must have been some interesting choices. Maybe
monsters in the park.
Maybe even finding out where that Chang'e was fitting into the composition would be one thing for me.
And the interview is ready, so let's hear it from the players. What went wrong? Wow. Hello. I was not expecting that angle, but welcome, Hoon. Looks like you're moving, right? So that's why you're in this phone angle.
I'm in prison right now.
Okay. Can you show us
Nice.
around the prison?
Room tour.
Well, so have you moved away from Las Vegas then?
Yeah, hate that place.
And where are you now?
I'm in Washington State. All the way in the, like right below Vancouver.
Oh, it's very, very convenient now. And moving to the games. I guess the question in the room is, what happened? Why the struggle? Did Shark not take his shower today? What happened?
I don't know about that one, but I don't know actually. Maybe the picks. Maybe we didn't play as serious.
And well, regarding the picks then, why the Chang'e in game 3?
Cause they had a Matilda Nova, so we tried to bully the mid lane with the strong Chang'e, and then what tank we had? Edith.
You don't remember?
Well, anyways, we try to just prioritize the mid lane, but then yeah, accident happened. Nova got the blue.
Yeah, I mean, I guess continue practicing the Chang'e. And have you guys been? Zhang said you guys have been working with a coach. So how has that been? Are you still sticking with the same coach?
Oh yeah. Yep. Sorry, I can't hear well on this phone. Can you?
Okay, all right.
Can you talk louder?
Yeah. Okay,
Please.
so last few questions. So the viewers are saying, like acting like coaches, like saying you guys got out macroed last weekend. What do you think you need to change in order to perform better in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean that's true. We threw the late game as well, so I think it's really comes down to the discipline.
All right. Well, we won't keep you too long. Last question: is there any potential for a boot camp of your own for BTK in the playoffs?
We'll see.
Okay. And we will see. Congratulations for securing your spot in the playoffs, and we wish to see you in a better light and a better view next week. Bye. Oh my gosh, scared me a little with that ankle at first. But yeah, I think a lot of changes happening for the players, so maybe the moving really kind of affected their gameplay as well. It could all be possible.
Well, especially when you're up here at this level, any little mistakes will be a huge issue for a team, and especially when you're talking about the BTK Cloud9 matchup, the BTK Godspeed matchup. You're talking about Hoon, who's in the middle of a move here. I think Zane has even made mention to that they're going to be looking to try to get themselves into like a boot camp or at least a group for the playoffs. We'll see if that comes to fruition as we take a look at tomorrow. These are the actual results for today. Sorry.
Yes. And they were great results. They were great results. C9, 4 zeros. I think we all would have liked that to maybe be a bit more even. But we finally got a really close, drawn-out series, and it's something I've been kind of hungry for this whole, it was a pretty... We only have 3 weekends of NACT, right? Then we could jump into playoffs. We only had 3 weekends a season, and it just felt like a lot of games were very one-sided. So it was very refreshing to finally get a game go the distance. It was fun to watch. I think it's what us as casters, it's us as esports fans, we want to see. So it's definitely really exciting, and it kind of builds up the hype on tomorrow's games, and then even going into playoffs, it builds up the hype. So NACT, it's still very much alive, and I'm excited to see how things move forward.
Yeah, and definitely it allowed our producers to use that graphic that got saved up for the bonus round, and it allowed us to kind of see what the bonus round it really means. And it does mean that right now BTK has the lead with that series, and also a lot can happen with tomorrow's matches. Tomorrow's match will be the defining points on whether Private Dancer's favorite team will make it to playoffs. So tomorrow we will have at 4:30 p.m. Accelerate versus Last Minute, and in the second half we will have Ghost Do Nighthawk versus Overskilled.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting matches, and so much on the line for both of these teams, and what
and for Maple
do
Leaf
to affect the playoffs.
I thought it was Accelerate. I'm sorry, my bad. I was like, wait, what? But no, Accelerate versus Last Minute. Yeah, keep going. I'm sorry. Joke wasn't that good, I guess.
I won't see you guys for tomorrow's matches, but I want to know what your predictions are for the top 4 teams, guys.
For me, I'm predicting some shocking matches. You're gonna have to find out tomorrow to see my predictions.
Yes. I agree with Private Dancer. Shocking matches. Let's go bonus round, baby. Let's make sure those every graphic counts. I think Nighthawk has a good chance of maybe stealing something, but who knows? Maybe Last Minute will steal something. See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, very, very possible. And Overskilled as well. They are both tied at points, and we get to see how these teams match up against each other. But with that being said, casters, any last words before we end the day today?
Man, tonight was phenomenal. I'm actually like sweaty and tired right now just from like the excitement that we had tonight. Just everybody thought that the BTK match was going to be pretty much a wash for them. To see a team like Godspeed step up, it just really tells you that there's more to come here in North America, and more shock from a lot of these players and the talent coming up here.
Yeah, I came into today after working a pretty long shift, and I was like, oh man, here we go, let's do this. And by the end, I'm ready to go. I can go another 4 hours, man. Give me another best of 5. Let it go the long haul. I'm pumped. So I'm pumped for tomorrow. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, and we did give you a long shift. You got one extra game compared to all the other days, so to wrap your beautiful day up. And you guys did amazing, as always. This will be the end of the regular season this weekend. And tomorrow will determine which teams will make it to playoffs and which 4 teams will have to say goodbye to the NACT. And we're so happy to be here with you guys and for you guys to stay along with us for so long. And that being said, we'll see you tomorrow.